Today I'm explaining 16 insane One Piece theories. I figured out how and why the Oni race was wiped out during the Void Century. I'll explain why I believe Zoro has the Will of D. I'll convince you that Sanji is a Seraphim. I'll reveal Blackbeard's third mythical zone devil fruit and so much more. This video will blow your mind with insane connections, mind-blowing foreshadowing, and wild conclusions. 1 year ago, I teamed up with Wizard of Wars to create the greatest One Piece channel ever. Together, our goal is to bring you the best One Piece theories and videos. And since that decision, this channel exploded, gaining over 30,000 subscribers, millions of views, and some of the biggest One Piece theories the community has ever seen in only our first year together. It's been an amazing first year, and honestly, I'm really thankful for our community and everyone I've met through One Piece and through this channel. To all the day ones since the very beginning, I'll always be grateful. And if you've only just recently discovered our channel, welcome to some of the craziest One Piece videos. This is the culmination of an entire year of theorizing, endless research, and conversations with other One Piece fans and theorists just like us. There's even a few theories in this video that actually came true, like Jaguar being alive, which I predicted 10 months before it was revealed. Think of this as a video that you can put on in your watch later playlist and always come back to anytime that you want a good One Piece theory. And go ahead and put this video on in the background while you're working, at the gym, or even while you're about to sleep. This is a long video, but Wizard of Wars will be dropping a separate video with his theory, so subscribe and hit notifications for that. What if I told you I figured out the darkest and cruelest part of the Void Century history? And this all happened by accident. Something so disgustingly cruel that it only makes sense why the Celestial Dragons would want it wiped away from the world. Today I will tell you the truth about how the dinosaurs went extinct along with the ancient giants, or the Oni race, and why is at the heart of this cruel historical atrocity, the true travesty to why Zunisha is the final remnant of his species, after witnessing his entire race being brutally slaughtered before his very own eyes. This is the One Piece extinction theory, and trust me, you're going to want to stay tuned to the very end for this one, because once we put all the pieces together, you will understand everything so much more clearly. So make sure you like this video to boost it in the algorithm, because we need to get this out to as many One Piece fans as possible. It's crazy to think about the massive rabbit hole I went down after making a simple joke to Wizard of Wars about how Fujitora wiped out the dinosaurs in One Piece. And that's when it hit me. Am I going insane? Have I actually gone mad? Wait, what if a former user of Fujitora's devil fruit actually did use an asteroid or meteor to wipe out the dinosaurs in the past? This simple joke lit up a spark in my mind, and so as I dug deeper and deeper and researched for weeks on end, I've come across plenty of wild revelations of information that completely changed my view on the Void Century. I began to notice that there wasn't that many videos going into depth on what happened to the Oni race when researching for this video, or what happened to the dinosaurs, or the dragons, or Zunisha's race. Why are there no answers? The closest thing to explain the Oni's importance is the Wizard of Wars, who consistently makes great videos on this channel, especially regarding the Oars being Joy Boy theory. And I also saw Moors come to a similar conclusion that I will present today, being that the Celestial Dragons committed a great cleansing on the Oni race. So shout out to both of them, and I will leave a link to both of their videos in the description. Now it's time to expand on these ideas. Let's start out with everything we already know about the Oni race. The Onis, they also go by ogres, ancient giants. It's unclear if all members of the Oni race are giants. However, it does seem like the ancient giant term is very specific to the Oni race. Another interesting detail is the name ancient, because we know that the ancient name also has ties to the Void Century, or possibly even before that. For example, the ancient weapons or the ancient kingdom. Oni's notable features include their demonic physical appearance, including their horns, as well as their brutal physical abilities. Ancient giants are naturally powerful and known for being even bigger than the average One Piece giant. In chapter 668, Law speaks of the forced gigantification of humans. It says that the research has been in the works for centuries, and Law even says that they probably did this because if they could turn any soldier into a giant, they'd become invincible. And this power and destruction is worth so much more than the average human soldier. An army of giants would easily discourage enemies, and during this panel we see an Oars-like figure with the identical silhouette of of Little Oars Jr. in Marineford. And speaking of Oars, the Oars family is one of the most notorious families in the entire One Piece world, with the Oars that we saw at Thriller Bark and also Little Oars Jr. III from the Marineford War. And we will be bringing up the legendary Oars continent pulling family later in the video, so keep this all in the back of your mind for now. In chapter 1025, during Yamato and Kaido's fight on the rooftop, we get some very insightful commentary from Kaido. He says, "You cannot escape your bloodline. You are the son of Kaido. Do you really think that the samurai see you as an ally? Friendship is a sham. It's all for show. They fear you. You must rule others with strength. You are the child of the ogres or the Onis. You are not meant to be friends with humans. That is your fate, Yamato." Due to this and the clear showing of racial issues in One Piece, I think it's fair to say that Kaido is implying that he has either experienced discrimination or prejudice acts of some kind, specifically because of him being the Oni race. Either that or he learned the racial history between humans and the Onis from the distant past, and possibly even both of these are true. We can also speculate on the other Oni members as well as Gecko Mariah and the Toby Rowboat, and personally I believe that Who's Who is a mixed half Oni, half Third Eye clan member. Now quickly, before we move into the rest of the theory, let's talk about the Great Cleansing. The Gorosei have brought up the idea during the reverie that it's becoming time for a Great Cleansing, implying a few details. One idea is that the Great Cleansings have been carried out before, also that they have been playing nice with the world, but with everything going on, it's finally time to become the bad guys. And even though they're called Great Cleansing, these actually might be the Gorosei's dirtiest little secret, as they are erasing history and erasing people from existence. The Buster Call of Ohara was a form of cleansing as they erased an entire culture, a very specific group that opposed them, and this brings me to the theory as to why the Gorosei completed a Great Cleansing, or in other words, a on the Oni race during the Void Century, as well as how they did it. We've already discussed the potential power of the Oni race. They're powerful, they're huge. The government is specifically aware of this power. They even captured Kaido, as I believe that they were running tests on him so they can continue their research on gigantification and the Oni race. We can kind of imply this because King was also there right next to him. And so if the Onis were the biggest enemy the government had back in the day, a race of devils, in fact it might even be the celestial dragons or humans who gave them the reputation of being evil, demonic, vicious beasts. The Onis posed such a great threat that the decision was made. A Great Cleansing was underway. So horrific that the reputation of the celestial dragons and the world government cannot be maintained if everyone knew the truth. And so over the years, over the passing of time, you could wipe away the dark history. This is one reason why the Void Century is so important. It exposes the truth about how far the world government is willing to go for power and to maintain it. They killed and slaughtered an entire race of Onis, similar to how they killed every last member of Ohara except for Robin. Even the women and innocent children, even those who had nothing to do with the crimes of Professor Clover reading the Poneglyphs. Would really be a motivator to hide the truth from the world. Another reason why I believe that ancient giants must be tied to the Void Century is because of the fact that we know giants can live up to 300 years. And imagine an ancient giant in his prime for 100 years span. I'm assuming that the Onis can live for pretty long as well, considering that Little Oars Jr. III didn't appear to have any older features despite being in his 70s during Marineford. In fact, you might even be able to argue that he was in his prime. And so if the Oni race was tied to the ancient kingdom, it would make sense why they had to erase an entire 100-year time span, because if an Oni giant was the ruler of this kingdom during that time, they could easily rule for 50 to 100 years, an entire Void Century, without getting old. Another point to bring up as to why the giants are the most likely connected to the One Piece and the kingdom has to do with the existence of giant creatures. For example, there's Zunisha, who is, the Nakama of Joy Boy. Zunisha himself is quite literally an ancient giant in the most literal sense. And then there's Poseidon, who can control the other ancient giants, the Sea Kings. And these people are all allies of Joy Boy. Even the Noah, which was tied to Joy Boy's promise, is massive. Elbaf giants are one thing, but these Oni Oars lineage family members are colossal titan levels of massive. I mean, Zunisha's legs are huge poles with extra limbs that move through the depths of the oceans, and he's still reaching heights tall enough to surpass the Cloud Islands of Skypiea. That brings me to my next point. Oars is Joy Boy. Now, I don't mean little Oars the Third or even the Oars from Thriller Bark. What I mean is that the original Oars ancient giant was Joy Boy. Shout out to Wizard of Oars, man, because to this day, one of my favorite theories in the community is Oars is Joy Boy, and it has a shockingly ridiculous amount of evidence to back it up. And I don't want to make this an Oars is Joy Boy video because Wizard of Oars has told me that he will eventually make a giant video covering all the facts and evidence and proof that Oars was indeed Joy Boy. So make sure you subscribe to the channel and hit that notification bell to be notified in the future when that video does eventually drop. But for now, let me cover the main points so I can quickly convince you and we can move on to the next part of the theory. Oars the Third wore Strawhat and Marineford and shared many parallels with Luffy. For example, he charged straight into battle to save Ace and had that same do or die energy, being reckless and full of passion. We even get a flashback for Little Oars, which is kind of strange since he was only shown in this one arc and a side character to Luffy, Ace, and Whitebeard. He is a big dummy who smiles and even states that he is so tall that he is closest to the sun. Little Oars Jr. is a descendant of the original Oars, and the Straw Hat represents the sun or the dawn. Luffy is synonymous with the Straw Hat, and this might seem like a coincidence until we look at Thriller Bark with the symbolism of Oars putting on what resembles a straw hat, and Luffy being the perfect match for his shadows fits with his personality and with his strength. And then there's the idea that Oars also died because he was ignorant like Luffy when going into a cold area that he couldn't even notice that he was freezing to death. We also saw Luffy do this during Drum Island. Next, there is a scene where Gecko Mariah is walking up the freezer and is eerily similar to the scene of Imu-sama walking into the creepy freezer during the reverie. Oh yeah, and don't forget that Oars is in Thriller Bark's freezer while a giant Straw Hat was in the reverie freezer. And I know what you're thinking, that Straw Hat is way too small. Well, yeah, that's true, but after all, the name Joy Boy might fit because they are childish and act like children. But if you consider for a moment that the original Oars may have been a literal boy for over 3 decades, it makes me wonder that if he had this hat while he was not a fully grown ancient giant. Luffy is also very young and got his straw hat when he was a boy. Even Shanks wore his straw hat when he was young and then passed it on to Luffy as he got older. The straw hat is a symbol of Joy Boy, which is why it's better for the next generation to have it. Then there's also the question of Luffy's clothing and has stretching in his fight with Kaido, so I don't know. The other reality is that if Joy Boy was an ancient giant, he would most likely be able to shrink into a mythical Nika or a human form because he's a Zoan, and Luffy is already a human, so he doesn't need a drastic change in appearance or size. We also know that the Nika fruit allows Luffy to grow, but then a giant might want to shrink in order to not be such a huge target, which we know is a downside of Oars during Marineford. Shrinking down could also be a benefit, so he's not crushing a bunch of innocent people. And because of Gear 3, we also know that shrinking is indeed possible. Okay, so other evidence includes Kaido being a false Joy Boy, as he is an Oni whose name also translates to Joy Boy. Then there's the other reality that the Onis are erased from history, and Oars is also known as the greatest warrior, similar to Luffy being the warrior of the sun or the warrior of liberation. Oars was also known as the warrior of the sun or the warrior of the stars in the Thriller Bark translation. And another reason why people doubt this theory is due to the age difference of Oars being in the 70s and the Thriller Bark Oars being said to have died hundreds of years ago. My explanation for this includes Toki, because since her introduction, timeline and ages not adding up perfectly does not really seem to matter, because for example, if Toki was looking for Wano and the original continent puller Joy Boy did create it, it would make sense why she didn't know about Wano despite appearing like she is from there. It's because it wasn't a nation yet, and Oars creating it, pulling continents into Wano before she jumped into time. The different climates, the strange weather, it could all be artificially created by a continent puller. Plus, Little Oars has ties to Wano, with Ace creating the Straw Hat there, and Onigashima being a monstrous Oni Island, and Kaido saying that he went to Wano specifically for a reason. There are dozens of pieces of evidence for Oars being Joy Boy, but hopefully this is enough to convince you of this theory, as well as how the Oars family and the Oni race as a whole have a very significant importance within the world of One Piece. Now let's move on to the next point. What if the Marines have been recycling and reusing the same devil fruits for generations? For creatures with such raw power and size, they are some of the most feared and hyped up races in the One Piece story. Kaido's obsession with the Oni race is only a glimpse with many unanswered questions. So how exactly did the world government pull off a genocide on the Oni race? And to answer this, we must dive into a theory that is as old as time. The world government has been reusing the same devil fruits for ages. First, we learn about a concept through Sabo, that he inherited Ace's will when he ate the flame fruit, and Nika has a will of its own as well, which makes it seem like he either chose Luffy or Luffy's personality and nature was already something that fit the prerequisite preference for the devil fruit that was waiting to be accepted. Either way, it begs the question that if devil fruits alter the personality of a user, or does the devil fruit itself attract and seek a specific person already existing, a very specific personality and nature, and then simply enhance that? For example, Rob Lucci, he seems to become even more bloodthirsty from having the carnivorous zone. So was Rob Lucci always like this, or did the fruit simply enhance his behavior? Would that also apply to admirals and their sense of justice? For example, Akainu, he's a passionate, fiery, and explosive person, but on top of that, his devil fruit is the perfect power for how he fights and how he is willing to destroy anything that seems evil, like at Ohara, where he says that he must destroy evil at its very roots while massacring innocent people. We also get an Easter egg hint of foreshadowing by Oda during Punk Hazard, where we see that Aokiji and Akainu had changed the terrain of the island, a place where Vegapunk was studying gigantification, and the Onis are the danger logo, but we later see that there are actually ancient giants in lava and frozen in ice in Punk Hazard. The Straw Hats even mentioned that these are even bigger than your average giants, and we know that they also were creating the numbers as well. So could this be foreshadowing that the former users of these fruits were two of the powers used by the government to commit against the race? Now for the next bit of evidence that the Admiral fruits are being passed down through the Marines for generations, we have recently gotten one of the most convincing proofs yet with Admiral Greenbull. Admiral Greenbull speaks of prejudice breeding stability. He is a man who fully buys into the Celestial Dragon propaganda and false history. He fully believes that they are a holy, godly race of people. He even says how the law does not apply to Wano because they are not under the jurisdiction of the Celestial Dragon. According to Greenbull, this gives him the okay to slaughter thousands of innocent lives at Wano if necessary. Did Greenbull already have this kind of thinking, or did his fruit only amplify his views to make them extreme? It does seem to have a correlation to tie them together by fate. The proof that Greenbull's ideology and personality is somewhat tied to celestial dragons goes along with the forest god fruit specifically. We first see Greenbull in chapter 905 at the Reverie, and in the very next chapter, Garp is escorting Shirahoshi, and we see the statues of the celestial dragons, the ones from the past who are known as the descendants of the creators. Shirahoshi is asking about the trees at Mary Joa, and Garp says that this is a man-made forest, and that's when it hit me. The forest was created by the forest god of the distant past. The red line is beautiful, luscious forest. How is this possible? We see that wherever Aramaki or Greenbull steps in disgusting ruins of Wano, he can create plant life. Green forest that emerged from his devil fruit out of nothing. And to me, this is all proof that a long time ago, a former user of Greenbull's fruit created the holy land of Mary Joa for the celestial dragons and created the forest that we see. To me, it's evidence that the forest god has always worshipped the celestial dragons, with Greenbull repeating history in this way. This could prove that the very powerful and very specific Admiral fruits have been passed down for generations with the highest ranks of Marines. And now you might be wondering, is there any more evidence for Admiral fruits being passed down throughout the Marines for generations? Well, I actually asked some other One Piece theorists to go and give their take on it. First, I asked Threevil about this, and he mentions a good point about the original three admirals intentionally being Logia users. He says maybe Oda is showing and telling us how one fruit is stronger than another and inherently better, and this would imply that the government also knows this. For example, magma over fire, ice is greater than snow, you get the idea. Next, I asked Mr. Bushido on Discord, and he says it's always sunny in Enos Lobby and the island is attached to the other islands, but that's not how gravity works. This could be the work of the former user of Kizaru's light abilities, and Fujitori's gravity most likely awakened. And I gained some similar responses regarding Kizaru and Fujitori. For example, Parvision, who also brought up the possibility of Kizaru's light power being why Enos Lobby might always be bright, but he also mentions that in Long Ring Long Land, when Aokiji is introduced, he is referred to by the Godosei as the world government's greatest power. And yeah, of course it could be simply a reference to him being an admiral, but Parvision says how by proxy that could also be a reference to his devil fruit specifically. He also brings up how the world government may have wanted Morai's devil fruit and given it to him when he became a warlord, and then wanted the power back as they sent Doflamingo to assassinate him after he was removed from the position. And keep in mind, Doflamingo's also the one who acquired Ace's fruit. And then I asked my editor Dag from Dag Sake, who also brought up Fujitora and Kizaru. He goes on to say that Enos Lobby had a weird gravity defying hole in the ocean, and it's daytime 24/7. 11. Maybe those two fruits awakened in the past and had a similar fight to Punk Hazard and changed the essence of the island itself. Best Generation says the red line and different geography could be evidence of it creating magma, cooling it, positioning it on one line around the world. And then an interesting idea from Captain Golden Boy, as he says that Aokiji's devil fruit was used to create emus, freezers, and Marijoa. And I actually completely agree here, because I even made a video about this kind of idea where Aokiji's awakening could have to do with cryogenic ice freezing, since he has attacks like Ice Time Capsule and even Ice Age. Finally, we have Prince from the Prince of All Anime channel, who says devil fruits are kept by world government and celestial dragons for their own purposes, and maybe based on a fruit. Bo was a slave, so they used to love fruit for their amusement. If the world government knows the future admirals and that they are guaranteed to be strong in the future, it would give those candidates the devil fruit earlier after realizing their potential. I do agree with this to a certain extent, and I will even add that we know that the world government goes after very specific fruits. Shout out to everyone who brought their own ideas and evidence to help me prove the point that the world government could be recycling the same fruits, or at least ending up with the same fruits in some twisted form of fate. I'll make sure to leave all these theories in the description as well. Big thank you to everyone for your input. Now I want to focus on Fujitora and then even Akainu and Aokiji's devil fruit, as I believe that these three fruits were used in the genocide of the Oni race. And so first, let's start out with Fujitora, the Zushi no Mi, or the gravity fruit. I mentioned earlier the joke about Fujitora nuking the dinosaurs from existence, but the more I thought about it, I wondered, what if this actually did happen? There's been a theory that I remember as a kid, and I'm not talking about One Piece. I'm talking about real sci-fi giant lizard theories. The story of extinction from the dinosaurs being wiped out by a massive asteroid that once struck the Earth millions of years ago. If Fujitora can use meteors, why would an awakened user not be able to pull in an asteroid with his awakening? The most known story of the dinosaurs' extinction seems like something that Oda would jokingly add to the story, so what's the evidence for him actually going this route in the Void Century? In the One Piece world, history may be rewritten as a natural occurrence that wiped out the reptilian monsters, but in reality I believe the celestial dragons or the world government called up the extinction of the ancient giants, and the dinosaurs got caught in the crossfire, in the crosshairs. I believe that dinosaurs are tied to the Onis, and they were also killed by proxy, and I have evidence for that, which we will get into soon enough. In chapter 393, during the Ohara flashback, we finally meet Nico Olivia, or Nico Robin's mother. We see a few hints from Oda that reveal the secrets of the ancient kingdom. This flashback is where we all first hear about this enormous kingdom and its importance as an enemy of the world government during the Void Century. And then the celestial dragon shoot Clover because he can reveal the name. The first hint to the ancient kingdom is the famous image that every theorist likes to bring up, the globe with multiple moons around the Earth. This could also be the Earth at the center of the solar system, but I find it less likely. However, why this all matters is because the moons relates to Lunarians, one of the two races of the ancient kingdom alliance. The godly moon race has gotten extinct, and I don't want to get too far into the Lunarian, but I will make a separate video on that soon enough, with the parallels between the Oharans and the Lunarians, so subscribe for that. But then on the next chapter in 393, we see the second clue, a dinosaur fossil. And this has to be the second most important piece, because the Oharans essentially figured out the Void Century through archaeology, researching books, and poneglyphs. You might say they're archaeologists. Of course they would have dug up an entire dinosaur fossil. And yeah, that's my exact point. Oda is bringing up all this together in a masterful way, and it's been right in our face the entire time. So yes, the moon is a hint that the Lunarians were wiped out during the Void Century, and they were one of the main rulers of the ancient kingdom. But on the other side, the dinosaurs hint to the ancient giants, and you might think this is a huge reach, and I get it, trust me, but I will explain this further, so when we talk about Kaido and Little Garden, you will understand. So just keep it in the back of your mind for now, and let's continue on the Ohara flashback. In this arc, we also get Jaguar D. Sal telling us that the Elbaf warriors are not the only giants, and I believe that he might have been referring to the ancient giants, or maybe more specifically, the Oris family. What if the Little Oris clan was actually a much more gentle giant-like clan, only terrifying when they were made upset by the world government? Little Oris Jr. III seems to act this way as someone who smiles and is a nice fun guy who Ace likes, but then is willing to fight to the death to save his friend. We also know that Professor Clover found the truth and kept the dinosaur up for display. It's so so intrinsically important to the Void Century and the fake propaganda that the world government has spent the last 900 years to create. A completely false idea of the dinosaurs' extinction. The Poneglyphs might even tell the tale of the ancient giants or even the Lunarians as well, the downfall of what truly happened to their extinctions, or maybe just it simply spoke about the Little Oars family or dinosaurs, I don't know. But we do know that there was a Poneglyph at Ohara, and I always believed that Nico Robin actually did read the Poneglyph because she said that she was spying on them, and we know that she could put an eye or ear in the room with her devil fruit abilities, and she could already read the Poneglyphs from a young age. It's possible that she read that Poneglyph at Ohara and learned about auras here. And so to uncover if Robin did learn about auras from her Poneglyph research, let's take a jump at Thriller Bard. Despite being one of the most knowledgeable characters in One Piece, especially regarding mysteries and history around the world, Nico Robin almost never directly tells us what she's thinking. I mean, we didn't even know that Robin knew about Pluton being in Wano, as Oda decided to keep this a secret for 800 chapters. Yet surprisingly, Oda goes out of his way to showcase Robin acknowledging the legendary beast Oars, also known as the Continent Puller. And since they had the same name, it could be why Robin assumed that he was the original Continent Puller. Anyways, seeing Robin's reaction here, it really made me think that she had learned about the original Oars through a Poneglyph, or that he could have been integral to the Void Century. We have to remember how hyped the Continent Puller Oars really is. During Marineford, Oars was someone who was feared simply due to his name, simply due to his lineage. Oda uses Robin, who knows crazy conspiracies about the One Piece world, to showcase the importance of Oars. And then we also know that he is hyped up by Gecko Mariah, who has an obsession with the Oars lineage. And Nico Olivia states in chapter 393 that she cannot leave these artifacts of humanity behind. Of course, the Poneglyph is one of these important artifacts, but like I mentioned earlier, there's also the books, the globe, and the dinosaur fossils that also hint at this. And to take this even a step further, let's move on to Louis Arnault. I remember a while ago watching a video by Best Generation, and he brought up a great point that reminded me of a few things. First, he brings up how the Oharans could figure out that world history through artifacts and documents. So yes, you could go read all the Poneglyphs in the world to figure out the truth and travel to Laugh Tale and finally figure out what happened during the Void Century. However, you can also do this simply by researching. Through books and the artifacts that were there in that library, you could figure out the truth. And that's why burning all of it down was such a massive loss to the world. And when the Oharans were throwing the books into a pit to save them, we do see one book, and that was The Brag Man by Louis Arnault. Best Generation brings up the Brag Man specifically and how is one of the books that we saw during the Library of a Heart incident. Now you might be wondering, what is the Brag Man and why should I care? The Brag Man is a book with a bunch of tales that seem like tall tales, fairy tales, fantasy. The book is written as fictional romance, or implying that these stories are fake. But we find out that these stories are actually real because Nami has the Brag Man and she realizes that she has heard of Little Garden from these ridiculous stories, and that's when you realize that the ancient island is real and that this book is one of the artifacts that the Oharans use to uncover the truth of the Void Century or the Ancient Kingdom. And shout out to Best Generation, man, go check them out after this video because these are some very interesting points. Now it's assumed that Louis Arnault would have went to Little Garden within the last couple decades, maybe even centuries, and wrote about Dorian Brogy, and that's probably true. But what if I told you that Louis Arnault, the man who wrote the Brag Man, was someone who existed much longer before? I remember Best Generation pointing out that the world government could never go against the Brag Man because it was implied to be fiction, lies, and creative stories. It's the perception of the Brag Man that kept it alive. Purely absurdism. But eventually the Brag Man became so famous around the world that people would end up sharing these stories, like Usopp, who foreshadows Little Garden during his introduction. Now the proof that Little Garden is tied to all of this is in the name itself. Little Garden, or in other words, Little's Garden, the Garden of the Littles. And I know it's a play on the giants and having this little garden, and it's intentionally ironic since these are giants and dinosaurs here, but that's only the half of it. The most ironic part about this is that giants actually did roam Little Garden during the Void Century era, and these giants were so big that it was merely a little garden to them. But who would these giants be if not the Elbaf warriors? The Garden of the Little family. Little as in the ancient giant, the Littles, Little Oars Jr. III, and he is the captain of the Little Pirates. And And so if this is true, and the Little Oars is actually the true name of the entire lineage, the name Little Garden actually has a double meaning. In the same way that Oda is using Little Garden as a contradicting irony, Little Oars Jr. III is the exact same joke or contradicting irony being reused. Is it a coincidence, or is it simply Oda's humor? Or is there more to it than that? Has Oda already gave us the greatest hint to the secrets of the Oni Race and what happened to them and the dinosaurs along with Little Oars Jr. III's name? Like Luffy is a member of the monkey family, the Little family name is one of the other powerful families, except that they have been forgotten due to time and history being erased. Oars would have been the name passed on that gives Oars III the title of Junior. Now, quickly before we talk about the relationship between Kaido, the Onis, and dinosaurs, this video took a long time to script, record, and edit, so quick shout out to one of my editors, Dex Sake. Go check him out, he just hit 1,000 subscribers and he's been pointing out some very unique theories. Now let's continue with Kaido's crew, the Beast Pirates. To prove that Onis are ancient giants and dinosaurs are tied in One Piece, let's look at the most obvious evidence ever, Kaido's crew. Kaido is obsessed with the Oni race, and of course he chooses a crew of Onis and dinosaurs specifically, a mix of the two. And it's interesting because when we first saw Kaido's crew, we assumed that every character had fake Oni horns, fitting to the theme of the festival being held at Onigashima. We know that Drake is a dinosaur, but his horns are fake, but now recently I've been leaning more towards the horns actually being real for the other Tobiropo. Recently in a mini Shanks flashback, we noticed that Who's Who actually does have his horns, and I also believe he is mixed with the Three Eyes clan because even in his young age we never seen his eyes yet. Plus he has that eye symbology being Who's Who, so him being half Oni, half Three Eyes would actually be pretty cool. And then there's Oti and Page 1 who are orphans that Kaido took in. They both seem to have horns, and Kaido knew their father, so it's possible that they do have Oni blood from that side of their family. And yes, Kaido is the literal king of the beasts with a group of mixed Onis and ancient zones. He loves collecting these rare zones, but the Tobiropo and his main members of his crew are specifically ancient zones. There's also his commanders who use the ancient zones like King, Queen, and Jet. And so because of Kaido's obsession, I think this idea of his crew being Onis and dinosaurs is actually evidence and a foreshadowing that the ancient giants and the dinosaurs were once linked in the past. It also makes sense if the ancient giants were these huge monstrous people, these dinosaurs who seem like huge monstrous lizards to other people could be pets or friendly to the giants. This prehistoric island Little Garden was preserved with dinosaurs roaming, and we can continue to ask where all the dinosaurs went. And then this also makes me wonder about the secrets of Pangaea, because if you don't know, Pangaea is the name of a supercontinent that is theorized to exist millions, maybe even billions of years ago. Dinosaurs roaming the earth and over time would split up into different continents, and it reminds me of the so-called continent pooler. But still, why would dinosaurs only exist at Little Garden specifically? Wizard of Oz also brought up this point before, because if Oz was the one who pulled apart Pangaea to create the New World, it could be a reason for the unexplainable climates and strange phenomena of the Grand Line and the New World. Pangaea Castle, where the Gorosei live, could also be a reference to this ancient era that they erased in the past. There's also the problem of there being multiple moons, but where are they? If Ohara is actually correlating the truth to the Void Century, is it possible that these moons were pulled in and used to destroy the Onis? These tactics of throwing moons or asteroids could be perfect to face off against the legendary ancient giants because it targets the biggest beasts. For example, if the Oars clan was wiped out in a I believe their pet lizards or dinosaurs were wiped out as well, getting caught in the crossfires. I also believe that it could be an explanation for one of the other species of ancient giants being eradicated, being the Natami Narita elephants. Oda confirms Zunisha is not one of a kind. There was once a species of these extra-limbed elephants, but once again, where are they? These creatures alongside the dinosaurs may have been caught in the crossfires, and it would be hard for someone like Zunisha to dodge these kind of attacks falling from the sky. If Oars really was Joy Boy, and we know Zunisha was his Nakama at the time, is it possible that Zunisha was younger when he first met Oars towards the beginning of the Void Century? So it would mean that they could have been friends for at least almost a century century, and it could explain why Oars ruled for so long with the ancient kingdom alongside other events being these. All of this could have happened in a 100-year span, and these two characters could have been alive for most of it, maybe even all of it. And so I would love to see a lot more of Zunisha's backstory one day and see if he truly is the last of his kind. Now, aside from the Onis, the race of giant elephants, and the dinosaurs, there was one other species of massive creatures involved. I would like to add the dragons to this list. Dragons are kind of similar to dinosaurs, but they are more godlike and more mythical in the One Piece world. These godlike beings fit perfectly here because there is speculation that dinosaurs are actually just dragons. And in One Piece, Kaido, the king of the beasts, is a giant dragon who leads an army of dinosaurs. We know in Japan the dragons are seen as the closest thing to gods, and Oda even brought this up before. And similar to other beasts, I can picture Onis flying through the sky on their giant dragons on some how to train your dragon type lifestyle. The fact that they are so big, so powerful would make them creatures to be sought after, but having these beasts on your side could also be a powerful ally. Because of Kaido's Devil Fruit, we know that dragons once existed, we know they're out there, and I don't know if you want to consider the filler One Piece episodes, but there also are dragons in that. Then we have the references of celestial dragons. I don't know, to me it just seems like dragons did exist at least at one point in the One Piece history, and what better time period but to have them existing during the Void Century. If there really was a giant meteor shower raining down on the earth, I can imagine Joy Boy swerving through the sky dodging the meteors on a giant dragon. And yeah, that just sounds like fanfiction, but it's just to give you an idea of what this event could have looked like. It's interesting because in Punk Hazard we see Vegapunk researching dragons and even created some artificial ones. Vegapunk was intrigued with Kaido's Devil Fruit as well, so maybe Momonosuke's fruit was a failure simply because Vegapunk was trying to bring back actual Onis and dragons from Kaido's lineage factor, but he failed. Now the final beast that I believe existed was a Godzilla-like monster. We know about how the ancient kingdom had advanced technology, and if they are inspired by dinosaurs or these giant lizards, why not create a mechanical Godzilla-like powerhouse that can shoot lasers out of his mouth? And this is pure speculation and the least likely of all the possibilities here, but I would love to one day see Oda's take on Godzilla in One Piece. And since the meteor shower maybe wouldn't be enough, let's take a look at the possibility of Akainu's magma being used as a possible weapon of extermination. Another story of how the dinosaurs died out is volcanic eruption, and some people even combine the theories of the meteors and a volcanic eruption to create an ultimate doomsday scenario. It is unclear if Akainu had his Devil Fruit at Ohara, but considering his counterpart Aokiji already had his, I would not be surprised. And so if this is in any way true, it means that these fruits already helped take part in a culture of the Oharans. And the lava magma power being so potent is imperative, as even Oda has stated, it is the most powerful and destructive fruit. It's a killing weapon. Akainu, also like Fujitora, has meteors, except they're magma meteors, so probably even better than his. The next and final fruit is the Hiei no Mi, Aokiji's fruit, and the reason why I like this fruit and why it could have been used to cause an extinction is because of the naming schemes, the Ice Time Capsule, the Ice Age. And now I don't know about you, but when I hear Ice Age, I immediately think of the prehistoric era, dinosaurs, woolly mammoths, saber-tooth tigers. You know exactly what I'm talking about. Furthermore, ice is a weakness of ores specifically stated in Thriller Bark. We know the Thriller Bark ores died in a cold island being frozen, preserved, and eventually moved into a giant freezer to continue the preservation. The term Ice Time Capsule implies that these ice attacks could potentially preserve people cryogenically, so I wouldn't be surprised if ores died in an island that was created by a former user of the Hiei no Mi, like in Punk Hazard after we saw the side effects. This double entendre of Ice Age might have been the final clinching moment that ended both the dinosaurs and the Onis altogether. And to give you a better perspective of what I'm thinking, I picture a similar situation to the Ishvalan conflict in Fullmetal Alchemist, where the government chose specific powers to carry out these such a dark reality that was worth hiding for years. But what does this mean for the future of the One Piece story? First, it's important that you subscribe because I will be working on a Lunarian video explaining why the Lunarians may have also been targets of this and started the Great War during the Ancient Kingdom era. I believe the Lunarians were attacked first, but that's for another day, so subscribe and hit that bell to be notified when we drop that video. This Oni slaughter is important because it changes the way I would view Kaido and the world government celestial dragons being exposed as a bloodline of twisted murderers. We know the world has depicted Onis as vicious evil creatures, but I wonder if that's a similar racist narrative, kind of how people are raised to look down on fishmen. In recent times, I would argue that Ohara was another extinguished light, and it makes you wonder what this upcoming attempt on an extinguished light could be. What if they are targeting specifically the remaining Will of D clan members? Or maybe pirates as a whole? Or it could even be that they choose to target a specific race like the Fishmen. I think the most likely option is indeed the D clan being wiped away, as it is the true enemy of the gods. But you let me know in the comments, what do you think this great cleansing will look like in the upcoming arcs? If you enjoyed anything I've said here today, a simple like goes a long way. It took a lot to make this video. Over the past few weeks, I have been thinking about Vegapunk's new Seraphim creations, these wicked, monstrous, soulless creatures, military children created for war, spliced with the best Lunarian genes, and that's when it all hit me. Sanji is a Seraphim. I've been going back through the series and finding as much information that I can about Sanji, his abilities, and his history with Germa, and so much more. What if I told you this had been in our faces all along throughout the entire series? The power of firebending, his broken, sword-shattering durability, and blinding speed feats. I am here to tell you that I've discovered the truth behind Sanji's power, the twisted secrets behind the mad scientist judge, and the evil deeds he's committed upon his children. And trust me, you're gonna want to stick around to the very end to find out how this all comes together to give us the one fight we've always wanted, Zoro versus Sanji. And maybe by the end you might come to realize the same thing as me, that Sanji might very well be the best written character in all of One Piece. So here's everything I've gathered. We've always known that Sanji had a strange body, as it's been foreshadowed and hinted at for years, as well as it being blatantly obvious at times, with Sanji even referring to himself and Zoro as superhuman, acknowledging that there's something definitely different about them. Interestingly enough, Zoro is most likely from a lineage of Shimotsuki legends like Ryuma and Ushimaru. And then you add in the most intense training regimen and a never-ending ambition and dedication, and so it's somewhat easy to explain and understand where the source of power is coming from for Zoro. Vinsmoke Sanji, also known as Black Leg Sanji, he is another prodigy, but we hardly ever see him training, yet somehow he has never strayed too far from Zoro in ability as a fighter. Sanji shares many mysterious similarities with Lunarians. Yes, Lunarians like King's extinct god Rays and white-haired firebenders. First, we know that Sanji lights up his leg with what he claims is from his passion as a cook. Now, that alone has always been a lazy explanation, and it's One Piece, a wacky world with fishman, furries, unrealistic boob growth, and milk being an instant cure to bone injuries. So for the longest time I went with it, it was a cool power symbolic of an emotional and passionate man. But if we dive a little deeper, Lunarians are able to use fire, as King the Wildfire walks around with a burning flame behind him and is able to firebend, explode, and combust at will. And Queen even goes out of his way to claim that Sanji is not a Lunarian. And it's interesting because while he says this, he is also having a conversation with Sanji about Judge, their past with the Mad Science group, and eventually Sanji's strange body starts reacting and Queen wants to know everything about his raid suit. And this even goes further, with Queen bringing up the extinction of the Lunarians to Sanji and tells him to go find out for himself the truth about the god Rays known to be so durable and powerful and how they were wiped out. This brings us perfectly to the next similarity, Sanji's insane durability. Possibly my favorite Sanji moment in Wano is Queen attacking Sanji with a sword and Sanji standing there without flinching, without any damage, and without showing an ounce of pain. His natural durability is so potent that it ends up shattering the sword. And this was a terrifying display of Sanji's hidden potential. It really gets across the point perfectly about Sanji's durability, because Sanji's powers were seemingly uncontrollable in this moment, saying that he felt weird during the raid. So a parallel of fire and now extreme defensive durabilities. Well, what's next? How about that godly speed, so fast that Queen can't even keep up? Sanji moving like Sonic might seem like a coincidence until we get a glimpse of King's power right after. Zoro, being the racist that he is, he specifically keys in on the one fact that it's not hockey, but instead King's race that is the key to defeating him. Zoro eventually figured out that King's race of Lunarians are able to speed blitz and switch between speed and defensive modes. King essentially has to pick and choose which one of these to use at all times unless he's stagnant. But the main point point here is that Lunarians have both absolutely insane defensive durability as well as ridiculous speed enhancing boost, with the fire as the forefront in the proof of this. Of course, all of this is even amplified more because of his devil fruit, but it's time to once again compare Sanji, because Sanji is known for his lazily explained Diable Jambe and his combusting like a fire, his absurd durability and top tier speed. Put these all together and it doesn't seem like a coincidence anymore, and I would argue that Sanji is probably even faster than King at his fastest, and if he's not already, he will be soon enough. So with Zoro's claim of King's race being the key to defeating him, as well as the hints from Queen saying that Sanji is not a Lunarian, maybe some type of cyborg, and bringing up the passive judge and the Lunarian race, I began to put the puzzle pieces together. There's also other superhuman abilities from early on, like Sanji defeating a fishman underwater, which was always a crazy feat to me, but then Zoro and Luffy both did it in Fishman Island, so either Arlong was just completely riding his race, or these three are just built different, which is probably a mix of the two, but anyways, all of this points in one direction. Sanji is a Lunarian. Well, no, not exactly, because he doesn't have the wings, the white hair, or the fire burning on his back. More specifically, Sanji is a Lunarian Seraphim. In chapter 1059, we are introduced to Vegapunk's new creation, the replacement for the abolishment of the warlords, the Seraphim, the terrifying children of mass destruction, and they seem to be clones / genetically altered cyborg enhanced beings, most recognizable being the Lunarian traits they share as well as the phases of the former warlords. I even made an entire video on the origins of the Seraphims and Oda's inspiration for these biblical beings, being compared to actual seraphs in the Bible, so I'll leave a link in the description so you can check that out after this if you're interested. Anyways, the Seraphim rely mostly on the connection to the Lunarians. We even see that they were fighting against hundreds of Kuja warriors and many of the Blackbeard pirates. Throughout all of this, the baby boa lookalike didn't have a single scratch, further showcasing the Lunarian genes extracted and tied into these weapons at a biological level. And so it makes me question, what exactly is Sanji? If he doesn't have the wings, he doesn't have the white hair, well, what if I told you that Sanji and his brothers are the original Seraphim models? They are prototypes, a creation from the knowledge acquired from the Mad Science Group and Vegapunk. We know Judge wanted to create his children to be top tier combative weapons, an elite family of warriors. And what's even more disturbing is the connection between Sanji's brothers and the Seraphim. We can see how heartless and soulless Sanji's brothers are, no passion, no empathy, actual child weapons of war, just like the Seraphim. All countries look upon our military forces with fear, not to mention admiration and desire. By wielding the concentrated powers of advanced science, you were born to be greater than human. You will be unbound by the foolish, naive ways of the world. Now grow, and one day rule Germa 66. Judge's goal was not only power and military force, but also loyalty with this. Even someone like Reiju, who was essentially a prototype to the prototype, she has sympathy for Sanji and has showcased emotions and feelings. Even she will not disobey the orders from her father. It's a bit robotic, a bit slave-minded, a twisted and disturbing reality. And after going back and reading most of the Whole Cake Island arc for this video, it reminded me of just how traumatizing Sanji's backstory is, at least in this case, the second one. Now you might be wondering, what does this all mean for Sanji moving forward? Notice that the invisibility was a trait that came from the raid suit, and this is something that Sanji has already left behind by destroying it. But it brings up a question of how did Sanji easily destroy the suit in the first place? Well, honestly, that's a topic for another day. Anyways, Sanji never needed the raid suit, which is said to maximize his potential, but in a strange and almost beautiful way, Sanji might be the only person who can truly maximize his potential from his genes and modifications that his father gave him because of his human emotions. His mother's wishes are being lived out with Sanji as a caring, passionate, and emotional fighter, and we already have a symbolic representation of this being the blue fire. Maybe Oda wasn't lying. Maybe it really was Sanji's passion all along, or to be more clear, it's Sanji's emotions that contrast to his siblings and allows him to surpass them so much more. And because Lunarians don't have blue fire, this shows Sanji going above and beyond. Him having a reason, a code to fight for those he cares about and protect his own crewmates. This blue fire might only be a glimpse to show that by the end of the series, Sanji might become one of the fastest and most durable characters in the entire series. I hope Sanji one day gets to face off against a government Seraphim. I wonder if he could recognize how sad the situation is when he sees these Seraphim that are not his brothers. It might make him reflect on how evil his father is for doing this to his own children, and it might even be a way that he can truly forgive his siblings. Zoro will always be my favorite Straw Hat and the best character in One Piece, but I do have to admit, from a writing perspective, Sanji is top tier in the series and makes up for everything he lacks with this. The way that Oda explores him is unlike any other character, and the fact that he has multiple great backstories, with the first one being one of, if not my favorite, really speaks volumes to how much Oda loves Sanji. And so Sanji coming face to face with the Seraphim would be something that I could see Oda doing, because we know how much Oda likes to flesh out this character. It seems as if Oda is willing to explore Sanji as long as he doesn't go far enough to put him in a situation where he is forced to hit a woman. I always wondered that what if Oda made a scenario where Sanji had to hit a woman, let's say Big Mom, as his only way of protecting another woman like Nami. Let me know in the comments, do you think that Sanji would hit Big Mom to protect Nami? And if you want to talk about good writing, this would be truly the ultimate what if scenario to test Sanji's philosophy and see if he values his code instilled to him by Zeph over his obsession with protecting women, and especially his adoration for Nami. But as much as I would love this personally, I highly doubt that Oda will ever decide to explore Sanji to this much extent and to this much depth. Now the big question that really needs to be asked to further explore this theory is, why are Sanji's brothers so obedient? And this goes back to why meeting a Seraphim would impact Sanji's character so much and be perfect writing, because we can understand as it's implied that Sanji and his brothers are genetically modified to be heartless, but what causes this mindless robotic behavior from his siblings? It seems that Judge planned to instill this behavior from the very beginning, as we see Sora Vinsmoke, Sanji's mom, taking drugs in a desperate attempt to counteract the surgery. This proves that it was ingrained most likely at the cerebral level at the very beginning inside the womb, something that affects the brain, something that makes them obedient dogs without love, without passion. Now stay with me, this is going to get a little bit crazy, a little bit wacky, but I think this also brings an important explanation to what exactly the German warriors are. You may or may not know this, but I am a huge fan of Star Wars, specifically Star Wars The Clone Wars. The Clone Wars consist of clones who were created for war. These are beings who are born to kill and born to serve. They have feelings, but they are naturally obedient. And the reason why I bring this up, and the reason I even thought of this in the first place, is because of Germa 66 and Order 66 being a famous Star Wars scene. Order 66 was an event where, because of a chip that is placed in each clone's brain, these soldiers are forced into certain actions, and they are robbed of all free will. These chips are implanted at a very young age, and they grow as they become older. Now, I'm not necessarily saying that this is an exact parallel, but something similar might be how Sanji's siblings are controlled, something so innate that physically prevents them from disobeying Judge. The drugs that Sora took were something that counteracted and diffused this surgery with Sanji, and he was the lucky one. But whether it be an actual brain chip in their head or a cybernetic Neuralink-like wire built into their skull, Judge's warrior children have had their minds altered, and it's deep-rooted at a subconscious level. If we look back at the Raid Suit incident during Wano, it seems as if Sanji triggered something that is still there, something so deep down, something subdued after all these years. However, the Raid Suit proves that it's still able to be awakened. Sanji saying that he feels weird, him understanding that he is becoming what he hates the most, his siblings. The Raid Suit triggered the response because it is so deeply ingrained and connected to his lineage factor. The surgery is there from the very beginning, and it was impossible to fully erase it. And this is because it is tied to the alterations and enhancements of Sanji's body. So maybe this implies that the Vinsmoke siblings still have a chance to be saved in the future, but let's go even further. Now in Star Wars, the reason that the brain chips even existed in the first place is because it was a safety device in case of clones malfunctioning, or in the case of clones falling into the wrong hands, being manipulated, and these brain chips would prevent the army from being taken over. The clone army, similarly to Sanji's siblings, they were created to showcase obedience. So do you think someone like Judge would forget to think of a backup plan in the event that someone like Sanji or his siblings malfunctioned? Well, no, and I believe that this is where the Raid Suit came into play. The Raid Suit, combined with his mind-melting, mind-controlling technology, is a foolproof way of a full-on obedience. If you remember that Judge wasn't really worried about Sanji leaving, he he honestly didn't care? What if Judge knew that eventually when Sanji grew up and he used a raid suit, he would come to terms with the obedience? And so by now I think you've realized that Judge is essentially using a type of hypnosis on his own children, shutting down the consciousness and influencing the subconscious mind to take over. The subconscious being your thoughts and feelings that you don't even think about. And reprogramming this subconscious mind is very difficult to do because you have to essentially be fully aware of everything you are feeling, thinking at such a deep-rooted level. And the other more twisted alternative is an MK Ultra like mind control. So you tell me, are the Vince Smokes being mind controlled? Are these under some strange brain chip like form of hypnosis, obeying every command? This definitely isn't something natural and is exactly what Sora feared the children would become, and is what Judge always wanted from the beginning. And now that you understand why Judge is truly the biggest piece of father in One Piece, what if I told you that all of this might be leading to the greatest fight in One Piece history, the long-awaited Sanji versus Zoro? But before I explain why I think this could be how we finally get this fight, make sure that you hit that like button, subscribe, and hit that bell like Luffy and Skypiea to be notified for future videos. Zoro and Sanji might actually be the greatest rivalry in anime, and if it's not the best, I think we can all agree that it's definitely up there as one of them. Ever since Little Garden, we started to see Zoro and Sanji's bond forming, their petty arguments, the One Piece version of a measuring contest to see who can catch the bigger dinosaur. This very moment began something so great, something so legendary, something that would go on to entertain us for decades: Zoro versus Sanji. And ever since that day, the One Piece most heated rivalry continued in the community. Something I love about such a long-running series like this is how dedicated both sides can be. Some might call it toxic, but I personally love it. And because it's been going on for so long, with both characters taking their own wins and their own losses, these fandoms have become wild, passive-aggressive, trash-talking, toxic as hell, and I love to see it because for me, it just makes it all the more fun. And even with all of this, Zoro is definitely my favorite character in One Piece, and Sanji is a Wizard of War's favorite, so I've been part of those back and forths for quite some time now. But like I said, the length of this series allows for something that feels almost like a sports rivalry with teams with years of history going at it. The Red Sox and Yankees, Ohio State and Michigan, you get the vibes. But we've always wondered, would Oda ever do it? Can it truly be considered the greatest rivalry of all time without ever seeing them fight even once? I mean, Zoro still has no idea about what happened at Whole Cake. The fact that Sanji disrespected Luffy to his face, kicked him over and over. We've all thought about what would happen if Zoro was to ever found out. Would he fight him on sight, or would he let the past be the past? And then there's Wano Kuni, where it seems that Oda was teasing us hard, blue balling us from the ultimate what if of anime fights. Sanji during the raid calls Zoro and tells him to make sure that he finishes him off if anything goes wrong. It shows that Sanji respects Zoro's strength and ability. It shows how he understands that Zoro is the only one who is even willing to take him down and has the strength to do so. After Whole Cake, Sanji knows that Luffy would never be able to handle something like this. And we know that deep down, Zoro is looking forward to this fight, because he even says it to Sanji. Ever since this happened, I couldn't help but feel like this was foreshadowing to a situation where Judge or Vegapunk or someone essentially initiates the Order 66 version for Sanji, making him someone who turns against the Straw Hats for a brief period of time until that is fully resolved. And so what I'm saying is that destroying the raid suit only prevented what is to come. It only prevented Sanji from facing the reality of who and what he is. If one of these scientists could potentially awaken the inner subconscious dormant in Sanji, it could reawaken once more. And so now, to spark up the timeless debate once again, let me know in the comments who would win in a fight, Zoro or Sanji. You know, I gotta ride with my boy Zoro, but I'd love to hear what you think. As far as how the fight plays out, Sanji does have advantages in speed and durability, but Zoro is the superior in haki and overall offensive capabilities. I truly believe that it would be one of the best fights in One Piece and in anime, because not only would the actual fighting be amazing, there's just so much history, a very unique brotherhood bond here with these two characters. There would be so much emotions and it would be so much fun at the end of the day. After going back and rereading One Piece, I've noticed that Oda specifically chose Zoro for the very first example of inheriting the will of Kuina. And with this, it all started to click. Why does Zoro not believe in God? Have you ever noticed Zoro's evil Goldie Roger-like smile? Did you ever notice that Oda split Ryuma into two characters, Luffy and Zoro? And why did Oda choose the demonic Ashura as the inspiration for Zoro's character? You might be wondering, what do all these questions have to do with anything? Well, there may have been many hints to Zoro's lineage, including the Shimotsuki clan. But what if I told you that Oda has been saving an even bigger reveal all these years? A true bombshell that he's been ready to drop since the very beginning. The evidence is truly shocking, and I think I have found the true importance of Zoro's character. And at the very end of the video, I will tell you exactly how this reveal will come into the story, and with this information, we can actually predict Zoro's final matchup. And spoiler alert, it is not Mihawk. And so today, my goal is to convince you of Zoro's true heritage and his true name, which is actually Shimotsuki D. Zoro. Now, before I get into the video, I have to make two shoutouts, one to Threevil, as he had an amazing video covering Zoro's family timeline and explaining the possibility of Zoro being Green Bull's son. I actually agree with this take, and while we won't be bringing up Green Bull all that much, we will be covering the Shimotsuki clan, for Zoro focusing more on Ryuma and Orochimaru. And I will also be referencing the idea brought up in this video that Zoro's name was changed or hidden at birth, similar to how Ace was never known to be Gold D. Ace. The second shoutout goes out to Blackbeard Smoke, as he discusses these topics years ago and brings up the idea that Zoro has the will of D, so I will link both of these videos in the description. Now, like this video, subscribe to the channel, and hit the notification bell, and with all that out the way, make sure to stay tuned to the very end because I promise it will all tie together. And let's start out with Sabo Archipelago. Do you remember the scene with Zoro and Charlos? I want to key in on this particular scene with Zoro because it's the first time that I actually considered the possibility that Zoro could legitimately have the will of D. In Dressrosa, we learn a huge reveal relating to the Will of D clan, and that is that the Will of D follows a checkered fate, and more importantly, these members are natural enemies of the gods. Now in Sabaody, there's an amazing scene where we see Charlos take a man's fiance as his own slave. He even shoots the man down for simply voicing his anger, and then Zoro walks on by as Charlos is standing in his way, and Zoro without hesitation strikes him with intent to kill Charlos. Bonnie jumps in at the last minute to fake his death and saves Zoro from creating a possibly even worse situation than Luffy, because it's very possible that Zoro could have severely injured him with a stab wound or possibly even killed him. After this, Zoro picks up the man who was shot and takes him to the hospital. Bonnie is shocked that he would stand up to a celestial dragon so nonchalantly, and the fact that he is a pirate who is going out of his way to help people. Realizing that Oda chose to display the seemingly random moment for Zoro in Sabaody Archipelago before Luffy had a chance to hit Charlos, it was when I first realized the idea that Zoro could have the will of D, but I needed way more evidence than just that, so I continued to analyze Zoro's character. And so remember this scene because it's integral and a moment that reinforces a truth to Zoro's character with his very own actions. And this is the next bit of evidence that Zoro has the will of D. It comes from Zoro's heavy inspiration of Ashura for Indian mythology, and I say heavy because Zoro is clearly inspired by the Ashura demons. Think about the amount of attacks that he's used with clear reference, and when we are first introduced to Zoro's character, he is known as a demon. There's also the biggest moment showing the Ashura during his battle with Pika, the 9-sword style during his battle with Kaku, and his legendary clash with King of the Wildfire. Zoro is my favorite character, but I never really understood what his significance was with the Ashura demon so close and tied to his character. But if you think about the 9-sword style, it is essentially an extension of who Zoro truly is. In other words, Oda painting that Zoro is truly the Ashura, a god-hungry demon. Now you're going to want to pay close attention here because this next piece of evidence is truly mind-blowing. And when I found this out, I knew that Zoro had the will of D. The Ashura are known specifically for being the natural enemies of the gods in their religion. This couldn't be more of a clear reference to the little meaning of the will of D that we currently have. This also gives an entirely new meaning to Zoro embracing the Ashura side and becoming the self-proclaimed King of Hell. Enma feeding into this demonic theme, and Oda decides to put a demonic Ashura man against a god in Wano when Zoro faces King. Zoro is willing to become the King of Hell for his captain's dreams. So we have King of Hell versus King of the Wildfire, the last member of the god race Lunarians who also once lived on the red line like the celestial dragons. Now, if you've enjoyed the video, make sure you hit that like button, and while you're at it, subscribe and hit that bell just like Luffy and Skypiea. And so now that I've laid out the groundwork for Zoro having the Will of D, let's look a little bit more into how it fits in with this character and explore how the Shimotsuki heritage fits in with the Will of D as well. And let me ask you this, why is the Shimotsuki clan so important in Wano? There are two key characters that goes out of his way to compare in the story, and that is Ryuma and Ushimaru to Zoro. And trust me, along with the Will of D, this will all tie in at the end of the video, and I will tell you exactly how this reveal can happen and why the Shimotsuki clan are arguably the most important clan to Wano Kuni. So, starting with Ryuma, let's break down what we know of him. He lived through the Land of Gold era of Wano centuries ago. And now let's clear this up because I know I will get comments on this take, and many people believe that Ryuma existed 400 years ago, and I have read and reread every Ryuma section in the manga, and it nowhere at any point in the story states that he lived 400 years ago. It's always an extremely vague timeline in the past, like I mentioned, centuries ago or in the distant past. And in One Piece, these vague long time periods are almost always referring to the Void Century era or sometime near the Void Century. If he did exist 400 years ago, then why would Oda not just straight up tell us when Onimaru brings up Ryuma or during Thriller Bark when we see his corpse? The truth is that the exact time period was never mentioned by Oda directly, and this could be a possible mistranslation, and I've also seen that it may have been possibly mentioned in a magazine, but once again never confirmed directly by Oda and never brought up in the story. Which would be very easy to bring up, so in my opinion, if this is stated in the magazine, it will be changed by Oda in the future. And I will tell you exactly why I believe Ryuma is actually from the Void Century, and this matters so much more, connecting him directly to Joy Boy. During the meeting between Gyukimaru and Zoro, Gyukimaru states that in the long distant past, the world knew Wano as the Land of Gold. The pirates and world nobles lusted over it and desired to rule it, but one man stood against the enemies from around the world. He made it known that Wano was known as the Land of Samurai. It is implied that it was Ryuma's legend who ushered in the new age of samurai in Wano. He inspired the entire land and military force of samurai to take after his leadership. It makes me think that Ryuma actually might have been the very first samurai ever and possibly the strongest swordsman of all time. These people of Wano went from being known as wealthy and prosperous people, and Ryuma led the changed perception to a tough military force to be reckoned with. In many ways, Ryuma truly is the god of Wano, and he deserves to be named the god of the blade, because without Ryuma, Wano wouldn't even exist as we know it, and just imagine if this land never developed a culture of samurai around his legacy. When they say Shisui is the great treasure and protector of the land, it makes so much more sense with this in mind, because Shisui is a relic of a legacy, a constant reminder of why they must stand and fight as warriors and maintain the military force. The entire land of Wano in a sense has inherited Ryuma's will, or at the very least the samurai did, because symbolically shortly after Shisui was taken, Wano fell into deep despair with Kaido and Orochi conquering the nation. And so after rereading all of this, a thought came into my mind. With Luffy and Zoro both resembling Ryuma, what if Ryuma was actually Joy Boy? And initially I thought it could be possible because Joy Boy has a sword in his silhouette and has ties to Wano. But don't worry, I don't actually believe this, but it did lead me to an even more likely and more impactful possibility. I believe that Ryuma was the right-hand man, Nakama of Joy Boy, or a young warrior apprentice, and looked up to Joy Boy as his era was erased. Either way, my belief is that Joy Boy and Ryuma are connected, and he was so dedicated to protecting Wano because he knew that it would be the land that Joy Boy would return to one day. With the inherited will theme being one concept that Oda has obsessed over in One Piece, it makes you wonder, what about the man who directly inherited Joy Boy's will after he died? He would be possibly one of the most important characters in the entire series. And who better to fit this role than Ryuma himself? That's right, the Shimotsuki clan, the samurai culture and ideology, the Wano celebration honoring of death, Ryuma is the key to inherited will. Now I promise this will all make a lot more sense later in the video, but it's important that you understand this because Ryuma truly is the heart and soul of Wano and has deep ties to Joy Boy and to Zoro's true name. Now what else do we know about Ryuma's character? He was known for slaying a dragon and was titled the God of the Blades. Ryuma is also the national treasure of Wano alongside Shisui, who carries on his legacy. Similarly, Zoro has fought multiple dragons and will become the next God of the Blades as the world's greatest a swordsman. Inherited will is deep-rooted in samurai culture, and during lockdown we see the shopkeeper give his sword to Zoro to carry on his dreams and ambitions. He is enlightened by Zoro, who carries on the traditional customs of the Bushido code, and Kawamatsu also explains that the swords are placed in their owners' graves in order to be used again in the future, carrying on the spirits through their blades. And this really makes me wonder about every time in One Piece when we see a weapon being placed where somebody died, for example Whitebeard's death, Ryuma, and even Onigashima. In a way, after defeating Ryuma's corpse and acquiring Shisui, Zoro may be the man who is carrying on the legacy of Ryuma in the current era, just like Luffy who is carrying on Roger and Joy Boy's will with the straw hat. And just like Whitebeard says, someone will arrive carrying on the past wills of the previous centuries. Zoro also carries on the will of his right-hand man to Luffy, putting Luffy's dream as the top priority. So he's carrying Joy Boy's will and also the Shimotsuki clan on his shoulders, therefore the will of D and all of Wano. When Luffy and Zoro arrive and Zoro finally returns Shisui to Hiyori, this is symbolic of the dawn finally arriving in Wano. And what does Zoro get in return? That's right, in return for Shisui, he acquires Odin's blade, also known as Enma, the demonic blade of hell. Ryuma is the main character of his own one-shot manga, who resembles both Luffy and Zoro. Ryuma would have had the will of D if the series was to carry on. The D in Monkey D. Luffy was always there since day one, so we know Oda had some idea of what the will of D is. Plus, in the SBS all the way back in Volume 8, Oda is asked a question of the D in Luffy's name, and Oda says to read it as just a D for now, and he will reveal its meaning in time. So this shows that Oda knew it would have an important meaning since very early on in the story. The next time we hear about the will of D, and the first time in the story, is when Dr. Kureha mentioned how Luffy has the will of D, and this is when it's revealed that Roger also had the D in his name, Gold D Roger. This reminds her of Luffy, and I wouldn't be surprised if Luffy's straw hat also reminded her of a young Roger. So Luffy, Roger, they're constantly being compared, whether it be to the straw hat, the dream that they share, the will of D, or even their personality. There is a clear intention by Oda to show the similarities. In Wano, Luffy is also compared to Joy Boy by Kaido, and more importantly by Hyogoro, who says that Gear 4 reminds him of the deity, which is a clear reference to Nika. Now in Wano, we have a very similar situation. Zoro, who is constantly being compared to the Shimotsuki clan, whether it be Ryuma or Uchimaru. We see Oda go out of his way, drawing direct panels, and even in the story, Hyogoro, like he did with Luffy, sees Uchimaru in Zoro. He says, right, I see it too. It may be peculiar and he may be a foreign pirate, but he reminds me so much of the former daimyo of Ringo when he was young. He and Shimotsuki Uchimaru are like two peas in a pod, right down to the sword handling. It's uncanny. Hyogoro continues and says Uchimaru is a fantastic swordsman, a direct descendant of the god of the blade Ryuma. He says, Zoro, the one who returned Shisui to Wano, it must be fate. So yes, Zoro, just like Luffy, is connected by fate to Wano. While Joy Boy is prophesied to return, symbolically, Zoro returns Shisui, marking the era of the dawn. So yeah, Zoro is guided by fate, a checkered fate. The will of the dawn has returned with the defeat of the beast pirates. The will of dawn, the will of the devil, the will of dreams, the will of destiny, whatever you want to call it. These are the biggest possibilities for what the will of D means, and they all match perfectly with Zoro. And so now let's talk about Zoro's name, and I'm not talking about Shimotsuki or will of D. What about just Zoro, and why was he named this? Another possible evidence that Zoro has inherited the Shimotsuki's will without even realizing it is because Zoro may have actually been named after Onimaru. Did you know that Zoro's name translates to fox? Zoro is also shown stealing Kinemon's Foxfire technique in Wano, and we even see the fox connection in Skypiea with the Cloud Fox. And I've already made an entire theory on Hiyori being Zoro's future wife because she resembles the legend of the Kitsune foxes of Japanese folklore, and because she is the Wano samurai princess, a perfect match for the three-sword style samurai living legend. Now, this is where Threeville's headcanon comes in, because this goes with the idea that Greenbow is actually Uchimaru's son and Zoro's father, which I believe is a very likely possibility and an answer to Zoro's Shimotsuki heritage. So hear me out. What if after Uchimaru died, Onimaru protected Green Bull and his mother and helped them escape, and because this fox was so loyal, he named Zoro after him. Onimaru also being a demon fox fits perfectly with Zoro's theme of being a demon Ashura and a fox. With Green Bull being a reference to Uchimaru who wears a Green Bull coat, it could be that Zoro's name is also a reference to Uchimaru's pet. Now, more connections between Green Bull, Uchimaru, and Zoro, because Zoro said that King's race being special has nothing to do with the outcome of the fight, and we also see Zoro defend the Fishman and say that they are not all like the ones from Arlong Park. And yeah, I know he used a slur for some racist trash talk, but deep down, Zoro does not hold a prejudice or stereotypes over someone until he gives them a fair chance. It's interesting because Uchimaru was someone who accepted Yamato as an innocent child and earned her respect despite being the daughter of Kaido and the Oni race. Uchimaru was also known for wielding the sword similar to Zoro, and it makes you wonder if Kawamatsu was referring to them both using the three-sword style. Another interesting point with Uchimaru, Green Bull, and Zoro is the theme surrounding Wano, which is starvation of the citizens of the country. Zoro is introduced with standing starvation being tied up to the giant wooden cross, and just like Zoro was introduced as someone who does not eat, Green Bull is introduced as a man who has been fasting for 3 years. And finally, Uchimaru is shown in Yamato's flashback as someone who refuses to eat, so it makes me wonder, what if the Shimotsuki clan has a tradition of fasting for long periods of time without eating in their culture? And maybe this is why Zoro was able to survive all those days, because he was accustomed to this through training in the past. And this could also fit to the stories of samurai who would not eat for weeks before battle. Although it's likely that Green Bull at least has some kind of devil fruit that plays into his fasting, because 3 years is a ridiculous amount of time. But overall, these 3 characters are being tied into a theme of Wano being starvation and being gratitude between the food that they are given. So with Zoro's father and grandfather out of the way, I would like to go back to why I believe Shimotsuki Ryuma was someone who carried on Joy Boy's legacy and will into the 2 earliest characters being Luffy and Zoro. But first, let me remind you to leave a like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell if you've enjoyed this video so far. Have any of you ever read the one-shot Monster by Oda? It includes Ryuma as the main character. And now pay close attention to an excerpt from this one-shot, because it states that Ryuma was also called King, the swordsman who carries the world's greatest warrior's soul. Going with the statement, it furthers my belief that Ryuma carried on the will of the warrior's soul, or the warrior of liberation, Nika. Who else besides Nika or Joy Boy would be the world's greatest warrior? With it specifically, it tells you how he carried on the story of Joy Boy as it is warriors with the apostrophe. And it's interesting that Hyogoro is aware of not only Ryuma's legend, but also Sun God Nika. This proves that in the distant past, Nika or Joy Boy was a present and important figure with Wano. Another interesting thing about Ryuma's story is that he always searched for King, however he could never find him. The reason for this was because he was chasing after his own legend, as the people named him the title King. But interesting enough is that Zoro returns to his clan's homeland of Wano and he finally defeats King. And so in a way, he actually fulfilled Ryuma's will that he can never achieve. And just like Ryuma, who is known as King, it's during this fight versus King that Zoro actually becomes the King of Hell. In a way, Ryuma is the first samurai legend, just like I believe Joy Boy in the past was the original pirate king. So Zoro finally returning to Wano and having the will of D to become the greatest swordsman will come full circle with the will of D. Just like Luffy, who is destined to become the pirate king, and we know he will. Zoro is destined by fate to become the greatest swordsman, and we know he will eventually defeat Mihawk as well. Now with all this information, it's time to reveal who the perfect matchup for Zoro's checkered fate is, the natural enemy of the gods. And yeah, as many of you may have guessed by now, Zoro is destined by fate to face off against the Gandhi Kodase swordsman. A celestial dragon or a false god versus the pirate king's right-hand man, the king of hell, Shimotsuki D. Zoro. A swordsman duel for the ages, especially if he does carry a Ketetsu blade. Now I promised I would tell you why this is also important, and I will keep my promise. If you look at how Roger said that these pirates would one day surpass us, he was right. And just like Luffy is going to be the greatest captain, his crew will be the most stacked and elite crew that has ever existed. Having someone like Riley or Ben Beckman should never be understated. Oda even once said that Ben Beckman is the moon to Shanks' sun, but this quote actually fits so much better to Luffy and Zoro because Luffy being the sun god and Zoro representing the moon being from Wano Kuni. But in what way can Zoro surpass these right-hand legends and vice captains? Well, just like Oda has always been hinting at Zoro being the captain of his own crew, imagine how the world and the Godosei will react when they find out that Zoro and not only Luffy is a Will of D member. And the thing is, Zoro would not care, and Luffy wouldn't care either. But imagine Law, Robin, and the other Yonko members as they realize just how stacked Luffy has built his crew from day one. And this will put even more respect on Luffy and the Straw Hat's name. Since when have we ever seen two Will of D members in the same crew? The only time was Ace and Blackbeard left shortly after Ace joined. So Zoro and Luffy both having the Will of D would be one of the most powerful revelations, and this would undoubtedly strike fear in the hearts of the Celestial Dragons. Joy Boy and the King of Hell, two Will of D members, what a duo that would be. So now that you understand the importance of Zoro's true name, I will tell you two possible ways that it will be revealed. First, Yamato could reveal this to Zoro when she takes a closer look and realizes that he looks exactly like her friend Ushimaru. I could just picture the excitement on her face, and this could be when Yamato, Hyogoro, and others reveal the truth to Zoro and the Straw Hats. It just feels like Oda because everyone partying, having a great time, and then out of nowhere we get hit with this ground-shaking reveal. Kinda like when Garp was revealed to be Luffy's grandfather, and then he brings up Dragon being Luffy's father all in a quick moment, and we already knew of the possibility of Luffy's grandfather being a marine from Aokiji, but Dragon being Luffy's father was just out of nowhere. And just like we have hints of Zoro being Shimotsuki, the shocking reveal would actually be him having the Will of D. The next possible way to reveal this comes from an encounter down the line. When Zoro ever meets Green Bull, it's possible that he will be the one to reveal the truth to Zoro about his heritage, his checkered fate, and his name. Garp is a Will of D member in the Marines, so it wouldn't shock me to see a few other Admiral level Marines also have the Will of D. And this reveal would also be a lot of fun since if Green Bull really is Zoro's father and he did name him after Onimaru, he could quickly mention his full name to Zoro and maybe even Sanji or Fujitora or someone else, since Zoro might not even care to speak to his father. So if you enjoyed this theory about Zoro having the Will of D and having ties to Shimotsuki clan, it would really go a long way if you liked the video and hit that notification bell. Have you ever been stabbed in the back? Betrayed by a friend or family member? The more we experience life, the more paranoid, or some might say the more aware we become of the fakes, the lurking snakes in the grass. Nothing hurts more than someone you may have considered a brother or a best friend turning on you for a selfish or simply unexplainable reason. The wounds cut deep and they take time to heal. This is Blackbeard, a slithering serpent, someone who stabbed his own brother in the back while claiming it was simply a twisted form of fate. The devil fruit he had always been searching for had finally appeared in front of him, and with the fitting name of a devil fruit, the desire was much too great. So he killed the Yonko commander, his own brother, in cold blood. Think about it, we made Kevin Durant the ultimate villain of the NBA and called him a snake for half a decade for leaving OKC and joining Golden State. And in a way, the Blackbeard Pirates have created their own super team. So what if I told you that all this time Oda had actually been hinting at Blackbeard's true nature through what we've heard from these stories? These actions are far more fitting for a Zone Devil Fruit mythical snake model Apophis. And no, this is not just a wild, unsubstantiated claim. You can call me Saul Babe because I have sprinkled plenty of evidence throughout this video to back up my wild claim and hypothesis. Just like Ace is a hothead feeding into his Devil Fruit's true nature, and carnivorous zones are more aggressive, physical, and feisty, Marshall D teaches past is a metaphor that reveals his true nature, as well as his biggest secrets. According to Blackbeard's crew, their captain's battle with Ace was a duel of fate, light versus darkness. Now what if I told you that this hieroglyph created by the Kozukis and Skypiea foreshadowed the final fated battle of One Piece, Sun God Nika aka Monkey D. Luffy versus the God of Darkness Apophis aka Marshall D. Teach? And keep all of this in mind for the shocking reveal at the very end of the video. Now subscribe and hit the notification bell to join us in our journey to uncover One Piece's biggest mysteries. And without further ado, let's find out why Blackbeard's grand desire was always to flip the world into an era of eternal darkness. Oda has been teasing us for the longest time that Blackbeard's body is weird. If he is able to consume 2 devil fruits breaking the rules of the world, what is the limit? Is it really such a stretch to assume that he could eat 3 or maybe even 4 were devil fruits. We also get another tease from Marco, who gets those same strange, mysterious vibes from Blackbeard, and he says that his body has never been normal. But the most important instance of this is Buggy saying that Blackbeard never sleeps, and I have a feeling that Oda is trying to hint at more than Blackbeard just simply being an insomniac. So keep this Buggy quote in mind, because I promise you it will all come full circle at the very end of the video. What if Blackbeard is so obsessed with fates because he found out that mythical zones actually choose their users? We know he studies devil fruits and is obsessed with them, and in the meantime during Wano, we find out that Nika actually chose Luffy faster than Ash chose Pikachu. Now, to begin with this idea of Blackbeard being the snake Apophis, we have to look at Egyptian mythology. And to better explain Blackbeard's role in the story, we must start with Monkey D. Luffy, as they are two sides of the same coin. As the checkered fate, Luffy is the yin to Blackbeard's yang, the ice to his cream, the mac to his cheese. You get the point. We can't have one without the other. So join me as we take a journey across the world to Egypt. With Alabasta being such a pivotal nation being inspired by Egypt, I think it's more than fair to discuss the Egyptian pantheons and mythology. After all, the Nefertari are the only family who strayed away from the Celestial Dragon Order and are speculated to have been secret allies with Joy Boy's ancient kingdom. It did seem like Ace was looking for Blackbeard at Alabasta, and Monkey D. Luffy has countless similarities with the god of creation, sun god Ra. The first obvious connection is Ra was a sun god just like Luffy, who has now been confirmed to be the sun god Nika with his awakening. Ra had a hidden name that was the source of his godly powers, just like the Hito Hito no Mi mythical model Nika was hidden from the world. The name was also changed by the Godosei, so this also lines up. Ra wears a sun disc that resembles Luffy wearing the straw hat, and Ra journeys the world with his crew in a sun boat called the Sun Boat of a Million Years. Like Luffy, who sails the Thousand Sunny, they both bring the dawn to the world, and they both fight off evil villains in the process. Ra travels across the east and western horizon, which is symbolized by lions in Egyptian culture. And this all once again is a connection with the Thousand Sunny, Luffy fighting off evil pirates like Kaido, Crocodile, Doflamingo with his crew, the Straw Hat Pirates. Ra is the king of the gods, just like Zeus is the king of the gods in Greek mythology, and many of you will agree that Luffy is or will be the king of the pirates. And now let's quickly mention Inherited Will, because did you know that Egyptian mythology also features the Inherited Will concept that Oda loves so much? There are multiple sun gods that came after Ra and carried on his legacy and will, and some even share his name, adding Ra to their name like Atun Ra, and you could even say that this is similar to Luffy inheriting the wills of the past 800 years like Whitebeard said at Marineford, and you could even say it's similar to the Will of D. And now my final piece of evidence that proves Luffy was inspired by Sun God Ra is because of Luffy's new Devil Fruit awakening. You see, the full title of Ra's description is the Sun God of Creation Ra, as he created the gods and essentially created the world. Now, in comparison, Luffy is also a sun god of creation, being compared to sun god Nika, the first to awaken in centuries, and the Godosei say that the true power of Luffy's devil fruit is only limited by his own creativity. So sun god of creation Luffy and sun god of creation Ra. And we've even speculated in the past that Joy Boy may have created the sunlight tree Eve, maybe even devil fruits, and maybe even the new world. And you may be wondering, Preach, what does all of this have to do with Blackbeard? Well, this is where the theory becomes even more mind-blowing. You see, one of sun god Ra's most famous stories involves him battling countless snakes during the night in the underworld. The most well-known of the snakes is the giant serpent Apophis. The story goes that during one of their battles, sun god Ra was eaten by the giant snake. Apophis believed that he had finally defeated the sun god, and the world began to become consumed by darkness because without sun god Ra, the sun would not come up. However, sun god Ra was actually stuck inside the belly of the beast, but eventually broke free, bursting through the snake in the end. And this event would become to be known as a legendary solar eclipse. But pay attention very closely, where else have we heard this story? Well, what about the time that Monkey D. Luffy was trapped inside a giant snake Nola during the Skypiea arc? And to make this even more insane, the giant snake Nola's grandfather was worshipped at the sacrificial altar as the false sun god. So this is as clear as it gets to me when it comes to a sun god Ra Apophis reference, and you may still be wondering, how does this have to do anything with Blackbeard? Well, let's continue our journey of Egyptian mythology and let me explain. Quickly, let's take a look at this hieroglyph that was created by the Kozuki clan. It depicts the sun god Nika facing off the giant snake. I know Randy Choi made a video about Joy Boy being a snake, and I perceive this the opposite way. What if Blackbeard is actually a snake, or what if he had a snake devil fruit? The giant snake was a part of the prophecies as the Kozuki clan can weave history, and Oden predicted the future of Wano after reaching Laugh Tale. The Shandorans may have even confused Gear 4 Snake Man with the giant snake and therefore called Kashigami the sun god. After all, it was Gear 4 that allowed Hyogoro to identify Luffy as the sun god, which means that Joy Boy also used Gear 4 and it's not a unique form to Luffy like many people think. In some stories, Apophis was a sun god, just like the giant snake in Skypiea was known as the false sun god. Like I said earlier, Apophis was the mortal enemy of Ra, the true sun god and the king of the gods. So every night he would stand in his way of bringing the dawn to the world. In other stories, Apophis is born from darkness, and Apophis is related to chaos and known for being evil and cruel. That sounds a lot like Blackbeard to me, who was known for being the ultimate pirate, and the real Blackbeard that inspired his character was known for shooting his own crewmates just for the hell of it. Apophis is the ultimate villain, as he would hide in the darkness and wait for the perfect opportunity to attack Ra. And this reminds me of Blackbeard's true nature, being very meticulous as he seemingly orchestrates the entire Warlord, Ace, Marineford, and Impel Down events. Shanks told us that he was waiting in the shadows of his captain for the perfect opportunity, just like a snake. Apophis also had the power of hypnotizing, and this might be a bit of a stretch, but Lafitte in Blackbeard's crew was said to have the power of hypnotizing during the Summer War saga. And now this gets even crazier, because what if I told you that Apophis was not only known for darkness but also known for earthquakes? So it made me wonder, what if Apophis' soul and will was what influenced Blackbeard to set his sights on the Yami Yami no Mi and the Gura Gura no Mi? The Gorosei did say that zones have a mind and will of their own, and that Nika evaded them for centuries, and with Zoro and Luffy both saying that Blackbeard is a they, could it be that they were referencing both Apophis and Blackbeard's wills? Apophis hated order and being tied to the duality of the sunlight, and this definitely sounds like Blackbeard, who takes freedom to a whole nother level, being the truest pirates and walking the line of pure anarchy. Plus, Blackbeard is a character with his crew who is tied to destiny, as in Jaya we saw that they were testing Luffy's fate the entire time. There has been a theory that Blackbeard has multiple souls. Well, what if I told you that Apophis was in some depictions known for eating souls? And Blackbeard very well might have two souls, Apophis and his own. The checkered fate and destined duel of Blackbeard and Luffy fits perfectly with the depiction of Apophis and Sun God Ra, with Apophis metaphorically swallowing the sun and preventing the dawn from rising. With both Apophis and Blackbeard having the goal of throwing the world into eternal darkness, there is no doubt in my mind that Blackbeard was inspired by the giant snake. And so this leads me to the final conclusion of our story, where we can now predict how Luffy versus Blackbeard will go down in the final sagas of One Piece. And I predict that Luffy will use a lion form against Blackbeard. In some stories, Ra was known for transforming into a cat to defeat Apophis, as snakes and cats are natural enemies in Egyptian mythology. Luffy and Blackbeard's final battle could be Blackbeard waiting for Luffy at Raft Tail, hiding in the shadows so that he can grab the One Piece for himself. After all, it seems like Luffy is the destined one to take the One Piece since he is Joy Boy, but the reality is that Blackbeard is much more interested in the ancient weapons and history than Luffy is. During their battle, Blackbeard will consume Luffy into the darkness. He is the ultimate foil to Luffy because he can nullify all of Luffy's creativity with the darkness fruit, and in Jai, Oda clearly points out the differences but also the similarities between Luffy and Blackbeard. The properties of his zone may also become apparent during this time as well, because maybe Apophis only heightens these devil fruits that Blackbeard has. For example, maybe the reason that Blackbeard is able to eat both the darkness and quake fruit is because those are already properties of Apophis. Another example would be, what if someone ate Marco's phoenix fruit but then also ate Ace's flame fruit? It's possible that Apophis not only allows him to eat these two specific fruits because it's already a part of Blackbeard as a mythical zone, but Blackbeard may be a character who can maximize the full capabilities of all three devil fruits combined, skyrocketing each fruit's potential. But in the final moments of the battle, Luffy will break free from the darkness with the Rio, as he doesn't need to touch the darkness to damage it. The final battle of Blackbeard versus Luffy will come down to combining Haki into their abilities, and this is how Luffy will ultimately stand as the Pirate King. And it's possible that Blackbeard actually does reach his goal of turning the world into darkness until Luffy breaks free and finally sets the world into the era of the dawn. So what I picture is Luffy going into Gear 5 Lion Man when facing Blackbeard. The lion representing the sun and the Thousand Sunny, feeding into the idea that the lion represents the horizon and a new dawn, and the natural enemy, the sun versus darkness, the cat versus the snake, a truly checkered fate. Now, before we get into the final and most mind-blowing piece of evidence that Blackbeard is a snake, make sure you hit that like button and subscribe if you haven't already. And I hope you're prepared for this, because I can guarantee you that this little tiny detail during Blackbeard's childhood will convince you that Blackbeard is indeed a snake. So remember when Buggy said that he didn't sleep all throughout the entire 3-day battle? Well, what if I told you that it only appeared like he was awake the entire time, because in reality Blackbeard was indeed asleep. However, like a snake, he sleeps with his eyes open. More specifically, snakes don't have eyelids, which is why it appears this way. But we know Oda is someone who will plan such a little detail like this only to further change our entire perception of it with a different context. And Buggy is the perfect character to mislead us in this way. Buggy assumed he was awake, and this is the strange body that Marco hinted at as well. Now, I do want to give credit to one of my subscribers, as he is the one who came up with this idea that Blackbeard could be a Apophis. I'm truly grateful to have this community, because whether it be comments or messages I get personally, I get so many more ideas and more evidence for theories from you guys, and I will leave a link to his Reddit in the description. So with all that being said, make sure you keep your circle tight and watch your step at night, because you never know when a snake might be lurking in the grass. No coincidences exist in the One Piece world. Today I will tell you a secret that Oda has left hidden in plain sight. The Vinsmoke family's darkest secret. After Sanji led the Vinsmoke family, Judge fell into an endless rage. Who's going to wear the rage suit now? After coming to a frantic realization that he had driven his son away from him, he did something that any mad scientist would do. If Sanji was considered a failure, there is still the darkest secret that Oda is hiding from us. There's a legend about a clone that is still somewhere out there, crying in loneliness and abandonment. His name is Mad Wanzi. We know that Judge has a cloning obsession, an entire facility dedicated to the project. Sanji leaving was the perfect opportunity to put an insane ambition to the test. Wanzi is the result, a failed clone replacement of Sanji. Wanzi is the only man in One Piece who loves cooking just as much as Sanji. And to make matters even worse, Wanzi ate a Smile Devil fruit. He was a failure, a gross, worthless disappointment to Judge. Maybe we can use him as a test dummy for the terrifying side effects of the Smile fruit. We know the former Medjed crew were all in touch on their own different expertise. Caesar and Vegapunk are only a call away. How can I prove this? Well, Wanzi, his real name is Mad Wanzi, a reference to the Mad Science group. Oda clearly points this out, with the word mad on the back of his shirt. And Wanzi also can't properly show his true emotions. He always has a smile on his face and has his own laughter smile, even when he's terrified or angry. His face doesn't change, the same trait that Sanji has. Sanji, who is known for keeping his cool, a calm, collected smoker, a James Bond-inspired Mr. Prince. This personality trait is a combination of Sanji's portrayal and the original artificial prototypes of the Smile fruits. The nail in the coffin that proves this is that during their fight on the train, we see how entranced he becomes by spirals. Sanji's eyebrows leave him in a mind-controlled state. This is a side effect of him being a clone of Sanji. Every time he looks in the mirror, he sees these spirals on his face, mocking him, laughing at him, showing that he is a failure without a soul. And besides the spirals that mimic the curly eyebrows, Sanji kicks his face so hard that he rearranges it, and Wanzi loses his temper because he is mutilated. The personal grudge against mutilation is ironic because he is a test tube baby created in a lab by science. It's ironic that Judge created Wanzi as he would inherit the Rage suit. In the end, he was nothing but a failed experiment. Wanzi was never able to use the Rage suit. No matter how hard he tries to let go of the past, he ends up coping by creating a Rage suit out of ramen. The Vinsmoke's darkest secret, Sanji was replaced by this. This dark truth will come back to haunt Sanji one day. Wanzi is somewhere out there. He is the true lurking legend, his face never changing. Sanji's body is feeling a little weird during Wano. This is a sign that Wanzi is near. He will have his revenge, a man of justice who will put an end to the kinky cook. Watch out, Sanji. Justice will be served. What if I told you there was a civil war brewing within the One Piece world government?
You just started a war!
Two opposing sides being the celestial dragons who pull the strings from the shadows and their natural enemy, the hero of the Marines, Monkey D. Garp. Today we will discuss what Sword is, why Monkey D. Garp is the leader of this mysterious secret faction, and by the end, everything will come full circle as I tell you why a civil war is inevitable within the near future of the One Piece story. But first, make sure you like the video as it really goes a long way to help support the channel and boost these videos in the algorithm. Now let's start out with everything we already know about Sword. Sword is a secret faction within the world government, a special force operation. During Wano, it is revealed that X-Drake is a prominent member as he is infiltrating Wano with a mission that includes joining the leader of the Beast Pirates, Emperor Kaido. It was revealed that X-Drake's true loyalty still remains to Sword and the world government, a marine undercover in disguise as a pirate. We even get to see him at the start of the new world intentionally going after Kaido, which proves this was part of his mission all along. And trust me, there is so much to dive into when it comes to X-Drake, including his relationship with Law. But first, the other prominent member revealed to be in Sword so far was Kobe. And one thing that I love when it comes to Kobe being in Sword is the possibility of foreshadowing for him being an undercover spy by Oda 900 chapters before. All the way back in chapter 7, there is a scene where we see Luffy punch Kobe after they defeated Axe-Hand Morgan. And Luffy does this so the Marines don't affiliate Kobe as a pirate. But the Marines still have their suspicions as Kobe is begging for a chance to join. A Marine says, "Lieutenant, I don't think it's a good idea. Pirates have been known to plant spies in the Marines." Now you might say there's a possible foreshadowing to Virgo or Corazon, but the way I look at it is Kobe was the very first character that Luffy meets on his journey. So I really do think Oda has always had an endgame plan for Kobe in some way. And with him now being revealed to be in Sword, being tied to Garp and Luffy, it's a very suspicious coincidence that Kobe actually did end up being an undercover spy for the world government. Another interesting detail is the two sides of the same coin phenomena that Oda loves so much. In this case, we can notice a very intriguing detail during the conversation between Kobe and Drake. And Drake was shocked to learn that CP0 was actually dealing with Kaido and Orochi, and in this case, Kobe mentions that he doesn't like the implications of this, and all of this in turn implies that CP0 is a secret faction directly tied to the Celestial Dragons and a rival faction of Sword. The wordplay here is also deep because Sword is self-explanatory, however the full name for CP0 is Cypher Po Aegis 0, with Aegis also being a symbol for shield, so Sword versus Shield is a direct opposition of two secret organizations within the world government. In Water 7, we find out about how CP9 was a rumor. Its existence was always questioned by not only the world, but even in the government, it's a very secretive force. And the same rules go for Sword. And just like the natural enemy of a shield is a sword, the natural enemy of the gods is the will of D. So this leads me to my next point. The true leader of Sword is actually Monkey D. Garp. Garp having the will of D puts him in an interesting position as far as the hero of the Marines. He turned down the role of an admiral specifically because his disgust for the Celestial Dragons. He was so against working directly under them, and this ties into his nature of the will of D. Garp is a free spirit and a lot like Luffy, and so why else do I think Garp is the perfect candidate for the leader of an anti-Celestial Dragon aside from his hatred? And Garp might seem careless at times, and he seems like a guy who will spill these secrets without even mentioning it or realizing it, but you gotta remember that he also had ties to Goldie Roger and even kept Ace hidden from the world. We see Garp in certain intentions and very interesting thoughts like the fact that he can never come to hate Goldie Roger. And whatever happened at God Valley, I believe that this was the day that Garp realized that he had to make a change. If you remember, Monkey D. Dragon and Koala state that the world government is not their enemy, it's specifically the Celestial Dragon. And this might be a very similar mentality that Garp has as a prominent member of the Marines. Now finally, with Kobe being so young and already being revealed as a member of of Sword, showing the knowledge of CP0 alongside being in contact with a captain like Drake. Many fans have already suggested this as more evidence to the idea that Garp has deep ties to Sword. After all, it was Garp who trained Kobe in the very beginning of the story. Now aside from Kobe, Garp is also tied to Sengoku. Now believe me, we will get to Sengoku, but for now let's focus on Garp and his right hand man. For the longest time, I have completely overlooked this character, but remember how I mentioned the situation with Kobe earlier and how he was foreshadowed to be a spy? Well, what a coincidence that Kobe is tied to Garp and Garp trained with Kobe, drastically getting him into shape, but there was one other man who was one of the most mysterious characters in the entire series and someone who is also responsible for training Kobe, and that is Garp's right hand man who we've almost seen nothing about, and his name is Blackbeard. In my eyes, it's like what a coincidence, because what are the chances that Kobe runs into this guy who looks like the closest thing to a detective or a spy that we will ever see in One Piece. He's a shady figure with the overhead hat to hide his eyes, he rarely speaks and rarely appears in a manga aside from a few cover stories and in Water 7 briefly, and he also has that beige shoe underneath his marine's attire. Everything about this character screams detective, undercover spy, and being connected to Garp as a right hand man. He's the very opposite, with Garp being a loud, obnoxious, and speaking his mind at all times. Blackbeard is much more quiet and calculated. He's the one who recommends to tell Sengoku that Luffy simply managed to escape and get away, instead of Garp admitting that he allowed him to escape because it's his grandson. Garp being the most important marine in the story as the hero and the grandfather of Luffy, I think it's fair to raise suspicions of his right hand man who has earned his respect in some way, and it's very likely that Blackbeard, Kobe, and Garp combined to create the greatest crew within the Sword Secret Forces. And now let's move into the next member, Trafalgar D. Waterlaw. But before that, if you did enjoy the video so far, make sure you hit that like button and subscribe and hit that bell like Luffy and Skypiea. Now when it comes to Law, he is a very popular character, and I have to say one of my favorite theories within the community has always been the Randy Choi Law theory, where he states that Law is actually a member of Sword. And while I disagree with a few points he made here and there, I agree with the main point that he brings up, and I will leave a link to his video in the description as I will be stating many of the points that he's already made. Randy points out that Law does hate pirates. He has a preconceived idea of what a pirate is, as we see him disgusted by Luffy and Zoro when he finds out that they stole the food and gave it to the starving village in Wano. And this is stealing and a very piratey action of course, but Law says, pirates doing nice things for people, it makes me sick, reinforcing the time when Luffy and Law joined in Punk Hazard as they saved the children. And I would also like to add just how secretive Law really is. He leaves his crew for a decent amount of time to go to Punk Hazard, and he has a very tragic backstory, being influenced by Corazon after being groomed by Doflamingo's family in criminal activity. It's no wonder why he would have the prejudice against pirates after Doflamingo kills his own brother for infiltrating and hiding secrets as an undercover marine who turned on him. Inheriting the will of Corazon, is very possible that Corazon himself was a member of Sword in the past, and he specifically opposed the Celestial Dragon's insane lifestyle and corrupt power. Pirates directly oppose a marine to its core in the way of standing proud as a criminal when they raise their Jolly Roger. The big difference is the focus of freedom versus justice, but we can still see that even Garp respected Roger and couldn't come to hate him, and we might be seeing a similar situation between Luffy and Law. We have two Will of D members, we have Garp and Roger defeating the Rocks pirates, and we have Luffy and Law defeating Kaido and Big Mom, who are remnants, former members of the Rocks crew. In a sense, history did repeat itself, and Sengoku and Garp hint at this, with Sengoku stating that you must know your history to predict the future when bringing up Wano and the Rocks pirates. And Randy Choi points out that Law always planned to go after Kaido, and he also points out his relationship with X-Drake. The very first time we see X-Drake and Sabaody, we see him interfering with a clash between two pirates. As for Law, his introduction is shown with him smiling as he makes small talk with X-Drake passing by. And this would be insane foreshadowing for Oda to show us in the very first introduction that Law is connected to Drake and knows him personally in his first interaction as Sabaody. In chapter 954, we see a scene where Law is captured by Hawkins, but he ultimately escapes. And you can see once again, maybe Drake and Law do have a history of sorts, and that Drake was the one who helped free Law. A shady figure is shown as Law says, if letting me walk free is all part of your plot, then consider me a willing participant. Furthermore, insinuating that Law is part of the shady figure's overarching plot, with Drake being captain and infiltrating Kaido's forces since day one of the New World. You can see why this theory to this day still holds up. If we look ahead once again, we see Drake ultimately clash with CP0 in a fated encounter, and then in chapter 1052, when the raid is finally fully over, Hawkins is shown with Drake asking asking him if he's a Marine right before he apparently dies. Finally, did you know that Drake is actually shown in Law's flashback during the moment where Corazon dies? Now, since with Law, Randy Troy brings up that he inherited the will of Corazon, an undercover Marine posing as a pirate, it makes you wonder, what about the will that Corazon inherited from the beginning? And this is one of the points that I disagree personally with, because unlike Randy, I actually believe that Sengoku is tied to Sword as one of the founders with Garp, and this will matter towards the end when we discuss other characters that I believe are in Sword, specifically Suru and Kuzan. If you look at Sengoku, he's always being tied to Garp in some way, shape, or form. If Garp is one of those founders of Sword, then we can look at Sengoku, who also has plenty of information within the government, being a more intellectual character as well. With Sengoku and Garp retiring around the same time, it makes you wonder, what about their endgame role and what will it be? Well, with them retiring after Marineford, it will give them time to focus on their true passion project known as Sword, with the final war coming close. And Whitebeard declaring the prophetic final war nearing, it's Sengoku who he says is afraid of this. And this might have been the moment when he realized that he wanted to put all his energy onto being on the right side of history, because we're talking about the man at the highest level of the Marines, someone who knows the corruption of the government firsthand. As the fleet admiral and not being able to fully command their army, Sengoku might have wanted to create a Sword with Garp after reaching for the top and discovering the truth. We know that Sengoku specifically referred Kuzan for the position of fleet admiral, and once again we will get into Kuzan, but this might hint at him being against someone like Sakazuki and the Godosei and the absolute justice extremism. Now, the final straw for Sengoku was when Impel Down was covered up, when the Godosei ordered to hide the events of the level 6 prisoners breaking out. When Blackbeard freed some of the most powerful criminals the world has ever seen, this was something that Sengoku wanted to warn the world about, but instead the Godosei preferred not to risk the perception of fear throughout the world over their safety. And so now these two veterans are retired and getting more in touch with Sword now that they have the time, especially with Sengoku not being the fleet admiral anymore. We know how busy it could be. I could definitely see a scenario where he actually decided it was time to now take over the Godosei. We know that Law inherited Corazon's will, but if we take that one step further, Corazon inherited Sengoku's will. He knows more than meets the eye when it comes to the will of D, and he even brings up the checkered fate. Garp, a will of D member, a long life friend and colleague, is someone who can irritate him, but at the end of the day, Garp and Sengoku look out for each other. It makes more sense to me that Garp, who is known for sleeping on the clock, napping at random times, is working a side job as the main leader of this operation. If you remember Denjiro, who was known for falling asleep mid-conversation, he too was living that double lifestyle, essentially infiltrating as a close ally to Orochi, only playing his trump card undercover persona during the raid. And then we have Garp, who was introduced in the cover story, shown falling asleep mid-conversation as Axe-Hand Morgan actually manages to land a blow on the legendary hero of the Marine. And that leads me to think, why is the man who always seems to be the freest and always seems to do whatever he wants always so tired? Well, you let me know if you agree with this observation. Now, when Whitebeard claims that Sengoku specifically is afraid of the man who will carry on the will of the past generations and launch the final war, I believe this is a prophesized war that Sengoku, Whitebeard, Garp, many of the legends of the world know about, like even Kaido, Dragon, and Shanks. Sengoku may have been so conflicted as he heard from the Godosei that this war would destroy the entire world. As Sengoku's faith in these false gods continues to falter, he might have begun to understand that maybe destroying this corrupt world would not be such a bad thing after all. Now, my final point for Sengoku being in Sword actually relates to Kuzan. And once again guys, like the video if you have not already. Aokiji. Aokiji Kuzan is a key part of this theory, because he is recommended by Sengoku specifically, and I'm also guessing by Garp, for the position of the fleet admiral as Sengoku steps down. This is extremely important when we consider the idea that Sengoku wanted him to continue the legacy of the Marines and point them in the right direction, while at the same time handing it over to someone that he trusts with a moral code and a strong sense of justice and a strong will. Interestingly enough, with Kuzan being so lazy, he turns this offer down, similar to how Garp, who he looks up to, refuses the offer of becoming an admiral, and Kuzan only steps up to the promotion when he realizes that Sakazuki is a violent and insane choice for the fleet admiral. This results in a legendary battle between the two, and eventually he loses and ends up leaving the Marines. He is now affiliated with Blackbeard, and the rest is history. Or is it? What if I told you that there is actually a lot more to this story? Similar to how Drake has been infiltrating Kaido, Kuzan is someone who looks up to Garp the most. Garp and Sengoku Doflamingo may have grabbed him to the side and said, listen, we're retiring, you're retiring, but there's another way we can counter the corruption at the top. Kuzan always followed in Garp's footsteps and he trusts this man in his sense of justice, with Garp holding a personal grudge towards Sakazuki for killing Ace, and Sakazuki always being a clashing nature and opposing force to Kuzan. Thematically, ideologically, and narratively, Kuzan becomes a very interesting candidate for Sword if he is joining forces with Garp. Kuzan is a character who we have seen come to think deeply about the morality of certain events like the Buster Call, and where he makes a clear distinction that he is going against the slaughter of the innocent civilian lives. Another interesting detail is that Oda goes out of his way to point out that at some point Kuzan owed Garp for helping him in the past. What if Garp helped Kuzan after all hard to regain his faith in the Marines? After all, Kuzan's justice was shaken up to the core, changing his entire point of view. In Water 7, when he finally confronts Nico Robin, he is willing to go behind the scenes, break a few rules, and even help out some of the most sought-out criminals. I believe Garp reassured Kuzan with his end goal dream being to take down the Celestial Dragons by using Sword as a way to maintain a Marine and still believe in morality of doing the right thing above all. Kuzan is very mysteriously showing up to Punk Hazard, and this calls into question why was he actually there. Randy Choi also brought up in his video the possibility that Kuzan was going to meet with Law or discuss a private Sword related matter, and this Law Kuzan meeting actually does make some sense because Smoker is shocked to see Kuzan at Punk Hazard and asks how he knew that he was there. It's possible that Law got information out to Sword that Smoker was at Punk Hazard, either that or Kuzan is lying about going there to see him, and then it still makes you question why he showed up in the first place, which in this case was once again to see Law. With Law having black market connections to Caesar and Doflamingo before taking them down, I find it interesting to wonder if Kuzan also has connections of his own with Dragon, Blackbeard, or someone else entirely. I would also like to add how perfect Kuzan is to use as a transporter of information. Without a ship, he travels around the Grand Line on a bike by himself, and if he brings information to someone like Sword, he will not be intercepted through a snail. And at the very end of the Punk Hazard arc, Kuzan leaves and tells everyone to keep it a secret that he showed up. Again, very suspicious. And this interaction between Kuzan and Smoker shows that he's still cool with the government, but he's very secretive about the way that he moves. Now let's move on to Suru. Personally, I don't believe that you can separate Garp, Sengoku, and Suru. So if you believe that two of them are in Sword, I think you have to throw in the other one. Suru could also be the third and final original founder alongside her close friends. They're all so close in fact that Garp and Sengoku are the only ones to call her Suru-chan. And during Marine 4, we see the three of them are sitting at the top analyzing the battle. Suru is all about clean justice. She's knowledgeable and possibly the most intelligent of the three. And all I know is that great cleansings might sound clean, but in reality they might be the dirtiest little secret that the government is trying to hide. Suru, after learning about these certain taboos from Garp, Sengoku, maybe from the rocks incident, may have come to the conclusion that the Gorosei must be overthrown. Luckily, having such powerful allies that she trusts and having the ambition to see this vision come through places her perfectly as a main member of the secret faction opposing CP0. First, we see her long history with Doflamingo, and for years Suru was going back and forth facing off against his criminal family. There seems to be somewhat of a feuding respect between the two, with Doflamingo stating that he can never best her, and you can imagine how frustrated she may have been all this time with Doflamingo becoming a warlord. At this point, their history is put to rest, with Pseudo being a part of Sword, though it could explain why she is still so adamant when going after a former Celestial Dragon and a criminal mastermind. Remember that CP0 was involved at Dressrosa, and they were also in deals when it comes to the weapons, and the Celestial Dragons also keeping their distance from Doflamingo, with him having leverage over them could have been another interesting detail. Kasuda shows that she disagrees with the corruption of the Gorosei and Doflamingo going hand in hand, but you could tell that she was always planning on taking them down up until the very end of Dressrosa. Now, I know many have speculated that Fujitora is also a part of Sword, and while it's possible, I do have to disagree. Although when it comes to the final war, similarly to Smoker, Fujitora could potentially ally with Sword or join the organization in the near future. Now, this all leads to why is this so important? Well, what if I told you that we are close to witnessing a civil war within the world government? two covert operations will eventually come head to head, being Sword and CP0, and everyone on the outside will eventually have to pick a side. Garp leading one force, the hero of the Marines, the man who so many respect around the world, versus the almighty fearsome rule of the world government and their very source of corruption, the Godosei teaming up with Akainu. The Will of D versus the Celestial Dragons, Akainu versus Aokiji, and many more battles as well. Vegapunk, SSG, Kizaru, and Green Bull will most likely side with Akainu, while Fujitora, Smoker, or Tashigi could choose to stand by Garp's side, as you will need these people to pick a side so many other fodder Marines can join as well. And the other way this could begin is the culmination of this entire organization being to stage a coup, overthrowing the political power at the top. If you look at Garp, who was in some way tied to another powerful leader with his eyes on destroying the Celestial Dragons, we have Monkey D. Dragon. Dragon is not necessarily opposed to the entire government as a whole. He understands that there are potential good-hearted allies like Garp and Sudo within the organization, and he also might know that they are holding back their true motives and feelings, waiting for this final day to come. With Luffy leading one side of the pirate alliance, Garp going in from the inside of the government, and Monkey D. Dragon gathering islands from around the world, you have a powerful potential alliance at the very end of the series. And remember, it's not just the potential sword members like Sudo, Lost, and Goku at Dressrosa, you also have Sabo, Koala, and Hack keeping an eye out for CP0. Why is it that Sword is so concerned with CP0 making the under-the-table black market deals with Kaido and Orochi? Well, it's a sign of their enemies stocking up on powerful weapons, preparing for the inevitable clash of ideology. Kobe says that he does not like the implications because it shows how far CP0 is willing to go to strap up and get ready for the final war. Kuzan is also questioned about his black market affiliation, but he does not reply, and maybe Kuzan is also tied to the black market in a similar way the CP0 agents at Wano are, to prepare for war by acquiring weapons in secrecy. Another important question to ask is, how does a civil war start? And the reality is that there are many signs of potential civil wars. A difference in ideology and morality, and more importantly, fear on the Godosei side. The Celestial Dragons have ruled for centuries, destroying and revising history, committing great cleansings, and commanding from the shadows, maintaining power and balance. This is why the Whitebeard quote before his death is actually so important, bringing up the fear the world government has for an even bigger war after the One Piece is found. In chapter 908, we see one of the Godosei state that the world equilibrium cannot be maintained forever. The time has come for a great cleansing. And with this, they're essentially saying, we've been trying to pretend to be the nice guys this entire time, but it's really about to get wicked, so it's time to show how nasty we can get. It's starting to seem like the Godosei are beginning to actually become fearful of losing their balance of the world and the power that they have maintained for so long. Another sign of potential civil war is, like I mentioned earlier, with the ambition from Garp, Sengoku, Sudo, Aokiji, and many others to change this system from the inside. They have witnessed more than everyone how corrupt it can truly be, knowing secrets that not many in the outside world could even process. And these members could potentially expose everything. What they stand against is to change who calls the shots, removing the Celestial Dragons from power, and who better than Garp, Sengoku, and Kuzan to bring other Marines who look up to them and realize that these people are fighting for true justice. Garp still plans to keep an eye on the Yonko as well, because once the civil war begins, other powerful pirates with fleets and military might could see it as an opportunity to overthrow the government altogether. So let me know what you agree with, what you disagree with in the comments. Subscribe if you did enjoy the theory. I finally figured out every matchup for the Strawhats versus the Blackbeard Pirates. These crews are bound to face eventually, as Blackbeard might even end up being Luffy's final antagonist in the series. You're gonna want to stick around for the very end of the video because some of these matchups have insane potential, like Zoro facing against a Diamond Sword Shiryu. Like the video to help get it out to as many people as possible, and let's get straight to it. Let's start out with the obvious, Luffy and Blackbeard. Two Will of D's going head to head, both captains, light versus darkness, two sides of the same coin, and two of the most piratey characters in all of One Piece. It's only fair to assume that they're eventually going to have to come to a crossroads, as we have one who is a skinny, flimsy, childish Nakama, and the other who is a fat, smelly, evil bastard. By the way, let me know in the comments, does Blackbeard shower? I'm just being honest, dude looks like he smells like straight up sweat and grossness. It's one of those fights where I'm super excited to see what's going to happen. Blackbeard versus Luffy has been hyped up for a while now. By the time they do meet up up and duke it out, I wouldn't be surprised if Luffy and Blackbeard are in completely separate tiers of their own. It's really gonna come down to Luffy ending up with the greatest haki in the verse, and I would argue that he already has just as good if not better conqueror's haki than Kaido. And yeah, sure, his Nika fruit obviously helps a lot as well, but haki will be the key to defeating the devil fruit connoisseur. Now, I won't be going too far into Blackbeard versus Luffy, but if you want an in-depth video to why their future battle is the most important fight in the series, I'll leave a link to my Luffy versus Blackbeard Freedom analysis in the description. Cat Burglar Nami and Katarina Devon seem to be likely as Devon is on the hunt for beautiful women. I always forget just how disturbing Devon is as some form of serial killer on the hunt. The only problem with this is how does Nami take down the shifting mythical zone? Honestly, I'm not sure how that will play out, but if we're being honest here, Nami has gotten out of plenty of situations in the past where we thought she stood absolutely no chance. Like back in her fight in Alabasta, I mean, even in Wano, we saw just how overpowered and broken Nami became during small spurts throughout the raid. Up next, we have Usopp versus Van Augur, and Usopp might be the easiest matchup to predict here. It's obvious that he will have a sniper battle for the true name of the Sniper King against Van Augur. However, this looks like the most lopsided 1v1 because yeah, Usopp is a great sniper, but there's a difference from being great and being the GOAT, as Van Augur was already an elite sniper and I've always assumed him to be leagues ahead of Usopp. But now with this new Devil Fruit ability being able to teleport, I honestly have no idea how Usopp wins here. Usopp's seriously going to need an observation haki training arc plus maybe even a Devil Fruit to pull this off. Chopper versus Q. I could see Chopper pretty easily defeating Q and stronger, and that's assuming that the derpy Pegasus is even alive by the time they face. I mean, let's be real here, how many more times can stronger really withstand flying around with Blackbeard's fat ass on him? I think there's another obvious one, two Dodgers going at it. Maybe Chopper has to unlock something with new rumble balls or some kind of new advanced medicine that he creates. I'm not a big fan of Chopper whenever he does fight, but this does seem like it is inevitable. Brook versus Vasco Shot. I could see Sanji facing Vasco Shot because they're both gross perverts, but remember that Brook is also a creepy perv as well. I want to quickly shout out a video by Daxake where he breaks down exactly why he believes Vasco Shot and Brook are the perfect matchup and even foreshadowed throughout the story. I even hopped on a call with Dax to better understand this for my own video. The first thing to notice is something brought up by a YouTuber named Alpha Too Late, where this starts with a cover page for chapter 902. We have a figure that very similarly resembles Vasco, but in a gooey, slimy form. And this began the whole idea in theory that this form was a foreshadowing by Oda for Vasco's future Devil Fruit power. Taking this idea even further, Dax explained to me how this all resembles a slimy, ghostly villain from the famous movie Ghostbusters, and I think you get where this is headed, but there's more. Because in chapter 671 during the Punk Hazard arc, if you remember that slimy salamander, well, Brook sees this and is reminded of a monster known as Slime. He says, "I've read about it in a book. They say that slime is a most scandalous creature that attacks and dissolves only their clothes away." Interestingly enough, when we saw Blackbeard invading Amazon Lily, we got to see just how perverted and disgusting Vasco Shot could be when referring to taking Boa back alive. Brook versus Vasco Shot would essentially be a battle of the perverted soul ghost powered characters, where Brook would have to be the one to take on his ghoulish abilities that might even have a connection to souls or the afterlife. Daxake breaks everything down in much more depth, so shout out to Dak, and I'll link both Vasco videos in the description. Nico Robin versus Lafitte. When it comes to Lafitte or Lafayette, however you pronounce it, I don't have much of an in-depth analytical based prediction for this matchup as the others, especially since Lafitte is one of those members that we know almost nothing about. We haven't seen him in enough scenes to really determine his traits or even his Devil Fruit, but I'll take a shot at it because from the little that we know from his initial appearance infiltrating the Warlord meeting, many have speculated that he specializes in stealth. This alone makes me think that Nico Robin, who is seen to be very sneaky, a stealthy character with their neck snapping, shadow clones, and overall quiet presence, could be a perfect matchup for Lafitte. Another similarity will be the demon epithet that they both share and the fact that they both have wings in their transformed states. If you have any opposing ideas for Lafitte or Nico Robin, go ahead and let me know in the comments. Now this leaves 4 final matchups being Avalo Pizarro, San Juan Wolf, Burgess, and Shiryu. I could potentially see Sanji versus Shiryu since Sanji wanted that Devil Fruit, but we already got that situation back in Thriller Bark, so maybe we'll just see them clash for a minute there. And another idea that I had was Frankie Franky versus Burgess or Bergs, and this will make for an amazing fight with a big manly wrestling theme at the forefront, both showcasing a complete exuberance and loud, boisterous charisma, so it would be an entertaining fight at the very least. But I think this is a perfect time to push the Franky Gundam agenda. Sure, Jinbei could probably handle the giant monster of a battleship, San Juan Wolf, but Franky just seems so perfect to me since he has a history as a shipwright with battleships specifically, and yes, I admit that I really just want to see Franky become a giant mecha fused with 1000 Sunny, and this would essentially be the great battle of the battleships. I mean, let's look at what we're dealing with here. We're talking about a giant who becomes even more giant. How ridiculous is that? Giants are already big enough, but to see San Juan Wolf peering down over Marineford, I mean, this dude is like a colossal titan level of giant. And this is why I say that Mecha or Gundam Franky works perfectly here. I am of the belief that the Sunny is already alive in a sense, as we've seen countless expressions shown multiple times, and maybe one day I'll make a whole video on this explaining the possibility of the Sunny's Clobotoman form, so subscribe and hit that bell like Luffy and Skypiea to be notified when I eventually do make that video. Avalo Pizarro is an interesting matchup for Sanji or Jinbei. Now hear me out, these are going to be complete reaches because we almost know nothing about Pizarro, similar to Lafitte. Besides the fact that he's a strange furry freak who meows from time to time, there's not much to go off of. So first, going to Sanji Pizarro route, it was stated that Pizarro once was a vicious ruler of a kingdom in the North Blue, and so yeah, maybe there is a North Blue connection between Sanji and Pizarro, Sanji facing someone who mirrors his father who he hates so much. Yeah, that's definitely a stretch, but if you love that reach, you're going to love this one even more, and that is Avalo Pizarro versus Jinbei. It was stated that Avalo Pizarro's favorite food is shark fin soup, and it got me thinking, you know who's been missing for a while? And that's right, Arlong the Fishman Supremacist. And yeah, I'm just kidding in a sense. I know this doesn't add up since he was kept in level 6 and we don't really know what happened to Arlong and if he even ever was in Impel Down. And even if he was, I doubt that Arlong of all people would be in level 6. But could you imagine if this man had a past history of eating fishmen, specifically sharkmen? That would set up for a wild fight with Jinbei, and because Pizarro seems to be one of the more cruel, brutal, insane, evil pirates of the Blackbeard crew, I wouldn't be shocked if this was the case. And that really leaves Burgess to Sanji. Unless we get another Strawhat, Yamato joins before the Blackbeard pirates in Strawhat's fight, I could see someone like Yamato being a good matchup for Burgess, but for now it does seem like Sanji defeated the man with a stronger devil fruit could be a really fun and entertaining fight. If you have any other ideas to why maybe Sanji and Burgess will fight, or who Sanji will fight, maybe it's not Burgess, maybe it is Avalo Pizarro or another character completely, let me know in the comments. And now it's time for the final matchup, the one I'm most excited to talk about here, and that is Zoro versus Shiryu. You saw the thumbnail and I could not be more excited. Let's get into it. So I do a weekly One Piece podcast where I hang out with the guys, talk about One Piece, whether it be new chapters, power scaling, tier rankings, theories, and a lot more. We're just chopping it up, discussing Blackbeard and if the Straw Hats are truly ready to take them on. And while this whole conversation's going on, Zane from the OPU podcast brought up one of the coolest ideas that I've heard in a while. He goes, what if Shiryu from the Blackbeard crew used the diamond fruit on his sword that had a diamond sword? So yeah, admittedly I'm stealing this idea from him, and you could even see during the podcast VOD how excited I was by the mere thought of this. Not only do I think it will happen, the idea is such a fun and exciting one that I had to share with y'all. So why does this idea make so much sense in the first place, and why am I so excited of the mere potential of it? Well, we know Blackbeard and his crew are collecting rare devil fruits. Big Mom's crew had a food theme, Kaido had his own theme, and now Blackbeard is specifically targeting these very unique devil fruits. I would go as far to say that they have a bit of an obsession. Recently we found out that Shiryu also acquired his devil fruit by presumably killing Absalom, and all of this got me thinking, is Jozu, the diamond fruit user from Marineford, dead or alive? What are the chances that Blackbeard or Shiryu killed Jozu in the payback war when the Blackbeard pirates clash with the vengeful remaining members of the Whitebeard pirates? The fact that we haven't even heard or seen anything from Jozu Jozu makes this very possible. If you remember during the Oden flashback, Jozu was already a member of the Whitebeard crew, and this means that he knows Oden personally. Yet when Izo and Marco returned to avenge Oden's death and help Luffy free Wano, Jozu never appeared alongside Marco. You would think that he would at least contribute in some way. Now let's really flesh out this idea of Diamond Sword Shiryu and why it's something that I think has a really great chance of happening. In the Alabasta arc, Zoro defeated Mr. One or Das Bones, a man with the devil fruit power that turned his body into steel, and he was essentially a walking, breathing swordman. It was in this very fight that Zoro unlocked the strength to be able to cut through him and his devil fruit ability. So being able to now cut through steel, but still being able to maintain restraint to not cut through a sheet of paper or a thin plant leaf. I really love this scene as one of the best earliest Zoro fights and one of the best moments of the Alabasta arc. But really ever since this, Zoro fans have been wondering if Zoro can cut through steel, what's the next step? Diamond? In fact, Mr. One is the one who makes this exact comment at the very end of their fight. And with Oda's long history of foreshadowing events even hundreds of chapters before, this comment sparked decades of speculation connecting Zoro slicing through a diamond sword, or a diamond structure, or even a diamond devil fruit user. Finally, let's talk about how it's even possible for Shiryu, this complete insane brutal madman, to feed his sword a devil fruit. And to understand this, we have to look at Dr. Vegapunk, as he was able to create gun dogs and elephant swords. It's nowhere confirmed that Blackbeard would be able to replicate such a phenomena, but it is possible. After all, I mentioned Blackbeard's crew's obsession with the devil fruits, and Blackbeard is known for studying devil fruits and knowing their strange secrets and potential more than most people. He's the only character that we've seen so far to have 2 devil fruits. I mean, whatever this devil fruit black magic ritual is, where he somehow managed to take Whitebeard's devil fruit for himself under this mysterious black cloak, it's not only strange, but it goes against the norm in every way. So because of this, I've always wondered if Blackbeard's gonna have 2, why not 3, why not 4? But now going back to Shiryu, it does seem a lot more plausible that than any other crew randomly having a weapon that consumed a devil fruit ability, it would be Blackbeard's crew. In fact, it would be pretty cool to see if the weapons that all the Blackbeard pirates have devil fruit abilities. I mean, look at Van Augur for a second. He also has a devil fruit, but as a sniper, what if his gun also had another devil fruit on top of that? And now that I've explained how and why this situation could happen, think about just how cool it would be. Maybe this diamond fruit could also be a black blade, and if Shiryu is an invisible man, it would be cool for Zoro because not only foreshadowing the diamond cutting, but since he's invisible, it would also be his observation being tested to the limit. And so what if this is the fight that Zoro gains future sight? It's clear that Zoro has some of the best reaction times, but could you imagine Zoro, whose whole thing is cutting through nothing and everything at the same time, fully realizing this against an invisible opponent with a diamond sword? How much more perfect could it get? Zoro's Conqueror Haki clashing with someone this powerful would be nothing short of greatness. An evil, heartless psycho versus a 3-sword style badass. If you like anything I said in this video here, like it to boost it in the algorithm and get it out to as many people as possible. Subscribe for future videos. What if I told you that Shanks and Luffy's long-awaited reunion was much sooner than we all expected? And what if I told you that Shanks and Monkey D. Dragon have been an alliance to defeat the Blackbeard pirates and carry on Roger's will, flipping the world upside down? And what if I told you that all along it was Ben Beckman's grand plan for Luffy to eat the Nika fruit and it was him who snuck it over to him? There is so much to talk about today, and it all revolves around one man, and that is red-haired Shanks. And this all comes together towards the very end of the video, so make sure you pay attention, and trust me, you are going to want to stay tuned for the final mind-blowing reveals. So make sure you hit that like button if you want to do your part in getting this video out to more One Piece fans. And more importantly, subscribe and hit that bell like Luffy and Skypiea. Now before we get into the Dragon and Revolutionary Alliance, let's first talk about Wano and how Shanks might actually arrive in Wano very soon. Before Wano even began, Shanks spoke about how the time was coming, the time when Luffy and Shanks will finally meet, the moment that has been set up since chapter 1, and with the addition of Green Bull and Pluton and the Poneglyphs, all of this extra plot being added in with 1053, I cannot help but to feel that we could be in Wano for quite some time longer than you might have expected. If you remember when Shanks and Whitebeard met, the Gorosei and the world government were desperate to do anything within their capabilities to keep them from meeting. And as we know, they ultimately failed, and I predict that we will see a similar situation soon, considering the fact that Luffy is now officially a Yonko of the sea. He is on the pedestal of one of these titanic pirate captains, and no, I'm not saying that Luffy is as strong as Whitebeard, but what I am trying to get across is the point that Luffy and Shanks meeting is one of the worst case scenarios for the Godosei at the moment, especially after seeing Kaido and Big Mom ultimately teaming up after meeting in Wano. We now have Shanks, who is a very mysterious pirate, and then Luffy, or Joy Boy, the rubber man who has a massive fleet and overwhelming ridiculous power with his devil fruit and hockey abilities, and someone who is directly responsible for invading multiple military bases. Luffy is a true wildcard, so pairing him with red-haired Shanks' political power and the high praise and connections between the two is one reason why I cannot wait for this long-awaited confrontation. We know that Oda always throws in Shanks at the end of arcs. At the end of Water 7, he met with Whitebeard, he appeared by stopping the ward. At the end of Marineford, at the Whole Cake Island, we get Shanks and the Reverie, and even all the way back in the final chapters of the East Blue Saga, we see Shanks and Mihawk's meeting and the reaction to Luffy's bounty poster. At the very least, there will be a huge Shanks chapter coming at the end of this arc, especially with the newspapers coming in, and this means that we can finally learn what is happening in the outside world, and it's usually when we get bounty posters that we see what Shanks is really up to. This also sets up a very likely reunion between Shanks and Buggy in the final saga. I would not be surprised to see Shanks and Buggy create an alliance, or maybe they will both arrive at Laugh-Tale together, since it was Shanks who said that they would one day visit Laugh-Tale together when they have their own crew in the future. And in my opinion, we still need to find out the real reason behind why Buggy was so upset and felt betrayed, or why he betrayed Shanks. I think there's a lot more to it than the simple devil fruit incident where we saw in Buggy's Orange flashback. And knowing Oda, he might reveal a lot more of this in the future when these two former Roger pirates come together, as they are arguably the two most piratey characters in the entire series, aside from maybe Luffy, Blackbeard, and the GOAT Goldie Roger himself. So let me know in the comments, do you think Buggy being revealed as a Yonko lowers the hype of the Yonko title? Normally I would say it does, but the only problem with this is that we don't know what Buggy has done, so it's hard to say without any context, and I'm sure there will be a great misunderstanding and some kind of reasoning to why Buggy is actually a Yonko in the last 2 weeks. And now with the newspapers arriving in Wano, we will see more of Buggy for sure, and what is going on with the rest of the world, the chaotic nature of the Revolutionary Army, who I believe may have ties with Shanks and the red-haired pirates. Now what if I told you that it was actually red-haired Shanks who saved Sabo or faked his death, and with the possibility that Shanks has a celestial dragon bloodline, I wonder if this is the reason why Shanks is able to so freely arrange a meeting with the Godosei during the Reverie. Now before I tell you about the Shanks and Dragon connection, make sure you hit that like button and subscribe if you have not already. I have for the longest time believed that Shanks and Dragon to have huge ties, and for this to work, keep an open mind as there is limited information on both characters, but there are many connections. First, we have to look at the obvious connection between Shanks, Dragon, and Luffy, and while Luffy never cared about his father who abandoned him, Shanks is someone who Luffy looks up to and plans to surpass. Like Riley says, there are no coincidences in this world, and something that's always intrigued me is the possibility of Dragon inheriting the will of Roger just like Shanks. In Law Town, Dragon is first introduced with a Goldie Roger quote about freedom, dreams, and inherited will. And during the Roger execution, Oda decides to put in this order of importance the Warlords, then Shanks, then Dragon, and then finally Ace and Rouge. So yes, Oda is definitely hinting that Dragon has a connection with Goldie Roger, possibly inheriting his will. Is it possible that Dragon was in the Marines at one point and once trained with Garp, as we know that Garp wants Luffy and Ace to join him? Wouldn't that make it likely that Dragon did run into Roger at one point as a former Marine? And with this certain hint of destiny or fate tying the Will of D members together, I would not be surprised to have this be the case. Now when you look at the chronological order of how Shanks appears in the Goa Kingdom, a very suspicious base to have before becoming a Yonko, the home of Luffy, Ace, and Sabo, and let's not forget Dragon as well. And sure, you could say it's a coincidence, but then you realize that Dragon was shown in Goa Kingdom shortly after Shanks had left and finally headed north. And where does Dragon's base eventually end up? Well, the north. north. And we can see this by knowing where Dressrosa is located. So Garp, Shanks, and Dragon, these are all very suspicious figures. Garp who once claimed that he can never find himself to hate Roger, and you can see somewhat of a mutual respect between Roger and Garp. And I also wouldn't be surprised if Roger told Garp some secrets of the world and some things about what he learned at Laugh Tale, specifically the meaning of the Will of D. And so the next time that we see Shanks is Log Town, where we see a conversation when Dragon is first introduced as well. And it seems like he was on friendly terms with Smoker in the past. Smoker says that he hasn't seen him since that day that Roger was executed, and Dragon respects that Luffy chose the life of a pirate, showing that he has respect for pirates once again. And this is the first time that we see Red Hair Shanks again, with Mihawk giving him Luffy's bounty poster, and I like the idea that Shanks would tell Mihawk about Luffy, and this is why Mihawk was so excited to bring him the poster, and why he was so excited to see Luffy and Zoro at Baratier. It's because Mihawk most likely knew exactly who Luffy was from the stories of the red hair pirate, saying that he will become a legendary pirate one day. Shanks might have even said look out for a rubber boy, and when he got the bounty he knew that he had to deliver it to Shanks. And now the final straw is the post time skip, where we have something very coincidental if you ask me. You're telling me that the exact day that Dragon and the Revolutionary Army planned to infiltrate the Reverie and announce war on the Celestial Dragons is the exact same day that Shanks scheduled the meeting with the Gorosei. I'm just saying, knowing Shanks, I would not be surprised if there is some kind of alliance going on here between Shanks and Dragon. Very suspicious if you ask me. And so this is why I believe that Dragon could be a former Marine who could have found out many of the world's greatest taboos. And the thing is, if Dragon truly was on Garp's crew at one point, we have a situation where Dragon already may have met Riley, Shanks, Buggy, and all of the Roger pirates multiple times. So let me ask you, is it possible that Shanks, who wears the exact same hood as the leader of the Revolutionary Armies, is in some kind of alliance and saves Sabo during the disaster at the Reverie? And Shanks saving Sabo could be perfect because he knows it's Luffy's brother, and this could be an amazing reveal when Luffy and Shanks finally reunite. And alright guys, before we continue, make sure you do hit that like button. It really helps out a lot more than you realize. There's that very random but curious cameo between Ben Beckman and Shanks in the Ace novel, where Ben Beckman analyzes Ace and says that he would be better as a revolutionary. I'm not kidding you, that's in the Ace novel. So why is Ben Beckman choosing this? Why is he looking at Ace and saying, oh yeah, he would be a perfect fit with those revolutionaries over there? Is there some kind of connection between the two camps? You gotta keep in mind that Garp said that Ace's nature was so similar to Roger, that fiery and passionate nature, protecting those that he cares about. And then after Ben Beckman says this, Shanks starts smiling like an absolute insane person, saying that Ace truly knew his real name, a Will of D and Gold reference, because Ace's true name was Gold D Ace. And this overall is a crazy scene to me. I don't even know if it's canon or if you can consider it canon at the end of the day, but I would recommend going and checking out that one small cameo appearance. Another question is, where is Shanks' crew during the Reverie? Is it possible that Ben Beckman is somehow tied to Dragon, who is stated as the moon to Shanks' son, the most intelligent character who appeared in the East Blue Saga, putting him ahead of even Dragon? If Goa Kingdom is this secret base for not only red hair pirates, but also Garp, you have this kind of thing going on here where Ben Beckman could be the middle piece between the two. After all, Ben Beckman does seem to play the uncle role to Luffy, and although we see the focus on Shanks, people tend to forget how strong the relationship was between Ben Beckman and Luffy, with Ben Beckman teaching his valuable wisdom and looking for him in a different but important way. Now, I have a bone-chilling theory that will definitely shock you, because many people think that Shanks is evil or Shanks has some kind of grand plan. He's the Aizen of the One Piece world, but for me, I believe that it is actually Ben Beckman who is truly the genius behind Luffy eating Nika and this entire operation, and this entire story becoming what it was. It's very clear that Ben Beckman is the true brains behind the Red Hair Pirates, and this next bit of information is something that I have not seen brought up aside from a video that I made 10 months ago or so. But now that we know that Luffy's fruit was actually Nika, this theory has an entirely different meaning, and this very suspicious detail is laid out in plain sight by Oda, so I want you to really pay close attention here. When Luffy first eats the devil fruit, Shanks and the crew are furious. You can see that Lucky Roo and Shanks' reaction as they are genuinely upset and shocked by Luffy becoming a rubber man. But in typical Oda fashion, who is the one man not shown after Luffy eats the Nika fruit? That's right, the second most important character in the Red Hair Pirates is missing from this scene. I'm not kidding, you can go and reread the first chapter, you can go watch it in the anime. Ben Beckman is completely missing from the entire scene, even though he was just standing over there talking to Luffy and Shanks just before Luffy ate the devil fruit. It is my belief that Ben Beckman very sneakily placed the devil fruit near Luffy, knowing he would eat it and open the chest for him. Remember, this was such a valuable fruit and it was just coincidentally sitting right next to Luffy, open, ready for him to eat. And with Ben Beckman mysteriously vanishing in the very next scene, I believe that this is Oda trying to hide a smirk or a reaction from Ben Beckman. If we saw this, it would give way too much away. But in the same sense, Oda is leaving us with a tiny, almost unnoticeable clue that could potentially blow our minds if this is ever revealed in the future and we get a replay and it shows that Ben Beckman wasn't there all along. And if Oda is really planning to reveal this and planning this from day one, I honestly don't even know what to say, because this is mind-bending foreshadowing. So it makes me bring up the question once again, where was Ben Beckman during the reverie? Where was Shanks' crew during the entire event? What if Ben Beckman and the Red Hair Pirates actually helped them escape? And I think it's safe to say that at the very least, Ben Beckman could deal with Fujitora or maybe Green Bull, and there's also Shanks, and let's not forget about the Sniper King, Yasop, and Lucky Roo. If they were really hidden in Mary Joa waiting for Shanks, they might have been willing to help Sabo since he is Luffy's brother. If they're in an alliance with the Revolutionaries, this could be even another reason. Now, the final reason why I believe that Shanks has to meet Luffy now is because the government might just declare war on Luffy, the Revolutionaries, and the Red Hair Pirates. I go into greater detail in a past video, but people have been asking why the Gorosei did not go after Luffy from the jump. Well, I believe that Shanks actually negotiated a deal with them and he would help them keep balance within the Yonko and Emperors if they stayed away from Luffy. And so killing Luffy would be like declaring war on the Red Hair Pirates if this was to ever happen. Now, when we see that Luffy meets Shanks and possibly Dragon, it makes you wonder, who is their common enemy? Well, the common enemy between Dragon and Shanks has always been Blackbeard. Another reason for a possible alliance, but Luffy in the end will be the one to defeat Blackbeard. We know that Blackbeard attacked the Revolutionaries and that he was looking for their base for some time. We also know of a past history between Shanks and Blackbeard, with Shanks claiming that the scar on his face hurts more than getting his arm torn off by a fish. And so to make this all come full circle, Blackbeard will challenge Luffy for the throne of the Pirate King, and he is also responsible for the Marineford saga, starting with him capturing Ace to become a warlord. In a way, Blackbeard is partially the reason for Ace's death. If Shanks is ever willing to turn against the Gorosei after finding out that they are targeting Luffy since he is Joy Boy, we could see an alliance between Dragon, Shanks, Luffy, and even Garp. And this alliance could obviously extend to many other characters, but these might be the final leaders of the alliance heading into the final war saga. Garp told us the truth about how he keeps in regular contact with Dragon at Water 7 after saying how Dragon saw UF at Lawtown. So why does Garp know this? Why is he talking to Dragon? It's very suspicious, and you might say, okay, well, it's his son. But at the end of the day, Dragon is the leader of a criminal revolution. And this brings us to the idea that Garp could be potentially a member of Sword, maybe even the leader, but that's an entirely separate video for another day. And I think it's more than fair to expect a massive Shanks chapter in the foreseeable future, and I also think that it's fair to predict that Shanks will be on the move soon, but let me know, how much longer will it be before we get the long-awaited meeting between Shanks and Luffy? And if you did enjoy this video, make sure you hit that like button and skyrocket this channel into the YouTube algorithm, and hit that notification bell to be noticed when we do drop future videos. And if you do want to continue on this journey to uncover the mysteries of the One Piece world, make sure you click on one of these two videos. Did you ever notice how these three wingless Skypians also all happen to be gods? What if I told you that Skypia actually gave us the most important insight to the biggest upcoming plot twist in One Piece? A massive, bone-shaking betrayal right around the corner. After reading Skypia multiple times in the last few months and watching the Reverie arc for the first time in the anime, I have quickly realized that there is one forgotten character with more connections to the Gorosei than even the mysterious Im. After years of assuming that we didn't know anything about the Gorosei, it finally hit me. It's been in our faces the entire time. The deeper I dug, the more evidence I found that these two gods are not only connected, but they are brothers from the same celestial dragon family. So today, I will finally share with you a story that is unknown to the masses. This is the story of the banished former Elder Star, Ganfall the Sky Knight, and he is the brother of this current Gorosei member. Our story begins around 40 years in the past with two royal brothers. The scene is the Holy Land of Medjed. Our first brother's name is Ganfall, and we'll just call the other one Johnfall for now. These brothers were known for constant arguing and bickering. These were your typical celestial dragon debates, from politics to fashion, you name it. Is it really okay to start a family with your second cousin? I'm getting tired of wearing these itchy air helmets on my head every day. But Johnny boy, if you take it off, you'll be breathing the same air as those disgusting humans. So one day, everything seems pretty ordinary. A brotherly squabble begins, or so everyone thought. Not even Katakuri himself could predict that this seemingly petty argument would result in Ganfall literally being sent to heaven. Now you might be wondering, what exactly were these brothers arguing about that was so important? Well, for starters, it might have been around the corruption of the world government and the mysterious Im. As we know from Corazon, Homing, and Mosgard, not every celestial dragon is a detestable evil elite. And then we look at the Gorosei. They have a certain level of class wearing the black suits and running the government through the shadows. So Ganfall one day spoke out against Im and asked his brother Johnfall if he had any regrets extinguishing lights, the great cleansing, and worshipping the hidden being Im. Brother, this is inhumane. What we're doing is living our lives making decisions based off fear. This is not the confidence that embodies a true celestial dragon. We call ourselves gods, but it is merely a selfish excuse to do as we please. Now this may be a bitter pill to swallow, but during the Ohara flashback, we actually see a glimpse of humanity and sympathy from only one of the five elders, and that is Johnfall. And deep down, he knows what he's doing is wrong, and so his brother's words infuriate him even more. This empathy is a rare trait of the Gorosei, and is something that Ganfall and Johnfall have tried to suppress ever since becoming Im-sama's loyal servants. This results in a legendary clash, two brothers turning on each other, Johnny Boy calling Gon a traitor, and Gon hits him with an even bigger blow, calling him a heartless, soulless puppet. The battle is quick as Johnfall ultimately wins, as he was always the stronger brother, more powerful in hockey, and is a natural-born fighter. And so the result of this is that Johnfall and Ganfall are taken to speak to the almighty Im. To show that there will be no further tolerance of disloyal servants, Imu announces that Johnfall will be the one to execute his own brother. So what happens next is John fakes the death of his own brother, sparing his life. He could not bring himself to murder his closest friend and the only person he could trust within the celestial dragons. And so this was the day that John finally woke up and he realized he needed to make a change. But what could he possibly do? This is when the biggest plot to overthrow the old way of the celestial dragons began. If he escaped the Holy Land and hid out, a future day would come, and this is the Great War that is prophesized. And so as these chaotic events played out, the first chapter of our story comes to an end, with the youngest looking elder being inducted as a replacement to Ganfall. And now we take a journey across the world into the High Sky Islands. Let's take a trip from the Holy Land of Medjed to the God Land Skypiea. The first time we've ever been introduced to the Gorosei is during the Jaya arc, in chapter 233, and we first meet Ganfall only 4 chapters later in 237. He appears fighting off Wiper, a Shandian descendant wearing a devil mask. Now this may simply be to symbolize the fact that Ganfall is also a kami, facing off a demon head on, but we could also apply this to a possible theory that the will of D is the will of the devil. In other words, the natural enemy of the gods.
Kami no tempeki. Ore mo D da.
The checkered fate, and we know that Doflamingo fears them. They could be some kind of boogeyman horror story where the celestial dragons are told so they can stay good as kids. He introduces himself as the Sky Knight. Now initially this wouldn't mean much, it's quite self-explanatory as he comes sweeping down on his bird horse, and he lives in Skypiea. But my perception of this also changed when we look at the celestial dragons, because celestial also referring to heavenly and the sky, but more importantly we know that celestial dragons are the most proud of their heritage. When Garp is escorting Princess Shirahoshi and King Neptune to the reverie, we see the celestial dragons portrayed as knights, the ones who created the world. We see a glimpse of celestial dragon privilege leaking out in a little mini flashback. I never really saw Ganfall as a villainous or antagonizing character, but he is just such a complete Ganfall appears to negotiate with the Shandians, and it reminds me of how the Gorosei are known for negotiating with the people like Shanks and CP0 negotiating with the Roshi and Wano. In a dispute with Wiper, who is screaming in his face, telling him to give him his land back, Ganfall says he can't, and he tells Wiper there is nothing he loves more than his pumpkin juice. Like, what kind of response is this? Now I understand why Wiper was so heated, cause Ganfall's over here showing his true celestial dragon colors, putting something like pumpkin juice over everything else. Ganfall also knows so many things about how he is aware of the presence of pirates, and you could say this because he met Goldie Roger, but he also refers to them as criminals. To me, this seemed a lot more based on personal opinion or something that he's heard from other people down below. Why would he frame his own friend Roger as a criminal when he never did any criminal acts in Skypiea? He then says perhaps outsiders is a better term when being asked if the Straw Hats were criminals from the start, so this proves his initial personal response was that all pirates are indeed criminals. Then he goes on to say those whose actions make them heroes in war may be branded as murderers by others, and this once again is paralleling the Skypiean political conflict, but more importantly it hints at the never-ending battle between the government and pirates. The very nature of being a pirate is freedom and going directly against the world government the moment they hoist their Jolly Roger. And just like E may have stolen the throne from Joy Boy, and Nell has stolen the seat of a god from Ganfall. We also hear these lines coming straight out of Ganfall's mouth. When a person cannot act without guilt, he is at his weakest. He says, to Enel, the title of a god is not enough. He truly plays at being god. And when you put the context that Ganfall is a former celestial dragon, these become mind-blowing quotes. And something that Wizard of Wars brought out to me was the fact that Oda specifically highlights these exact words, making an example of this statement with the celestial dragon Don Quixote, Mosgard. He was a celestial dragon who finally realized how weak and how pathetic he was, feeling absolutely no guilt, treats fishmen like trash, and has people as slaves. His entire perception was changed by Otohime and allowed him to reflect on his devilish ways. So Ganfall could be speaking from experience in his past lives with people like Charlos roaming Mary Joa. And keep in mind that these are the 5 elders, the wise man quotes that sound very similar to an elder quote. I was watching a Grand Line review video on the Gorosei and he describes them as maturity, logic, and reason. To say that the title of god is not enough, and Nell thinks of himself as an actual god. After all, celestial dragons are known for taking their title way too far, and they can never be happy with just being worshipped or respected with godly titles. They truly want to play the role of god, and the Gorosei and E manipulating through the shadows, and the average celestial dragon never considering the humanity and seeing everyone else as less than them. And so I'm reading Skypiea and I realized something. Have you ever noticed that all of the 3 kamis that we've seen, including the one from hundreds of years ago, these kamis of Skypieans are the only Skypieans who don't have wings? Ganfall not having wings is extremely suspicious and points me once again to believe he is not from the Sky Islands. And so in this story, Skypiea is the part of Ganfall's journey where he is trying to redeem his past ways with being confronted with a very similar situation. In chapter 274, only highlights this even more. He says, are we the evil ones? Our prosperous life on Skypiea is only possible because 400 years ago our ancestors took over Upper Yard. Sound familiar? What about the celestial dragons who took over 800 years ago and now live in the Holy Land just like Skypiea is the God Land, and they continue to live in prosperity with respect only shown to them out of fear. His past continues to haunt him, and so now he tries to fix a similar situation, and we even see a panel that resembles old Johnny Boy grabbing his face as the Buster Call is activated on Ohara. Ganfall challenges Enel the Almighty and yells, don't overrate yourself, Enel. Kami is just a title for the governor of the country. This is a world of humans. There is no such thing as Kami. Are you the Lord of Evil? And wow, imagine that, he is saying the same exact thing about the celestial dragons while pointing it at Enel. And so finally, towards the very end of Skypiea, we see all the people of Skypiea, including the Shandians, ask Ganfall to once again become the god of the realm. And now before we get into the 3rd and final act of our story, let's look at a little bit of food for thought here, as I found some very interesting evidence that could possibly enhance this story. First, let's talk about Haki. We know that by using observation and conquerors, people are naturally able to connect with animals. In Skypiea, there are south birds who hate humans. Still, they only chose to save Ganfall specifically. We also see speed feats as fast as lightning. He helps save the Straw Hats once from Wiper, and more impressively when Enel shoots lightning straight at them from the heavens. He also manages to sneak up on an impressive observation Haki user that he hyped up to be able to reach all the yard with his mantra. And it's important to remember the distinction between mantra and Haki, because mantra is a Skypian term for observation. Ganfall also says specifically that he does not have mantra, and this would be a wild technicality because he refers to it as Haki since he's from the Blue Sea, and it's especially strange considering that he is the one that Oda uses to explain the mantra in the most depth that we got during the entire Skypiea arc. Now, if he was related to a Godosei member, is it possible that he inherited some kind of genetic conqueror's will? It may be very subtle, untrained, and a power that might have never been tapped into fully like Luffy pre-time skip. Another mind-blowing connection that I've seen is someone in my comment section mentioning that a hieroglyph on the moon during a Nell's cover story looked very similar to the Godosei's couch. So possibly another Skypiea Godosei connection, you let me know in the comments. What if Roger had actually met Ganfall at God Valley? We know they were friends and that there were celestial dragons and slaves that Roger protected at the incident. Is it possible that not all the celestial dragons treat their slaves like objects? Maybe Ganfall was actually a rare member that sympathized with the slaves and did his best to make them feel safe at Mary Joie. And finally, why do the Godosei not age? Are they immortal? And I personally don't believe that they're immortal, but I do believe that they are some of the only elites in the One Piece world who have came across the anti-aging drugs that preserve how you look and allow you to live a little bit longer. I believe it will all come together with the secrets that Dr. Kureha hinted at her young age. Some sort of youth serum that's very expensive and very rare, only known to certain people in the world. But we'll save that for another video. Now it's time to bring it all full circle as we make a trip back to Mary Joie in time for the Reverie. Remember when I told you that they faked Ganfall's death and they gave him a chance to escape until the day would come that they would execute their grand plan? Well, the time is near and we are getting close to it. What if I told you that he was currently in Mary Joie during the Reverie? I know it sounds crazy, right? But the real question is, why has he returned now? The truth is, it's finally nearing that time that his family will turn against the Celestial Dragons with the World War near. During the chaotic Reverie events transpiring, we have the Warlord abolishment, whatever the is going on with Sabo and Vivi, but the biggest unnoticed reveal is this.
Oh, hi. Wait a minute.
Who the is this? That's right, this is Ganfall, in disguise, finally making his return to the homeland. And just like Shanks requested a meeting, Ganfall has also requested a meeting with his brother John Fall. So they are secretly meeting sometime during the Reverie. The biggest betrayal in One Piece is actually John Fall turning on the elders and Imu in the final saga. And just look at this disguise, he's dressed up as Santa Claus. And what if I told you that there was another undercover member at Mary Joie, and surprisingly he resembles another Godosei member. The youngest looking one is the blonde one, and we are yet to see these two figures' faces with their eyes being hidden, another accomplice in the eventual downfall of Mary Joie and Im. I know this sounds ridiculous, but the Godosei are the most wise, most informed people in the world. Surely they serve Im, but they still have minds of their own. So let's make sure to keep an eye on this bearded man in black very closely from here on out. Wizard of Wars and I will be collaborating on an upcoming video even bigger and more mind-blowing than this, so subscribe to the channel and hit the notification bell because we will soon be exploring the mystery of NL and his true heritage, the secrets of his untold backstory, and the mysteries of the moon. So we figured out that Ganfall is John Fall's brother, but there are so many more One Piece mysteries to solve. I have solved one of the biggest One Piece mysteries, and the deeper I have gone down the rabbit hole, the more my mind was blown. I spent the last week rereading Wano, specifically focusing on the Oden flashback, and this time I've came across something truly fascinating, a question so overlooked by the main story. How does Kaido read the Poneglyphs? Why does he not go after Nico Robin? What is the reason that Kaido chose Wano? So let's put on our tinfoil straw hats, keep an open mind, and stay tuned to the end of the video, because after putting every piece together, it's a theory that goes deep into the dynamic between Kaido, the Kozuki clan, and the mysterious importance of Wano Kuni. This is Kaido's secret trump card. This is the Wano conspiracy. During the rooftop battle between Kaido and Yamato, father and son,
そんなわけないだろ。
Kaido points out that he's here because it's Wano. Big Mom even claims that the One Piece is here, in Wano. Wano has slowly become the most important island that we have seen so far in One Piece, but also the most important arc to the story. The most crucial aspect to the Kozuki clan is the fact that they are the ones who weave history with the Grand Belfry. They carve into the mysterious rocks as they are royal masons who lead the country, and more importantly, they can read the Poneglyphs as we saw with Oden in his journey to the City of Gold with Roger.
自動的だ、オーデン。
So what if I told you this was part of the reason that Kaido came to Wano, in search of someone who could read the Poneglyphs and to find Joy Boy? I believe that Kaido and Oden both read the Wano Poneglyphs and discovered the truth about Joy Boy's return to the country. It's likely that in Wano they would have the most important Poneglyphs because they are in a close nation with the creators of the mysterious message. We also know that Toki, who was connected to Wano, is from the past, and Oden tells us she was searching for Luffy's era 20 years into the future, so the era that Joy Boy would arrive in Wano. And this is why Roger says we were too early. Oden gathered an entirely new meaning after reaching Laugh Tale in comparison to Kaido. Oden has the full context, which was something that no one knows. Joy Boy returning marks a new era. The Romance Dawn era is near. Why will the borders finally be open when Joy Boy arrives? Well, it's because Wano will be turned into a port town. The port town to the king of the pirates, just like Joy Boy was once the king of the ancient kingdom and a previous pirate king during his era. Kaido wants to create the new Onigashima project, destroying the era of samurai and ushering in Wano as a haven and chaos for freedom, a base for the pirates to unite as they tear down the world government.
海の名は新鬼ヶ島。
Only Joy Boy is actually capable of leading this war against the Celestial Dragons and the world government corruption. If Kaido believed he was Joy Boy, this might be one of the reasons he came to the Closed Nation, the place that Joy Boy was set to return, and he may have learned this from rocks, as we know that Whitebeard appeared on the Wano shores and Big Mom also knew of its importance, and Oda makes sure to throw them all into this one massive arc. After all, this one we also first hear about Rock's Zebek, and so after Kaido realized that he was not Joy Boy, he searched for him so that he could witness the day that the pirates reigned supreme, and he may have learned even more about the Joy Boy prophecy when he read the Poneglyphs. Sengoku once said, "You must know your history to predict the future," and immediately after saying this, he is reminded of Oden, the man who read the history, predicted the future, and the man who weaves history as the member of the Kozuki clan. Oden realized that the history of the Poneglyphs was a history that was still being weaved. In other words, Oden learned of a future that Toki was searching for. History is perceived to be the past, but if time travel is real, then that means the future is also history. And since the Kozuki are weaving history, as in the present tense, meaning that even now in Roger and Luffy's era, the Kozuki will be the ones who weave history and in the future as well. So Oden either predicted the future based on the history the One Piece exposes, or the One Piece involves a Wano prophecy, a future history, since Oden said, "I finally learned the truth about Wano," and Yamato says in chapter 1000 that the generation that will make history will arrive in Wano and defeat Kaido. Now let's discuss the importance of Nico Robin and the Poneglyphs, as they hold the secrets to the past history and the future history as well. The Poneglyphs do hold the key that the government has hid, and that's why Robin's mere existence is a crime. And she was shocked because she had already heard of his name from the other Poneglyphs, that Joy Boy would be the one to utilize the weapons when the time came right and turn the world upside down.
世界をひっくり返す。だった。
After all, Joy Boy was on the side of the Fishman Island people and most likely Alabasta as well. This is the real reason why the government is after Robin and Onigashima. They have finally acquired an ancient weapon, whether it be from Alabasta or maybe they found Uranus. The other possibility is that they now have realized that an ally of Luffy is the ancient weapon, for example Shirahoshi, who is Poseidon, and Nico Robin, who can activate Pluton, a weapon connected to the Nefertaris. So this is why the government wants her dead or alive, alive because they could possibly use her and utilize the weapons for themselves, and dead because they don't want to run the risk of Luffy and his allies repeating the destruction of the world, in other words, turning the world upside down. So does Kaido not have any interest in the ancient weapons, or has he already acquired someone like Nico Robin? And so it brings up a very important question and possible plot hole, and this is what I call the Nico Robin conundrum. Have you ever wondered why the Kaido does not simply go after Nico Robin, capture her, and make her part of his crew? The world government is currently freaking out over Nico Robin and Wano. CP0 goes in and they're chasing after her, but then quickly everything changed when the Sun God Nika attacked. The point is, the government started targeting her again, and I believe it's because of what's going on in Alabasta, but that's an entire other discussion, and I would really recommend checking out the previous video on this channel if you do want to learn more. Even Big Mom tells Kaido to leave Robin alive, indicating that she needs Robin and Kaido does not. This implies that he already has someone who can read them. So if Kaido Kaido does not need Nico Robin, how is he reading the Poneglyphs that originate from the land of the people who write them? To answer this question, we have to look at Kaido's tactics, as he is known for crushing wills. Now keep all of this in mind as we move on to Oden and his lineage of the Kozuki clan. But before that, we have been growing at a rapid rate, and if you want to be a part of this channel's success as we continue to discover the secrets of the mysterious One Piece world, subscribe and hit that notification bell for future One Piece content. Now back to the video. Now what I'm about to tell you today will shift your entire perception of Oden and the entire story of Kaido versus Oden during the flashback. We start off with Orochi, who dethrones the Kozuki clan. He teamed up with Kodazumi Higurashi, a user of the Mane Mananomi or the clone fruit, which allows the user to transform into other people. And with his power, they impersonate the Kozuki Sukiyaki and Oden. This is so crucial because it shows how the Kodazumi clan were able to manipulate the entire nation. Now you might be wondering why and how was Orochi able to negotiate a deal with Kaido, and why would Kaido not cut out the pathetic middleman Orochi and take over all of Wano for himself? The reason is because Orochi and Kaido made a deal. Orochi told Kaido that he would need someone who can read the Poneglyphs, and so they made a bargain. How do I know this is true? Well, Orochi's one and only skill is being able to weasel and manipulate a conversation. He has a valuable ability, and that is negotiation, and we get this hint during Wano when we see CP0 have been making deals with Orochi after Doflamingo was arrested. Kaido and Orochi have been in an alliance for quite some time, and it makes you wonder, why didn't Kaido simply kill Orochi before? And it's only after Kaido teams up with Big Mom and announces the Onigashima project that he says that he no longer needs Orochi, so it shows that at least for some time he did have value to Kaido. In the beginning, Kaido was training because he did not compare to Oden. It's implied that Oden was so powerful after he returned from Laugh Tale and that he almost became invincible. Remember that Oden is in Kaido's top 5 list, so Kaido left Orochi to manage the country so he could drink and train in hockey until he gained the power to challenge Oden. In chapter 969, Kozuki Oden storms the capital and attempts a murder on Orochi. He is planning on taking back the country and becoming the shogun. However, he learns that with the power of the clone fruit, Orochi and his crew had manipulated the country into believing that Sukiyaki had passed down the throne to Orochi, and he even tells a lie that Orochi was like a brother to Oden and next in line like a son to rule Wano as shogun. And now it's time for the bombshell reveal. Kozuki Sukiyaki is alive, and he is the one reading the Poneglyphs for Kaido. Oden's father is alive, and I guarantee you that I can prove it. After they reveal that it was not truly Oden's father, and Oden sees the clone fruit power with his own eyes, he yells at Orochi asking him,
What did you do to my father? Did he actually die of an illness?
And the very next panel is Orochi with a very disturbing smile. And then what happens after this is that Orochi and Oden made a deal. Orochi told him that his father is still alive, and he may have even shown him his body and took him to see his father. The deal was that Oden would dance around and protect both his father and the citizens of Wano. This is next level manipulation, because he told Kaido that he could not give up Oden's father because he could use him as leverage to make Oden dance and give Kaido some time to get stronger. After they defeated Oden, Orochi would then hand over Sukiyaki to Kaido, and Kaido could now search for the Poneglyphs, read them, and Orochi could rule from the capital while Kaido rules away from the humans that he hates at Onigashima. After 5 years of dancing though, an incident resulted in multiple deaths, including Hyogoro's wife and Hyogoro going to prison. Oden finally lost his patience. He attacks Kaido, and the beast says how Oden could not allow even one sacrifice. Kaido also tells Oden that he does not have any of the old Kozuki dignity. Why does he compare him to the Kozuki of the past?
You're not that guy, pal, trust me. You're not that guy.
It's another hint that Oden and Orochi had Sukiyaki all this time. And we also know that Orochi had hundreds of hostages that we find out in chapter 971, so it's very possible that Oden's father may have been one. And so now let's talk about how this all comes into fruition with Queen the Plague and Hitetsu. Queen is a sick man, a twisted man, a man of science who goes so far to expand on his own creations. In Wano, we see Queen turn people into ice onis at the raid, and in Udon he launched a biowarfare attack that created slave-like zombies. So with Kozuki Sukiyaki in the hands of the beast pirates, the truth to why he is reading Kaido's Poneglyphs is because Queen has created a way with the power of science to mind control and put Sukiyaki in a slave-like trance. And this is the dark secret that will be revealed to Momo and Hiyori at the end of the arc, is that Kaido's secret trump card and could be a twisted tragedy that shakes up everything soon. We all know how One Piece can go from funny to goofy to dark and horrifying. Just look at the aesthetic of Whole Cake Island and then we find out that Big Mom is a cannibal. Or how about the dark underlying backstories of Dressrosa between Doflamingo, Kaido, Senor Pink? So in an arc with someone like Joy Boy who brings smiles, we will definitely be getting a twisted dark turn with the villain soon. And with Kaido being known for crushing wills, this zombie-like state is definitely the best way to go about it. He can also beat, torture, do whatever he wants to Sukiyaki to make sure that he gets what he wants. And if Kaido uses Sukiyaki as a trump card, it can weaken Momo's will, as he will now have to realize why his father failed to kill Kaido and Orochi and take back the throne. Especially because Momo will realize that Oden was not someone who messed around when it came to the well-being of his family. This is the reason why Queen is so important to Kaido. He has helped him uncover the secrets of the Kozuki clan and read the text of the Poneglyphs. With all this in mind, it puts a whole new twist on the left wing of Kaido of the Beast. And this brings me to the final part of the theory. I have heard theories of speculation that Hitetsu is actually Oden's father, and this could very well still be possible, because what if he somehow escaped Kaido, and that could be the reason why he wears a mask, wears the wings that reference the people who live near the Grand Belfry, and then you could even consider the idea that there are golden bells and bell-shaped houses where he lives. So what do you think? Is this a valid explanation to why Kaido does not pursue Nico Robin even though Big Mom and CP0 do? Is Oden's father dead or is he still alive? Did Orochi use him as a hostage against Oden? Let me know in the comments, and if you did enjoy the video, make sure you subscribe, hit the notification bell for future One Piece theories, analysis, and more.
He's a jiving goes to make the most of his rhythmic tendencies.
Water 7 and Enies Lobby combine to create actual masterpiece. One of my favorite parts of this arc or saga is Robin's backstory. And Robin's backstory gives many unanswered questions. How did Robin get her devil fruit? Who was Robin's father? What was the name of the ancient kingdom? And what happened to Jaguar D. Sal and Nico Olivia? But what if I told you Jaguar D. Sal and Nico Olivia could still be alive? This video will be highly speculative, but stick with me as I think Oda may have left some clues to uncover the truth. So first, let's start off with Jaguar D. Sal. And before I get into the theory, can I just point out how much I love the idea that Nico Robin wore a cowboy hat to honor Jaguar D. Sal. I don't know if that's the actual reason, but I hope it is. Jaguar D. Sal is the only non-human with the will of D that we know of so far. He became friends with Nico Robin and Nico Olivia. He was a powerful vice admiral who committed treason against the world government. He captured Nico Olivia as the government was wiping out her allies, and leads to some of the best dialogue in the entire series, with Nico Olivia saying, "All things about the ancient weapons. You're afraid of a past that you know nothing about." It's not even an implication, it's a fact, because researching the void century is a crime and most people know nothing about it. While Nico Olivia is in her cell, Sal decides to have a long talk with her right before breaking her out and becoming a traitor to the world government. I can only imagine what she told Sal about the void century, Joy Boy, the will of D, and I can prove why she knows all of this when we get to Olivia. After the conversation, Sal is convinced that they must save the people of Ohara. Jaguar D. Sal says to Robin that he is a gentle giant and that everyone in his family has the will of D, and he also says not to lump him in with the warriors of Elbaf. But more importantly, now let's talk about his relationship to Aokiji Kuzan. It's extremely important, so we have to go into his character, and at the same time they were both vice admirals and friends. So when you look at Sal, he is a character who questioned the Marines and their tactics and justice he was serving. To a certain extent, Aokiji has done this as well. His sense of justice directly opposed Akainu, who was an extremist in every way. Akainu was at the center of the Ohara incident and was the one responsible for blowing up the evacuation ships. After doing this, he states, "If you're going to do it, finish the job. You must destroy evil at its very roots." Aokiji says, "That idiot, I would never go as far as that jerk." I believe this is one of the first moments that made Aokiji realize and question the corruption of the government. It's one thing to go after people who committed a severe crime, but what about people who are innocent? Another interesting thing about Aokiji is the connection to Monkey D. Garp, another Will of D member. So is it possible that Aokiji has the Will of D? Aokiji respected Garp for turning down a promotion, and Garp says, "I can already do as I like, I don't need a higher rank." Later on in Punk Hazard, Doflamingo says only a man who's made up his mind can make a face like that. Aokiji later says to Smoker, "I've never thought the world government was the end all be all, and you don't have to be affiliated with the Navy to accomplish things in this world. There are some things that you can only see when you remain independent." This conversation tells us a few important things about Aokiji. He's never been loyal to the Marines. He follows his own justice but understands the problems with the Marines and their corruption. And is also a great callback to Garp, who once said similar things about not needing a promotion to do as he pleases. This shows me that characters like Garp and Aokiji could be simply using the Marines as a sponsor to do their research or as a backing so they can break minor laws. Think about it in the real world. Someone like the FBI informant breaking the laws and is swiped under the rug or deemed acceptable because it is under the name of the government government agencies' protection. So this is kind of how I always viewed Aokiji and Garp. What's even more important to me is the idea that as a pirate, Aokiji is able to do and see things that he wouldn't otherwise be able to. Someone like Jaguar and Aokiji, they are now traders, and if the rumors are true about him working with Blackbeard, Aokiji is now connected to some very powerful people. Also another Will of D member. Blackbeard is not just powerful, he's also a character who is intrigued by history. He must know many secrets about the world. Monkey D. Garp is a character who Aokiji owes a great debt. We are still unsure about this, but perhaps it has something to do with them both being characters who are willing to go against the government's best interest. We see Aokiji catch a ride with Garp after Enies lobby, and it's also at the same time that Garp is admitting to letting Luffy escape because he's his grandson. At the end of the day, why did I just go on a whole tangent about Aokiji in a Saul and Nico Olivia video? Well, as you know, he was a very important figure in the Ohara incident, and he also has connections to Saul and Nico Robin. And in that moment when everything is getting blown up by Ohara, Aokiji actually allows Robin to survive. He later reveals that this was to honor Sal's last wish. The first time we ever seen Aokiji, we see him use an attack called Ice Time. So right away we know that Aokiji can free someone and keep their body solid. If it shatters, the entire body does as well, and we saw Jozo get his arm destroyed because of this. When Aokiji does it to Robin though, we see that she is still alive after being unfrozen. Ice Time is one thing, but what if Aokiji was able to use an attack called Ice Time Capsule? Aokiji uses Ice Time Capsule against Jaguar Sal at Ohara, and right before we see Sal go down, when Robin escapes, Ice Time Capsule and Ice Time are the moves that Aokiji uses to finish off Jaguar Sal. But what exactly is a time capsule? A time capsule is a container that preserves objects for a later date, and that got me to think about a repeating theme surrounding Aokiji's ice attacks. 3 of them involve time, Ice Time Capsule, and Aokiji's most insane attack, Ice Age. I plan on making a video about Aokiji's awakening, including cryogenic freezing. We already know that Ringo is a land of Wano that has a frozen area. It's known for preserving bodies. This could have been created by a former user of the Hiei no Mi back in the day, but the fact that the bodies can be preserved make me really doubt the death of Sal. It's one thing to freeze a dead body, but to freeze a living body for a short period of time may keep him alive. Jaguar Sal could have been frozen in time. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that Aokiji only used Ice Time Capsule on Jaguar Sal. I highly doubt Aokiji would kill his friend Sal, and it's assumed that he is dead, but Ice Time and Ice Time Capsule lead me to think otherwise. It's heavily implied that Aokiji using his abilities to freeze the ships from moving so that Robin could escape. So if he was willing to let Robin escape, he might have also been willing to let Jaguar Sal survive. Aokiji was losing his mind after witnessing this event, especially with guys like Akainu destroying even the last civilians of Ohara, freezing the ships and not killing Nico Robin, not capturing her, allowing her to escape, and he even gives her a bow and an ice pad to pave the way for her. So is it really a stretch to say that Aokiji would save his friend? Aokiji is also connected to Punk Hazard, a place that was said to have been frozen by his abilities, but remember that there were some of the biggest giants frozen in Punk Hazard. Could this be another possible reference to Aokiji and Jaguar Sal? So yes, I think it's a possibility that Sal is still alive after being frozen and preserved by Aokiji. But now on to the next character, Nico Olivia. This really comes down to 3 main reasons. First of all, Nico Robin's father. Second, Olivia's final words to Robin. And third, most importantly, the government needed her alive. I'm not here to speculate on who Nico Robin's father is. He was most likely just a dedicated man researching the Void Century, and who was most likely killed for his crime. When Olivia is deciding to leave Robin behind, we see someone say, "We'll fulfill your husband's wishes." Olivia says that she'll come back once the mystery is solved. So when Olivia is returning in this Ohara flashback, I do believe that she uncovered the mystery at that point. Another way to know that Olivia saw and uncovered the truth is her last words to Robin. "Robin, if you are a scholar of Ohara, you should know that history is humanity's greatest asset. It will enlighten the future that lies ahead for all of us, but knowledge of the past must be passed down to the next generation or it will disappear." Ohara wasn't trying to expose history, we just wanted to retrieve and protect the voices of the past. Our research will end here, but even if Ohara perishes, we cannot give up on the future of the world. Then Robin says, "I don't understand," and Olivia says, "You will someday." This will play back in Robin's head when she finds and uncovers the Void Century. This is because Robin will realize who Joy Boy is and that he is the key to the future of the world. A hope that her mother speaks of is the same prophecy that Roger, Odin, and even Whitebeard are aware of. So let's break down these few lines. History is humanity's greatest asset that will enlighten the future that lies ahead of us. Knowledge of the past must be passed on to the next generation, and she ends her monologue about history by talking about the future. We cannot give up on the future of the world. Let me remind you of one of my favorite and most important quotes in Wano, because during Sengoku's history lesson on the rocks in God Valley, he tells Akainu, "You won't anticipate the future if you don't know your history." He says this while referring to Kozuki Oden. And what is the importance of Oden? He is a man who could predict the future. He learned the Void Century. Is the reason that he can predict the future and Wano's future specifically, because he knows the truth about the Void Century. He is able to know what will happen in the future. And there is no more important history than the Void Century. And this is eerily similar to Nico Olivia's dying statement. Roger knew of Poseidon and Joy Boy and many truths of the world. Roger and Oden also had faith in the future 25 years down the line, just like Olivia. The only way to truly understand what fate has in store is to uncover the secrets of the Void Century. And this is why this was Olivia's dying words to Robin, because she knew that one day she would understand when she figured out the truth for herself. Then there's the idea that Nico Olivia was the only person from her crew who was kept alive. Sengoku wipes out her entire crew but makes sure to keep her in prison. And this doesn't just end here, because right before Robin and Olivia reunite, Olivia can barely walk and CP9 says, "Bring that woman." There's one more piece of information that only she knows. We can't have her die here. There's one more piece of information simply mean the One Piece. It's very possible, but I think Olivia could have found the One Piece, or at least knew where it was from researching the Poneglyphs. She could have known the information that they are speaking of. And whatever this information is, the government may be hoping to torture her and get it out of her. Now quickly, I want to bring up Doflamingo. Doflamingo is a character who was aware of a very crucial piece of information, the sacred treasure of Mary Joyce. Is it possible that Olivia found out about Im and the sacred treasure? I do think this could be the other possibility, because it seems like they need her alive for a specific reason. Is it that she's blackmailing them? Is it that they need the information, torture her and get it out of her? I'm not exactly sure, but there are some definite possibilities. She's committed one of the world's biggest taboos, yet it seems that this one piece of information has given her enough power to at least bargain for her life to be spared. And finally, there's a moment where Saul finally meets up with Olivia and Robin. She says, "Please take care of Robin, my daughter, and make sure she escapes from the island." I still have things to do here. So it's made clear that there was one final thing Olivia had to do, but what was it? And honestly, I'm not exactly sure. You can make an argument that this was something to do with her husband's wishes. And now for the last point as to why Nico Olivia could be alive, I would like to shout out a channel named Animaniac. His video actually got me thinking a lot about Nico Olivia and how she could be alive. And when rereading the O'Hara incident, it really got me thinking. He points out that Nico Robin is never actually confirmed to be dead. So take that as you will, but maybe it's just Oda not having the balls to kill off a character. But I do find it strange, because combined with everything that I previously brought up, I would like to add that Oda usually just straight up kills these characters in flashbacks. For example, we've seen Hero Look die, Bellamere, she gets shot in the chest, but with Olivia is up to interpretation. This video also points out a bit of speculative evidence. Actually, I think this could definitely be Nico Robin, but there's a scene in Water 7 where the Strawhats arrive and Luffy and Usopp are goofing off, and we eventually see the people wearing masks in Water 7. In this scene, the people wearing masks are in groups, but then Nami isn't all of this one particular person wearing a mask. This one person is different from everyone because he or she is alone, and the entire anime zooms in on the face of the one specific person for like 2 seconds. And what do you know, it's a character with blue eyes, greenish blue pupils, white hair, and the same nose structure as Nico Olivia. But the way the anime pans into the face, unlike the other characters, and Nami's reaction as if there's something about this one face, it could be Nico Olivia. But more likely, I think this is Nico Robin. So let me know in the comments, is this Nico Olivia or is this Nico Robin? I'll link Animaniac's original video in the description. But anyways guys, what do you think? Did Aokiji cryogenically freeze his friend Jaguar so that he could live another day? Why did the government want Olivia alive, and what was the last thing that she had to do? Do you think she found the One Piece, or did she just figure out the Void Century? At first glance, what does this look like to you? Maybe the inspiration for Among Us? Maybe a derpy, lazy ghost costume? Well, what if I told you that this seemingly innocent little fella was the inspiration for Imu-sama from One Piece? And underneath his memeable face was a much more sinister and terrifying nature. Today, you will learn about who this is, how Oda was inspired by him to create the final boss of One Piece. But first, super suplex slam the like button to help upload this video up in the YouTube algorithm. Okay, so by looking at this you might be thinking I'm trolling you, and that's okay. I had the same response when being sent an article on his ghost tablecloth cloak with eyes. But if I'm being honest, my first initial thought was holy shit, that looks like Emu. And what makes this even more strange is that it's being depicted on the hieroglyphs and the artistry of ancient Egypt, an artifact from the Book of the Dead. This little guy is called Medjed from the Egyptian panthology and only appears in a total of 9 papyri. But what exactly is it? Well, would you believe me if I told you that Medjed is actually a godly figure? The Book of the Dead is one of the most important artifacts and books of ancient Egypt mythology that depicts deities. Medjed is a very underground and under the radar being who has recently begun to skyrocket into popularity and fame. In 2012, Medjed began to gain notoriety after being displayed at a famous British museum. A papyrus began to take over the internet and specifically grew a huge following in Japan. The fact that this Pac-Man ghost was so prominent in Japan to the point where it was memed to death, became a character in games, manga, and anime. It was obsessed into figurines and toys for kids, becoming an absolute icon, conquering Japan in the span of only a year. And while you may have never heard of Medjed, the Japanese people have been going crazy, going nuts, chanting Medjed's name in the streets of Tokyo, fanboying for the Egyptian Humpty Dumpty. And this is like a Japanese version of the Baby Yoda craze, and it's this very reason that it makes it all the more likely that Ichiro Oda knows of Medjed and would be willing to implement Medjed into his story in some way. Medjed's strange, peculiar design and a very unique and eye-catching derpiness is the very reason why it blew up in the first place. It's depicted as comic relief in Japanese culture, but more accurately, Medjed is also seen as an evil, menacing deity in Egyptian pantheons. Now listen closely, because Medjed's most famous and well-recognized power is shooting magical energy beams out of its eyes. I know this sounds even more ridiculous, but it's true. In spell number 17 in the Book of the Dead, we can read a prayer to Ra, the sun god of creation. Save me from that god, whose shape is secret. Save me from those who deal wounds, those slayers whose fingers are sharp, who deal out pain to those who follow after Osiris. They shall not have power over me, and I will not fall into their cauldrons. Their knives shall not have power over me. I will not fall into their cauldrons because I know them. I know the name of that Medjed among those who belong to the house of Osiris, who shoots with his eye yet is unseen. The sky is encircled with the fiery blast of his mouth, and he heralds the inundation, yet he is unseen. And this is a prayer to the sun god asking to be saved. A desire of religious Egyptians of this type was to meet and converse with the gods, and in Egypt, the sun god is always worshipped as one of, if not the most important god. During this prayer, we see how they claim to know their names and powers. In Egyptian religions and mythologies, these deities had a secret name, and these names were the source of their power. So because they knew the hidden name of Medjed, this person is not afraid because they know the truth of their power, which is shooting out of their eyes like Superman. It's very supernatural, spiritual, but Medjed is a powerful being and the guardian of Osiris temples. Another example of this is something that I actually covered way back, being Sun God Ra, because Sun God Ra's power is also hidden and can only be taken away from him if you know his true name. And I've actually made multiple videos about why Luffy is a sun god of creation Ra, or at least based off of him, and I'll make sure to leave those links in the description for you if you are interested. But quickly, some examples include Luffy having a sun ship like Ra's sun boat, which he travels around with his crew defeating evil mythical villains, the representation of the dawn for both Luffy and Ra, the sun and the horizon connections, and most importantly, Ra being a god of creation like Luffy, who has the Nika fruit that was hidden, and now that we know the true meaning, we know that Luffy is only limited by imagination or creativity. We also know that Oda has been inspired by ancient Egypt, and we can see this in the Alabasta arc as one of the most important kingdoms, having ties to Emu, the celestial dragon, and the Void Century. Egypt is one of the most intriguing and mysterious places, and I am always wondering about the creation of the pyramids. Like, did the Egyptians actually have some kind of ancient technology that was wiped away by history like in One Piece, or were these people so truly superhuman in the past that they were able to create these iconic and symbolic structures? Now, make sure you subscribe if you haven't already, and hit that bell like Luffy and Skypiea. It's finally time to pass it over to Wizard of Wars and see how Medjed reveals to us Emu's true power in One Piece.
Wizard of Ors here now, and let me explain how all of this is directly tied to Imu and a few theories on what his power could actually be. So, as Preach already explained, the prayer dedicated to Medjed asks the sun god to save the person quoting the prayer. Isn't this kind of like how people will rely on Luffy to save them from Imu? I mean, Imu quite literally has the power to kill anyone on the planet with this insane island destroying power. I feel like the world may finally learn of Imu's mere existence since Sabo exposed it through the voice call. He didn't only tell the revolutionaries the biggest secret of the world government, but many marines also overheard while tapping into their call. I wonder if Imu will enforce the government to wipe out these people as well, but no matter what happens, it seems like the word is out there. Once Dragon starts to expose this more, people in the world may pray or ask Luffy to save them from this mysterious entity. I mean, haven't we literally seen in every major arc of One Piece, there's always a theme to put your faith into Luffy because he can always pull off miracles. We've seen this in Skypiea, Wano, Alabasta, Dressrosa, and many more. I mean, in Thriller Bark, he's even referred to as the Warrior of Hope because he gives everyone hope that they can be saved. So with this overarching theme continuously being brought up, I'd only expect it to come back once again with Imu as the villain. So now if Luffy saves people from this explosive power of Imu's and the world government, what could the power even be? Well, just like Medjed, could the power have something to do with Imu's eye? I mean, Imu is also a god that is unseen. Now, I don't think that the blast came from Imu's eye, but maybe its eye commanded or caused the weapon to attack. This could possibly be why Oda chose to show us one of Imu's eye right before Lulusia was erased from history. The next connection to Imu is when Medjed's power is described as a fiery blast that encircles the sky. Isn't this exactly what happened in One Piece? The sky was encircled by a great cloud that ended up blasting an island away. This power apparently comes from Medjed's mouth, so maybe in One Piece it came from Imu's mouth since Imu may have had to command the attack and had to tell someone to do it. Personally, I think that whatever this power that Imu or the world government used to destroy a whole island was powered by the abilities of Kizaru's fruit. We know that Vegapunk was using his fruit's abilities to create the Pacifista's lasers. We now know that SSG is an army of Lunarians mixed with the warlords or potentially legendary warriors' DNA. The strangest thing about this is that they seem to also have Kizaru's light beams just like the Pacifistas. For some reason, we haven't seen the world government use anyone else's devil fruit abilities like Akainu's or Sengoku's on any of their weapons. They always use Kizaru's, which may prove that this weapon of theirs was once again powered up by the science of his devil fruit. I mean, in a 3-chapter span, we saw SSG who uses abilities, then we saw a weapon that had a bunch of light beams, and then in the next chapter after that, the Straw Hats arrive at Vegapunk's island and meet self-proclaimed Vegapunk herself. Is it really a coincidence that in 3 chapters in a row, we may have gotten Kizaru references, or at least things connected to Kizaru? Another reason I believe this weapon is powered up by Kizaru's devil fruit is simply because it doesn't seem like the world government always had this power, and it seems somewhat recent. The reason I say this is because of multiple references. Why would they have a Buster Call in the pre-time skip if they had this weapon? Like, why didn't they just use this power to blow up Ohara, since Ohara literally found out the name and existence of the ancient kingdom? I mean, they blew up Lulusia just because Sabo found out the hidden truth of the world government. The island of Ohara was a much bigger threat than Lulusia, since the people there weren't only archaeologists, but the island itself also contained many ancient records and a poneglyph which allowed the people to solve the name of the ancient kingdom. Why would the world government not blow up the whole island without leaving a single trace, since it seemed to have been a much bigger threat than Lulusia? If they had this ability, they should have also used it on God Valley, but it doesn't seem like that was the case. Sengoku tells us that God Valley was a place that the world government wanted to hide from the world. If they really didn't want anyone to find out about it, then why didn't they destroy it before rocks could have even gone there? I mean, there is a possibility that in God Valley, something was there that the celestial dragons needed, but until we find out what God Valley even was, something just feels off with the case. It doesn't make much sense why the world government would keep the island. This is why I believe this weapon is a somewhat new technology and was the ultimate goal of the world government's tests on Kizaru. Let me know what you guys think this power is down in the comments below. Going back to the connection with Imu and Medjed, the third and final description of Medjed, which is, and he heralds the inundation, yet he is unseen, also may potentially describe Imu. He heralds the inundation basically means he signs or announces that the flood flood will happen. Inundation is another word for flooding or for a flood. So with this, if Medjed announces that the flood will happen, could Imu be the cause of a flood in One Piece? We've seen the Noah's Ark reference, so its purpose may have to do with some sort of great flood, just like how it's used in the biblical story. So now that you understand the connections with Imu and Medjed, now let me explain another inspiration that Oda may have used from Egyptian mythology to create Imu. I believe another god that Imu is based off is Ammon. Before I get into anything, I just want to say that Oda doesn't usually have one reference or inspiration when he creates a character. For example, Usopp is obviously based off of the boy who cried wolf, but he's also based off of Pinocchio and Aesop. Same thing with Luffy, he's obviously based off of Sun Wukong, but he also seems to be based off of Goku, Hanuman, Sun God Ra, and more. Alright, so now this god Ammon was known to be the king of the gods, kind of like how Imu is the king of the celestial dragons, or simply the king of the gods in One Piece. Ammon was also known as the embodiment of hiddenness, or simply representative. This is like Imu, since Imu is completely hidden from the world, and we still don't even know how he looks. Ammon's true form was unknowable, just like Imu's. Another connection between the two is that Ammon was the creator of the world. Imu didn't necessarily create the physical or literal world itself, but he did create the world as in the type of world that people live in. He created the world government, which is what has been controlling the world for the past 800 years. Next, and possibly the biggest connection between Ammon and Imu, is the design for Ammon in the Egyptian hieroglyphs. Now I did state before that Ammon's true form is unknowable and hidden, but this drawing of Ammon is just meant to represent the god. It isn't necessarily how Ammon looks, it just symbolizes it. Notice how Ammon wears a crown that has two long plumes or feathers on it. Doesn't this crown look a lot like Imu's? With its length and size, it almost seems like Imu was directly based off of this. Now, the most interesting thing with Ammon and Imu has to do with the sun god of Egyptian mythology, Ra. Preach already explained how Luffy or Joy Boy seems to be based off of Ra, which makes this theory all the more intriguing. In Egypt mythology, many get Ra confused with Ammon, but they are actually not the same at all. Ra alone is the embodiment of the sun, and Ammon is the embodiment of hiddenness. However, the reason people get them confused is because in the New Kingdom of Egypt, Ammon and Ra merged into one deity to become Ammon-Ra. And no, I'm not talking about the wide receiver for the Detroit Lions. When Ammon and Ra merged into one, Ammon gained the power to do whatever he wanted. He was able to form or create all that humans could see with their eyes, and all that was hidden from sight. For example, things like energy and air. Basically, he was a universal deity and was the most powerful in the universe. So now I wonder if Imu will somehow try to take Luffy's power or merge with Luffy himself. I mean, we know that it is possible to have multiple devil fruits since Blackbeard exists, and I wonder if Imu has the abilities to do the same or a similar thing. I wonder if these abilities of Ammon could have something to do with Imu's powers. I mean, I would expect Imu to have the most ridiculous power in the verse, and I'd expect him to have godly abilities just like Ammon. I'm not quite sure what it is exactly, but maybe I'll make a whole video discussing the possibilities of Imu's devil fruit. Let me know in the comments if you want that video. Now, with all that being said, let's go back to Preach.
Going off what Wizard of War said about the flooding, it seems like there was at one point, or there will be, a great flood in One Piece. The evidence is true with the Noah, which is a reference to Noah's Ark. The biblical tale of the Great Flood is most known. That there are many other religions and cultures around the world that include stories, references, and hints to a massive catastrophic flood. This all makes me think that if Imu's ability, like Medjed's, is something related to catastrophic and world-breaking events, his power is truly something godly worth worshipping and keeping hidden like the Gortysay do, and he might even have a disaster devil fruit or some kind of unexplained ancient weapon like ability that he can create floods, nuke-sized explosions, and more. And to take this all even a step further, look at Imu's red eyes, and then what about Nika's red eyes? In Luffy's Gear 5 Awakening, we see that he has these red spiraling eyes, and it makes you wonder, is there more than meets the eye here? Or is Luffy's red eyes during his awakening another way to tie Joy Boy and Imu together once again? After all, Joy Boy and Imu are two sides of the the same coin, so the red eyes could contain the secrets to the history between the two and further explain the symbolism to Imu literally freezing the previous Joy Boy's Straw Hat, which represented the sun. In other words, showing why they have tried to subdue Nika from the world, the sun subdued and surrounded by a cold darkness. The era of the world government's rule, and Luffy will return the warm era of the sun starting with the dawn. Imu simply seeing Luffy reminded her of the hidden past that he or she has with Joy Boy, and we can see this from how she sees Vivi and has a thought bubble, but then Imu sees Luffy's poster, who is named as the Straw Hat Luffy, and this brings back memories as he goes to see the frozen Straw Hat with Luffy's poster in front of his hand. But bringing back everything to Medjed, we now know that they both have terrifying and destructive powers. They both have a similar silhouette with a strange body, the eyes are both symbolic in a sense, and this all makes me wonder if Oda will go the route of making Imu's personality more akin to the evil, hilarious, and goofy depictions from Japanese pop culture of Medjed. Think about how Wizard of War said that the government now knows of Imu's existence from wiretapping into his conversation with Dragon and Sabo, but another thing to note is how Sabo's expression looks like he just saw a literal ghost, something otherworldly and unbelievable. And who else looks like a ghost? Well, Medjed. If you did like this video, make sure to leave a like, subscribe. What exactly is it that makes this frog-eyed, top hat wearing firebender such a crucial character, even with all that's going on in the current world of One Piece? Well, today I will tell you exactly why Sabo's return is so important, and stay tuned to the very end of the video as we analyze a very overlooked but crucial detail, and that is Sabo's top hat. That's right, Luffy's legendary Straw Hat is not the only hat with severe significance to the world of One Piece. So make sure you hit that like button as it really helps boost us in the algorithm and continues to grow our channel at a rapid rate. And without further ado, this is Sabo, the face of the Revolution. Since Sabo's arrival, he has been a fan favorite across the entire One Piece community. It's interesting because Sabo's appearances have been very minimal, and it feels like Oda still has so much to explore with his character. But although he has not had a huge direct impact on the story so far, what if I told you that Sabo is actually one of the most important characters with the entire world of One Piece? And to understand this idea fully, we first have to start with what his role is within the Revolutionaries. Sabo is the chief staff of the Revolutionaries, the number 2 to one of the world's most heinous criminals, Monkey D. Dragon. Sabo had his life saved after seeking a life of freedom, running away from his corrupt, privileged elite status.
毎日勉強と習い事お前らには悪いけど俺は親がいても一人だった今日も聞かせてくれあんたたちが見たり過ごしたりしたあの息の詰まりそうな
Interestingly enough, Sabo was a Sake sworn brother to Ace and Luffy, which, wow, look how things turned out. Dragon wants nothing to do with his son Luffy, but he actually raised, trained, and took Sabo under his wing, raising the amnesiac boy to adapt the values and lifestyle of a revolutionary. Dragon is the revolutionary, but if there is anyone who holds the same amount of dedication to the cause, it's Sabo. The man who was attacked by a world noble and nearly lost his life at a young age. He lost his memories, but what he gained was the inherited will of the greatest enemy of the Celestial Dragons, Monkey D. Dragon. While Dragon is a dark and mysterious villain in the eyes of the One Piece world's elitist structure and world government, a man who seeks the world's greatest taboos vanishes into thin air like Casper, and when he does appear, he truly looks like a complete menace to society, appearing as one of the most suspicious looking characters in the entire series, with a hood on at all times shrouding his identity. And let's just keep it real here, because I know if I saw Dragon in person, the man known as the world's greatest criminal, I would myself immediately. The homeless looking man with no eyebrows, a terrifying Will of D smile of insanity, and one of the gnarliest face tats you've ever seen. But on the other hand, and more specifically his right hand, Sabo has inherited his ideals and possibly his mindset as well, but Sabo has a much different presence in the One Piece story. Sabo, from his childhood to even now, is a derpy, pure-hearted, inspiring young beacon of light with the fire fruit now in his grasp as a symbolic inheritance of Ace. But like Blackbeard once said, the fire fruit represents the light. My point in bringing this up is the perception of Sabo. He has the iconic goggle top hat, he has the beacon for hope and inspiration. Sabo, just like Luffy, is anti-celestial dragon. This mentality is something so taboo. Something so terrifying to show in public. In this scenario, simply standing up for your beliefs is a crime. This is the very reason why someone like Sabo is actually so important. Bello Betty's Devil Fruit is a functioning part of the uprising, the power to inspire physically weak and weak-willed people into standing up for themselves and believing in the revolution. With the celestial dragon's rule being so powerful, so absolute, being compared to God, sitting atop the Holy Land for centuries, you can imagine just how normalized this disgusting rule has become. Sabo stands out as he is someone who since a child would do what he wants and go against these injustices. Monkey D. Dragon actually should remain hidden, shrouded in mystery from the world, making moves on the background until the final war. Strategically, with how important he is, this makes sense. It's beneficial for Dragon to lead from the shadows. But let's simply look at this from a marketing perspective. Who would you prefer as the face of the franchise, Dragon or Sabo? Me personally, I'm taking Sabo, no doubt. And this leads me to an important question. What is the goal of the revolutions? When you look at the end goal of the revolutions, it's to take down the celestial dragons, but to do this you need to recruit. You need to bring people and inspire them into your militia. Dragon gets straight down to business, which of course is important to a revolution, and from what we know about Sabo, he commands with respect and loyalty from his allies and friends. He also brings good vibes and he's a charismatic young leader. Sabo is the change that you want to see, so you can see how this image and perception that I mentioned earlier could actually be so important. Dragon and Sabo has spent years building up this army, building up the reputation throughout the world. And with Sabo at the forefront of this, it's easier for people to look in at the revolutions and say, okay, maybe they're not so bad. When we're talking about hopeless people, recruiting them, bringing them to support the cause, Sabo's smiling face gives you hope and strength even at your lowest moments. And this is a key to a political anti-establishment movement. We're talking about people who already deal with intense fear from these elites who run the world. If Dragon was actually the face of the revolution, it could cause massive turnoff and only cause more fear. In this world where there are many citizens who already have their doubts when it comes to the world government and their corruption, adding a dark, shady, mysterious figure might only add more fear into the world. So with the contrast of Sabo being a bright light, a bright hope, and inspiration, you have a perfect duality between Sabo and his adopted father, Monkey D. Dragon. So I've made my point that Sabo is a very likable person and character, and I love this trait because it makes me love him even from the beginning when he's introduced as a child. But this also functions as a world building feature. More importantly, let's get into an even more important trait than the likability factor, and that is Sabo's leadership qualities. Sabo is not afraid to go toe to toe with an admiral. He is someone who brings people together. We see Fire Fist Ace and Luffy as kids, and Luffy is annoying as hell, and Ace is basically telling Luffy to f*** off. You have the hothead versus the crackhead, two insane and passionate brothers clashing, but Sabo does not take sides. Instead, Sabo is actually the one who brings the three together. He is not afraid to call out Ace or tell Luffy to shut the hell up. Eventually they all come together in the end and unite with Sake to achieve their pirate dreams. So yeah, Sabo calmly dealing with absolute insane individuals like Luffy and Ace is a key factor to who he is. One thing to remember is just how mature he really was ever since day one. Seriously, this is the most mature 10-year-old I think I've ever seen. We also know that Sabo is respected by the higher ups of the revolution like Limburg and Dragon. Once again, completely insane individuals. Sabo has to deal with these absolute psychos on a day-to-day basis. In chapter 1053, we see Sabo being in the background as the citizens of this area are breaking down into tears. Now, this is purely speculation, but what if this place is an island or a city that the revolutionaries liberated? With Sabo's disastrous mystery surrounding what happened to him at the Reverie, you can see just how impactful he was to the world. Everyone who knows Sabo truly loves him for who he is, and now let's talk about the importance of Sabo's hat. But before before that, make sure you hit that like button if you have enjoyed the video so far, and subscribe and hit that bell like Luffy and Skypiea to get this video out to many more One Piece fans like yourself. Luffy has the straw hat, but Sabo has another iconic hat, the black and blue top hat with the goggles on top. The straw hat symbolizes the dawn arriving, Joy Boy, and the inherited will being passed down. The top hat might not be as important as Joy Boy's straw hat, but what if I told you that it is as influential, at least in the current era? You see, Sabo's hat is also a symbol, but a symbol of revolution. Simply put, Sabo is the face of the franchise, and his hat is the popular hat that symbolizes the revolutionary might. You might be asking, how do I know all of this? Well, we know that Sabo wore his hat even in his flashback at Dawn Island. Like I mentioned earlier, with Sabo bringing people together, I believe it was the revolutionaries who chose Sabo as their own symbol, and eventually the world recognized this as well. If you notice, Sabo influenced 3 of the 4 revolutionary commanders to wear the goggles on their heads: Bello Betty, Morley, and even Limber. And you might say, yeah, it's just a fashion trend and Sabo accidentally started this. Well, that might be somewhat true, but we also know that Koala is someone who absolutely adores Sabo. But if you look back, you might not remember or realize it, but we actually saw Koala in Fisher Tiger's flashback. It's easy to overlook this because it's such a random detail, a free slave by the Sun Pirates. But what we notice is that Koala did not wear this goggle style hat until we see her again as a revolutionary. So we know that she is really close to Sabo, and I believe that it was Sabo who inspired her to wear a hat like this, and because of Sabo's pure heart and dedication to the revolutionaries, it was Koala and the commanders that prompted Sabo to be the symbol. Another point is that Sabo is the youth. In One Piece, we know how the One Piece generation works. Whitebeard wanted Ace to become the Pirate King, Luffy is the leading force of Joy Boy, of the Supernovas, and the next generation, and Sabo is also up next, a hope for the revolution. Nico Robin also learned Fishman karate techniques from the revolutionaries as well. She spent significant time with Sabo and Koala, and we see just how excited Koala is to see her again in Dressrosa. If you think about it, Robin spent more time with them than the Straw Hats. She is just as much loyal to Dragon and Sabo as she is to Luffy, and this is like another family in a place that she's always belonged. She's also extremely important to the revolutionary army, gaining the name of the Light of the Revolution. And since she's a very dangerous criminal, this once again leaves Sabo to carry the face and perception on his shoulders instead of Robin and Dragon. In Dressrosa, I believe that we might have seen a little Easter egg from Oda, where Robin puts on her glasses on top of her hat, mimicking the revolutionary symbol. But you let me know in the comments if this is a reference, a symbol to indicate her revolutionary commitment. And so now that you understand how Sabo transformed the perception and influence of the revolutionary army throughout the One Piece world as the true face, it shows you just why Sabo is so important. These same reasons apply to why Sabo is so loved within the One Piece community and why he's even picked above Green Bull, Pluton, Emperor Buggy, and the Straw Hat bounties. Even with all the time that's passed, it's Sabo who still remains as the character that everyone wants to learn about. Ever since chapter 395 of One Piece, there has been one mystery so intrinsically connected to the truth of the void century. During Nico Robin's flashback, we hear about this enormous ancient kingdom for the very first time. The name of the kingdom is what we're here to discuss today. After all, this name is why Professor Clover was shot, and before he could even expose the truth to the world, the Gordose's fear had silenced him. Today, I will present to you with 4 possible names for the ancient kingdom. I have another theory that the ancient kingdom may be the One Piece itself, but I'll save that for its own video. Today, the 4 possible names that we are discussing is the Gold Kingdom, the Treasure Kingdom, the Pirate Kingdom, and the reason you most likely clicked on the video, the Roger Kingdom. And all of these names have some kind of similarities to it. The Treasure and Gold Kingdom are very similar, and then the Pirate and Roger Kingdom also very similar with a few key differences. So if you do like these more speculative One Piece videos, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe if you're new to the channel. And without further ado, let's get straight into the video. When it comes to the name of the ancient kingdom, we must understand that the name itself held great weight and value. If anyone found out the true name, it could cause an uproar even today. And now let me read you a few of the quotes that got Clover blasted by the government. If the world government happened to be the enemy of the people who were annihilated, we can conclude that the 100-year void contains a history that was inconvenient to the world government and hence was erased. After reading the ancient manuscripts and the few poneglyphs that had been found, we've gradually discovered the existence of a nation, of which no trace remains. What is clear from these manuscripts is the existence of an immense kingdom. It appears that they once had enormous power, but on all information has been erased. It's likely that these people understood that they would be destroyed by this alliance of nations, later called the world government, and carved the truth out of their existence on the pieces of stone. They survived to this day. They are known as the Poneglyphs. History will reveal that the very existence and idea of the kingdom is in fact what the world government finds so threatening. We still don't know the nature of this threat, but the key is the ancient kingdom that once thrived and its name was... And then they shoot him before he's even able to announce it. The Gorosei knew that Clover had figured out the truth. They even say that Ohara had learned too much. So to summarize this, the kingdom was enormous, successful, and the very existence, the very ideology of this kingdom is what the government finds so threatening. The name is a huge clue to the Void Century, and they were the enemy of the Celestial Dragons and the world government. Now with all that in mind, let's start out with the first name, the Gold Kingdom. In my recent Skypiea and Wano's connection video, I discussed the most interesting connections between the two nations. We have Wano, who was known as the Land of Gold, and Shandora, the City of Gold. I speculated that they were once one and the same, or at the very least the Shandorans and the Kozuki clan were allies in the past. I recommend checking out that video because I don't feel like rehashing every single piece of evidence that shows Shandora and Wano were once the same nation. We learn in Wano about a legendary samurai named Ryuma who lived centuries ago during a time when Wano was known as the Land of Gold. Yukimaru said that pirates and the world nobles lusted after it. Ryuma was the one who protected Wano from these people attempting to invade in search of legendary treasures. And I also speculated that Ryuma lived before the Void Century or maybe around that era because he was the man who changed Wano from the Land of Gold culture into samurai culture, inspiring the entire nation and kickstarting a new era in Wano. He was most likely the god of the sword because he was the very first swordsmaster or the first samurai, a true legend, and Hiyori explains the importance of Shusui and what it holds to the people of Wano, and I believe this is why. So in a way, their entire culture was instilled from this one man. His lifestyle and his legacy is ever present within Wano, and his will being inherited and passed on throughout the generations. So if you combine this with the idea that they were connected to Shandora, if you look at Shandora and the time that they ruled, at the peak of Shandora's history, it was 1100 years ago or 300 years before the Void Century began. So the era of Golden Wano may have been for the hundreds of years the ancient kingdom ruled until their downfall after the Void Century. I think it is very possible that Wano and Shandora were both countries within the ancient kingdom. This also comes from the idea that when Oden found the One Piece, he found out the reason why Wano used to be open and now has closed its borders. The Kozuki clan created the Poneglyphs, and the Shandorans had the ancient writing throughout the temples of their ancient cities. With the information from Big Mom of how some of the One Piece or some important information regarding the One Piece is in Wano, Oda is starting to point at a much more clearer picture for us. I believe that when we arrive at Raftel, we will see the kingdom and the castle of where Joy Boy ruled. The One Piece itself, like I said, could be the ancient kingdom. Raftel could be the one piece that connects everything as far as Zunisha, Joy Boy, the Kozuki clan, and the Shandorians as well. And let's not forget about the Fishmen. Because the Kozuki clan and the Minks were connected, Joy Boy is now involved with Zunisha, and then you have the Shandorians and the Kozuki as well. I believe that all these clans were allies and once of Joy Boy's ancient kingdom. Clover specifically said an immense kingdom, no trace was left. But with the Poneglyphs, they discovered that the ancient kingdom existed, and think about Shandora. Jaguar will fight off anyone who would try to enter his island. In other words, they were hostile and had closed borders as well. Similarly with Wano, we have closed borders and is waiting for a certain figure. With Zunisha and Zo, these people are also secluded from the world. And think about it, if all these different people, all these different countries, and all these different nations are coming together and forming one immense, enormous kingdom, this would truly be a powerful force to be reckoned with. If I am right about Ryuma living so far back to at least 800 years ago or even further, this would prove that there were pirates back then. And remember this, because I will bring up the possibility of the pirate and Roger kingdoms later in the video, and this does matter. As for the world nobles going after Wano, it's interesting because it shows that they did care about Wano, they did want to go after Wano, but they were never able to conquer it. Since the Kozukis were the first ones who created the Poneglyphs, I would say it is fair that they are protecting the history of the ancient kingdom. And so what is the importance of a country of gold? Well, if Goldie Roger said that he left his treasure in that place, it would make sense that there is a vast amount of treasure, considering that that's what Oda and Roger had hinted at. This is a pirate manga after all, so to simplify it into a pirate treasure would be the fair answer. And I'm sure finding the One Piece will involve so many other things. Like Oden said, it will involve the ancient weapons, the ancient kingdom. Roger achieved it all: wealth, fame, and power. The power is probably from his raw strength alone, but also from his allies and maybe even the ancient weapons. The fame is obvious. As the Pirate King, Roger is known as the most famous pirate in the entire world. If the ancient kingdom was known as the Kingdom of Gold, then there is no doubt that Roger will be set for life after discovering the truth of the One Piece and the ancient kingdom. I think it would also be just fitting that Gold D. Roger, the man who wrote his name on the City of Gold, the man whose name is a play on the word gold itself, how perfect would it be for Gold D. Roger to leave behind a landmass of gold? The ideals of a rich kingdom would be a massive problem for the Celestial Dragons because in a world of pirates, of course these riches would equivalent to power in most cases. And why would the government fear this being spoken and discovered? Well, if it did come out to the public that the ancient kingdom of gold existed, every pirate would spend their entire life attempting to find it. Just look at the influence of Roger in the One Piece. There would be people flocking and gold rushing, just like Yukimaru said happened in the past to Wano. So if the reality of a gold kingdom being revealed, then the person who found it would also be discovering the truth of the Void Century in the process, giving a motivation to pirates to go after the Void Century history, to go after the ancient weapons. It is a very dangerous situation for the government. And this is essentially what Roger did because he told them that the treasure would be all in one place. Erasing its very name is something that is necessary unless the government wants every pirate to dedicate their lives to finding out the truth and what happened. But with this idea of the Gold Kingdom, we have a similar idea with a treasure island or a great kingdom of treasure. For example, if Wano was known as the land of gold, then the other nations that were a part of this kingdom may have been based off of the treasure. I think this may be possible for a few reasons, because treasure seems to be a much more vague and ideal-driven name that has many themes within the story. If you look at the city of Gold Shandora, that could have been one piece of the treasure kingdom, and so the One Piece could be the most important piece, the most valuable treasure. If the One Piece and the city of gold are connected in some way, then the Emerald City may have been a part of this treasure kingdom as well. The One Piece treasure may have been where Joy Boy lived. For example, the Emerald City could have been another ally, and a treasure doesn't have to stop there because Wano is also known for Sea Prism Stone, and there was also once Amigasa Village, a Straw Hat village, which according to Luffy, his Straw Hat is his treasure. And a known existence of a treasure kingdom would once again reinforce everyone to search for it and seek its treasure. Doing this will undoubtedly lead them to the secret of the Void Century, and One Piece also makes it clear that treasure can be something as simple as a family according to Whitebeard. So the ideology of a treasure kingdom could be where all treasures are found, a more personal treasure like with Luffy, or a more literal treasure like with Nami. A truly prosperous and powerful nation of diverse ideas, home to riches and freedom, somewhere where you can openly seek out any dream that you have. The treasure for Chopper would be medicine that can cure any disease. For Robin, the treasure would be to find all these different things that prove the ancient history in the Void Century. For Frankie, you could find the greatest wood, the greatest materials to build ships and to build battleships. And for Zoro, you could have a swordsman treasure where the greatest swords and the greatest swordsmen existed. A nation of the best and the most powerful people, while also having a treasure for anyone who comes along. There has to be a reason why Goldie Roger specifically decided that he wanted to live in Joy Boy's era. Oden wrote in his journal that he learned the entire truth of the world, the Void Century, the people of the D, the ancient kingdoms, and in the past Wano was open to the world. In the face of that vast treasure, which was real indeed, Roger just laughed. So reinforcing a vast treasure. So is it a literal treasure, a more sentimental treasure, or what if it's just a kingdom of all treasures? But even with the Gold Kingdom and the Treasure Kingdom, I think there is one name that makes way more sense than those, and that is a Pirate Kingdom, and one that I like even better than that, a Roger Kingdom. So let's start out with the Pirate Kingdom. I recently made a video discussing the overturning of power that will come towards the end of the series. I'll make sure to leave a link in the description. Let's start with a quote by Doflamingo that foreshadows the future, but more importantly, it explains the truth of the past, a time before the Celestial Dragons had ruled. Pirates are evil, the Marines are righteous. These terms have been always changing throughout the course of history. Kids who never seen peace and kids who never seen war have different values, and those who stand atop determine what's right and what's wrong. This very place is neutral ground. Justice will prevail, you say? But of course it will. Whoever wins the war will become justice. I want to key on one specific line because these terms have always changed throughout the course of history. Doflamingo implies how the Marines and the Pirates have swapped the role of power in the past multiple times. The Marines are righteous only because they are holding power in the current era, and it's likely that in the past, Pirates were the ones who were in power. I explained how I believe that there were Pirates in the past because of Ryuma protecting Wano from these Pirates. If the pirates and the marines have always been at war, it's possible that a kingdom of pirates one had massive power and success hundreds of years ago. This could be where the term pirate king comes from. A pirate paradise where people from all around the world had respected the true pirate king, possibly Joy Boy. Marshall D. Teach, or Blackbeard, is a man who studies history, and he created a pirate paradise at Fulilet Island. You might even say that Rocks was the first one who did it and he's just carrying on his will. The Marines want global domination, but the pirate king would be, as Luffy says, the freest man to roam the seas. And these ideologies directly oppose each other in a way that the government or the world nobles had realized the only way to maintain power and achieve global domination would be to make the lifestyle of a pirate a crime and make sure it is frowned upon by society, because true freedom is a massive problem that directly contradicts what the Marines are trying to achieve. The most powerful pirates are not going to care about the prestige of a celestial dragon. Showcasing this disrespect and free will against laws and rules and normal societal constructs is something that would be a danger for a controlled society. In many ways, knowing about the pirate kingdom's existence ties in similarly to having the idea of a treasure being there, because where there is a pirate king, he has to have a treasure. But more importantly, a true pirate ideology is true freedom. The ideals of freedom are a dangerous way to live because they inspire rebellion against the government. Imagine an era where pirates had more pull and influence on the world than the Marines and the Celestial Dragons. A pirate kingdom this massive would fit perfectly with the themes and the concept of One Piece. And when Roger says he wishes he could live in Joy Boy's era, maybe it's because Joy Boy lived when a pirate was accepted.
これから来る世界の大戦に向けてこの国を海賊の帝国に変える
A land when people are incentivized to explore, conquer, and roam freely, a true pirate paradise. But speaking of Goldie Roger, let's move on to my favorite choice, the Roger Kingdom. Let's face it guys, Oda loves to play with irony and leave a mystery to be something so simple, yet so important. I said it before that with the Pirate Kingdom, this era that Joy Boy lived in was a time when Roger wished he could have been there and seen it for himself. I think this is the key to the truth of the Ancient Kingdom. How ironic and how poetic would it be for the Ancient Kingdom to have been called the Roger Kingdom? After all, the entire story was kickstarted on Goldie Roger's legendary death. This man was the first person to step on Raftail in 800 years. So once again, it would be so fitting for the Roger Pirates to be the ones to discover the truth of the Roger Kingdom. When Goldie Roger first sets out to his journey and meets Riley, he says let's turn the world upside down, but more importantly he says that it's destiny that they met there that day. Goldie Roger was destined to find the truth about the world, to find the truth about the One Piece, and Riley even admits that they were destined, and he does believe that there are no coincidences. When we look at how Roger cried and laughed, it was the most emotional moment for him, and Wano being open to the world may have been because the pirate paradise was open to anyone willing to join the culture of pirates. Joy Boy, or the king of the pirates, or the Roger Kingdom would have been someone so respected by every pirate that they wanted to live out his legacy. And so Wano closed off when the Pirate Kingdom had lost to war. They are waiting for the next man who has the potential to become the new pirate king, Luffy. Sengoku says that you have to know your history before you predict the future, and we hear about the legendary prophesized war from Whitebeard. This is what the Marines fear the most, and I believe that's because it happened before. They are afraid of losing and the entire world being turned upside down into a pirate paradise once again. If Luffy is the miracle man, then that is definitely a problem if he is fighting in a war at his true potential. Luffy also has an ability to bring people with him, to rile up countries, and to fight against their oppressors. He also has an unwavering attraction that brings in people that are important against the world government. I truly believe that Joy Boy also had these abilities. So when Whitebeard is saying directly to Sengoku, a fleet admiral's biggest worry is a world with no control, a world run by pirates. If history truly does repeat itself according to Sengoku, then we can expect a battle between people who side with the Celestial Dragons and the pirates in the final arc of One Piece. So I would expect something extremely similar to happen in the past. So exactly what would the king of the pirates find so amazing that he would want to live in that era? Something that brought a man to cry and laugh, and of course it would be an era where pirates reign supreme. Roger is the most piratey man in the entire world of One Piece. He is the pirate king and his soul belongs in the pirate era. He is carrying on the will of the previous generation, and long before he began his journey to become the pirate king, he always wanted to flip the world upside down. I believe that Roger realized that his dream was to always create the world that Joy Boy lived in. So what does Roger do before he dies? He discovers the truth and kickstarts the One Piece, the final moment before before he died launched the Great Pirate Era, and in this, Roger became a man so despicable to the world government, their biggest fear had come back to haunt them. Roger knew exactly what he was doing, and since he was on his deathbed, his greatness had inspired them to find the One Piece. A man known for wealth, fame, and power, what true pirate would not want to carry on the will of Roger? He found out the truth and did what he could to honor his ancestors of the D-Clan in the previous era that Joy Boy lived in. These giant ships like the warship Pluton or the Noah may have been the previous ships of the Joy Boy's fleet in the past, massive pirate ships for a massive kingdom. We even know that the Noah was meant to be used after the war. I think it's one thing to keep in mind the absolute insanity of Goldie Roger. Think about how Luffy is smiling as he's fighting against Kaido. The higher the stakes, the more excited he gets. Luffy is not sane, and you have to be absolutely delusional and have a crazed optimism to do what Luffy and Roger want to achieve. What if Roger and Luffy's dreams was to create a pirate kingdom?
そしたら俺はよ俺は固まっていた今日2度目の度肝を抜かれた何なんだこいつは何言ってやがるロジャーガキでもあるめえ俺は本気だぜニューゲート
So what does the name Roger mean and why is it so important? Well, there are a few reasons. I've established that the entire premise of One Piece began with Roger's final words. That's how the manga begins, and that's how the anime begins as well. But did you know that in the very first volume of One Piece, we learn about the Jolly Roger and his origins? This page is the most important bit of information for this idea that the ancient kingdom could be the Roger Kingdom. So let me break some of this down for you. First, we have the skull and crossbones, and Oda says that the pirate flag is generally called the Jolly Roger and is a symbol of death. There are many theories concerning the origins of the terms Jolly Roger. If you look at Wano, we have the Fire Festival where they honor and respect the dead. Could it be that the Jolly Roger has some kind of connection to the ancient kingdom? And then we go on to what Oda says about there being many theories concerning the origins of the term Jolly Roger. And then he picks a few of these theories, and I think it's interesting when you realize what they relate to. The two that I want to focus on is the first one is Roger. It was originally the word for Roge, meaning thief or villain. But then we have people who say it came from the word Old Roger, which was a name for the devil. So first, I think it's interesting that you have Roger and Roge, two Will of D members who were both criminals and villains to the world government. They even had a child together, so I think it's perfect that Oda put Roger and Roge together, because their names essentially mean the same thing. But Old Roger sounds an awful lot like Gold Roger, a name for the devil. Think about how the world government perceives Goldie Roger. To the Marines, he is the ultimate villain. He is the equivalent of the devil in their eyes. Anyone who remotely associates with the man will be suspicious. I mean, just look at how they treated Tom for aiding the man in his journey. If you consider that the Jolly Roger represents both devils and pirates and villains, we can look a little bit further, because to the Marines, the pirates are the villains of this world. One Piece is based off pirates, but do you ever consider where the Jolly Roger came from in the One Piece world? I mentioned that it could have been coming from the ancient kingdom. The biggest theme of One Piece is inherited will. So what if I told you that every pirate sailing proudly with their Jolly Roger was honoring Joy Boy's will? We also have celestial dragons who consider themselves gods of the world. Those who step against their ideals are deemed devils. And Roger, who was the king of the pirates, had committed a crime of discovering the ancient weapons and the Void Century history. So if Nico Robin is a demon child, then of course Goldie Roger is the devil himself. We also see how in the very beginning of the story, characters like Zoro, they were called demons. Sanji even had that time in Ina's lobby, says how demons created the spices. And then we have Luffy, the man with the devil's luck. He is carrying on Ace and Roger's will, and the man who was the natural enemy of the gods. How many times have we seen Luffy fight against godly-like figures? We have Eneru, we have the celestial dragons, we have Charlos, Doflamingo, we even have Kaido, who represents a god in Wano. If what Doflamingo is hinting at this world have been truly changing between pirates and marines, I think it's safe to say that the Roger Kingdom, I think it would check all the boxes as far as inherited will, something that the government fears, and the natural enemy of the gods all in one. Because pirates are devils in their eyes. The Will of D may stand for devil, and this is a theory that has been around for a while. So when you are raising a Jolly Roger for the first time, you may be declaring yourself as a devil or the enemy of the gods. And I just love the idea of the irony of Roger finding the Roger Kingdom, because when Riley says you'll come to a different conclusion than us, it would make so much sense. They were the Roger pirates, so of course they would be emotional, laughing and crying, but with Luffy and his crew, the word Roger would mean nothing to them. Odin and Roger specifically likely loved it the most, saying that they're burning from excitement even after leaving the island. Now finally, I want to bring back Professor Clover's statements before he got shot. If the world government happened to be the enemy of the ancient kingdom, the people who were erased from history, if this is a continuation of pirates and marines, the Roger Kingdom will make so much sense as they are the direct enemy of the marines. Think about the revolutionaries, because Dragon claims that the enemy is not the marines but instead the celestial dragons. Revolutionaries are very similar to pirates, and some may even say that they are pirates, but they do have their differences. Really, any criminal who goes against these people are hoisting their Jolly Rogers proudly. Even the revolutionaries have their own Jolly Roger. The very existence and the idea of a Roger Kingdom is a problem for the government. With the names like Gold or Treasure, a legendary pirate kingdom, or a Roger Kingdom, it will be something that pirates all over the world flock to, as even if they heard of the rumors and its existence, they would go and look for it. Big names like Blackbeard, who lived a life of a pirate paradise, and Luffy, who wants to be the pirate king. These captains will have to see it for themselves. These figures are insane enough to search for it, so the only option was to erase it from history. And once again, a kingdom of all the world's pirates would be truly immense. One massive kingdom, and every country in it could have their own Jolly Roger, their own flag, and this could be where the tradition began. If you notice that the O'Hart incident happened after Roger's death, the great age of piracy had already begun. If the name of Roger's kingdom got out, this would reinforce the idea that Goldie Roger's endless vast treasure was somewhere out there. And even if it was just taken as a pirate kingdom and not Goldie Roger's kingdom, what pirate would not seek this out? If every pirate crew bearing a Jolly Roger instantly becomes the enemy of the government, then it's understandable how powerful and how important Roger's final moments were, because he influenced and inspired an entire generation of people to become pirates. This final moment changed the tides of the world and influenced the next generations to carry on where he left off. This battle of good versus evil, and whoever wins writes history and becomes the victor, they become the ones in power. Roger being destined to find the Roger Kingdom is one thing, and I made an entire 30-minute video about destiny and the meaning of the Strawhat in One Piece. But with the context of the possibility that the ancient kingdom was called the Roger Kingdom, I find it interesting that if you look at the conversation between Riley and Roger after they discovered it, remember that Roger Kingdom would essentially mean the kingdom of devils or the kingdom of pirates. The dual meaning here would truly be the key to the themes and the reoccurring statements of the devils, because if Roger and his crew are laughing at it, but for Nico Robin, who can truly decode the riddle within it, she'll understand the truth. Riley even points us out that she will come to a different conclusion. So we could also focus on the Oni race here, because if the Oni race and the Lunarians once ruled over the ancient kingdom, then we have much more credible reason to believe that the Roger Kingdom may have existed, because the Onis being the devils and Lunarians being fallen angels. We know that Kaido has a distinct racism towards humans. He tells Yamato that she is a Oni race and that she should not trust humans. He even calls his crew the Beast Pirates, emphasizing the idea that they are not human. Everyone in Kaido's crew also wears the Oni or devil horns. We know there are many hints about the celestial dragons destroying and genociding the Lunarians, as they were once living on the red line similar to Mary Joy's. They were also gods at one point. And with all this talk about Zunisha being a former friend of Joy Boy, it's becoming all the more likely that the ancient Onis were connected to the Void Century, because a massive Oars beast could be friends to Joy Boy or even be Joy Boy himself. And with the presence of the moon within Wano, Zoe, and the Lunarians, it could fit right there as well. But at the end of the day, this is all just speculation. I think the Land of Gold or Treasure, or the Kingdom of Pirates, the Roger Kingdom, I think these are all possible names for the ancient kingdom. Something pirate related though. I think for a story like One Piece, a pirate manga where Luffy can live out his days after One Piece ends in a pirate kingdom and explore the endless treasures. Something that has a powerful ideology that inspires, and something that the government fears. What would the legendary most piratey character in all of fiction, Gold D. Roger, love more than a pirate kingdom itself? Something that made him so excited that he wished he could have lived in that era. Something that was so necessary that the very idea and ideology of this kingdom had to be erased. The very name should not even be spoken. I believe that Roger discovered the truth of the Roger Kingdom, a great pirate kingdom to the allies of Joy Boy, a kingdom that carried on the will of D, or the will of the devils, the natural enemy of the Marines, and the natural enemy of the gods. Anyways guys, what do you think is the name of the ancient kingdom? Do you agree with me that it could have been the Land of the Gold, the Land of the Treasure, the Kingdom of Pirates, or the Roger Kingdom? I think Roger Kingdom does fit in the best with all the different themes, all the different concepts within One Piece, and does fit the story the best. Ever since I read the backstory of Robin, it's always been bugging me to know the true name of this kingdom. If you have a better idea of what this name could have been, let me know in the comments. Let's get a discussion going.
Whose eye is on it, he'll sing, I'll be king of the pirates, I'm gonna be king. His name is Luffy. That's Monkey D. Luffy.
I I believe everyone has some kind of genius in them, even if it is untapped and dormant, but what is the best way to optimize your genius into success? What if I told you that we as people could learn a valuable lesson from a fictional anime character? One Piece's Dr. Vegapunk, the One Piece world's greatest scientific mind. He or she has this figured out, and it's the secret that elevates everything at a massive scale. The secret to why he's able to create futuristic islands, cyborg dogs and sharks, dragons, and clones of mass destruction. It's insane how much we can all learn from studying and analyzing the little we know about this mysterious mad scientist. So stay tuned to the very end to fully understand why this secret will change your entire perspective of Vegapunk and how to implement this into your own success. And let's start off with what we already know about Dr. Vegapunk. And Dr. Vegapunk was first mentioned in Water 7 while Kobe brought him up in his amazing scientific mind to Luffy. We learned that he is the world government's brightest mind. He is responsible for creating the Barkuma pacifistas that fly around as Iron Man-like machines. He also figured out a way to merge Kizaru's light power with these creations. More recently, Vegapunk has now given the world government the SSG, a new set of Lunarian model pacifistas that are combined with the former warlords Mihawk and Boa. These have the capabilities of extreme durability and are terrifying to face up against even for someone like Blackbeard to take caution. Vegapunk is a natural prodigy, diving fully into his talents and genius. I picture him as someone who pushes himself to his absolute limit, someone who is interested in history, biology, technology, and achieving things that seem almost impossible. Similar to Luffy, Vegapunk is someone who receives praise from everyone and is in real time changing the world. He is well known and responsible for his findings in lineage factor, and this was during his days with the mad science group that involved Queen, Judge, and even Caesar. While Smoker was able to create the smiles, Vegapunk surpassed him and created Momonosuke's dragon fruit, replicating Kaido's almost exactly. He has a vested interest in devil fruits and is famous for figuring out how to feed a devil fruit to an inanimate object, bringing this elephant sword to life, as well as a turret that ate a dog fruit that we saw in Alabasta. And we also know that Vegapunk is famous for his research into devil fruits because Oda once said in the SBS how we will have to wait until we meet Vegapunk to learn the secrets of devil fruits and their many mysteries. It's interesting that in chapter 1061, Vegapunk says, "Did you just say I saved you, you naive pirates? I work for the government. Despite my mediocrity, they like to call me their scientific genius." So I'm not sure if Vegapunk is being sarcastic here, a bit condescending, or if he's actually just a socially stupid, unaware, humble genius. These lines somewhat imply that Vegapunk has something against pirates, so it's going to be interesting to see where the morality lies here. Some other scientific experiments that Vegapunk has created are cyborg animals similar to the shark that we see attack the Strawhats in chapter 1061. Frankie visited his old home during the post-timeskip where he studied and altered his body to create a bunch of new powerful and overall cool science-related techniques, and it makes me wonder that if without Vegapunk, Frankie might have never even gotten his button-changing hair or his infamous nipple lights. And speaking of Frankie, to help me blow up this video and get it out to as many One Piece fans as possible, make sure you super suplex slam that like button. In chapter 1061, the Straw Hats arrive at Egghead Island, the winter island of Vegapunk in the New World that is stated to be 500 years in the future. And keep this in mind because it's important, specifically the detail that they are both futuristic. Katakuri is a place where multiple scientists including Frankie, Vegapunk, and someone you might have forgotten about all brought their scientific genius. Dr. Tsukimi was creating automata and died after moonwatching and witnessed an explosion, and so it reminds me of the theory of Vegapunk being an alien or somehow learning about the same history as NL, because when I think of sci-fi, I do think of Star Wars inspired technology, and I know Threevil recently made a video about Vegapunk being an alien, so you can go and check that out if you're interested after this video. Now let's ask the $1,000,000 question, is Vegapunk actually a female? And before I tell you what I believe, let me know in the comments what you think. Unless Vegapunk got a gender transfer from the revolutionaries, I'm not buying it. I also don't think Oda will reuse the same Yamato Oden joke from Wano, so it makes me question everything. You know what they say, only believe half of what you see and none of what you hear. I've heard many people say this is Vegapunk's daughter or granddaughter, making Vegapunk the family name. My idea is so much different from the alien and granddaughter theories, despite me liking both of these ideas, and we'll get into what that is soon enough as we analyze the reveal, if you can even call it about that. Knowing Oda, he loves to misdirect, so taking this at complete face value is definitely something to question. First, we have to address the oddity that no title card shows up here. Normally in One Piece, we see a character introduced in a cool box with their name and title if they are important. And you would expect for someone as hyped up for hundreds of chapters like Vegapunk that he would receive his own title card. And then why do we all have this preconceived idea that Vegapunk was a crazy old scientist as well as an old man? Well, multiple times in the story, it's been implied that Vegapunk is a man, like with Kuma and even more in recent times with the Admirals. So I am extremely skeptical of this character. I've seen a fuss being made about the bodysuit Vegapunk is wearing having the number 2 on it, and you could argue, oh, Frankie has the number 37 on him, so what does the number have to do with anything? Well, some people think this is a robot for Vegapunk, a clone, an android, which are all possibilities. But even if that's true, I don't think the number 2 on her clothes is real evidence of this. I could argue that Frankie doesn't have cloning technology, so the number means nothing, but on the other hand, the clothes themselves could have been created by Vegapunk and are a certain model or version. So going back to Egghead being a futuristic island, how is it possible that Vegapunk is able to create a land 500 years in the future? I'm not questioning Vegapunk's ability, I'm questioning that he has enough time to work on all of his passion projects while being the most important outsourced employee of the world government. With the lineage factor discoveries being regarded as some of the most important findings in One Piece's scientific history, I think it's fair to say that Vegapunk can take advantage of this. And so who better to test his cloning on than himself? Yes, I believe Vegapunk has cloned himself multiple times. You see, Mad Science Group is obviously a play on the trope of a mad scientist, and this is exactly the type of insanity that you would see using himself as a test subject to mess with the stats of his test tube baby clones of himself like a 2K My Player, even finding a way to make a young female version of himself, and like we've seen in the Seraphim, these clones can be younger, childlike creations. Maybe this is why the Vegapunk we saw introduced when we first entered Egghead Island looks so much younger than you would expect from a crazy mad scientist. Look at something like the Bart Kuma pacifistas. They look like a mix of clones and cyborg enhanced war machines. We saw what Judge was capable of doing in having an entire facility of clones manipulating stats like strength, size, and yes, even having women. We already know gender swapping is possible in the One Piece world because of the hormonal abilities of Ivankov, changing the person at a biological and genetic level. If SSG is only a glimpse of Vegapunk's madness, imagine how much time it took to get him to this level. Keep in mind that Vegapunk is the key to lineage factor, so it's possible that he was tinkering with it, cloning even before Judge was. So what is the secret key to Vegapunk's genius success and supersede his former peers? We're talking about the prodigy who became the greatest of all time. Now around 80 to 85% of our viewers are not subscribed yet, and if you're one of these people, make sure to subscribe and hit that bell like Luffy and Skypiea to be notified for future videos. Well, to understand that, we must look at the consequences of self-cloning. If Vegapunk really is being tongue-in-cheek and condescending here meeting the Straw Hats, it would essentially prove that his humble talk is fraudulent. It would mean that he is self-aware enough to understand the value of his brain, the value of his very existence. Someone who is self-aware of reality while maintaining an optimistic delusion, and these are the most dangerous people. We've seen this with Luffy when he was humbled and reality checked by Ace's death and Jinbei, or even the Sabo incident. Luffy's optimism was shaken for only a fraction of a second, a wake-up call that he had to level up. And now that he has, I would argue that we haven't seen a more cocky, more arrogant, more confident, and more insane Luffy than we have now in Wano. My point is that if Vegapunk is smart enough to understand the reality of his limitations while simultaneously acknowledging that he is the LeBron James basketball prodigy of the One Piece science world, that he was most likely born with a literal bigger brain, naturally gifted and blessed with the perfect circumstances and personality. The most depressing thing to someone like Vegapunk, whose passion is endless creation, studying, researching, learning, and repeating this cycle over and over again, is accepting death. Not fearing death itself, but more so the fact that you can continue this cycle forever, and can continue to progressively enhance your own technology, your own creations. We've talked about immortality plenty of times on this channel, whether it be Emu, Law's immortality surgery, Blackbeard's fear of death, death, the potential of cryogenic freezing, and many more times. Physical immortality, which is like Emu, and then the legacy immortality, which is the will of D, inherited will passing on, where their wills are immortalized and realized by legacy continuing on with their successors. And these two different forms of immortality is becoming a huge theme of the series as we progress more and more towards the end. And so how does this relate to Vegapunk? Well, when you think about 500 years in the future, you might think of traveling to other planets, lightsabers, and spaceships. But another futuristic technology is a memory transferring chip, a hard drive that you can implant into a vessel, a technology where you can insert yourself into any ideal body. But how would this work in the One Piece sense? Well, I picture somewhat of a mix of Orochimaru and Pain from Naruto. Orochimaru in the science sense that he is immortal and using bodies like vehicles, and it's on to the next. And then there's also the entire Mitsuki situation with the test tube babies and everything like that. As far for Pain, well, what if Vegapunk could create a hive mind situation where every vessel is tied to the original Vegapunk in some kind of renegade fashion, and a world where greatness is represented by strength? The scientists of One Piece don't really stand a chance. I'm just gonna go out and assume that Akainu could murder Vegapunk in a 1v1. So another benefit of having all these empty vessels and simply inserting consciousness in some kind of homunculus-like fashion is that in one way that would make him somewhat untouchable, whether it's like Nagato controlling these multiple cyborg bodies, or more similar to Naruto's clone and 60 jutsus all working together, communicating telepathically across an entire war. I could ultimately see him going either way. Another benefit could be that what if Vegapunk gave a different devil fruit that he created to each different vessel? Since we already know that Vegapunk can replicate devil fruits, I could very well see this being a possibility. And ultimately the main reason why I believe this is that it could explain how Vegapunk was able to 10 times his production output in recent times, creating a place that is not from the future in the literal sense. When you live on an island where 10 alternate universe Rick and Mortys are working together with the same goal in mind, of course this would be a land of unimaginable inventions and breakthroughs. What one Vegapunk could achieve in a lifetime can now literally be 10x'd. The lesson here is really about optimization being the key, and adding a factor of scalability being the ultimate optimizer. And to understand this even more, we could look at someone like Mr. Beast, who talks about continuously scaling up and optimizing his success for his other businesses. This all reminds me of the story of Mr. Beast paying people to become him. He has actually paid others to study his every move, his every line of thinking, his decision making, his whys and why nots. And then these Mr. Beast clones are trusted to go on and run his other channels and businesses.
Is it true that you train somebody to essentially be you?
Oh, 100%.
If we look at Vegapunk, his past events and failures of his childhood, and even in later years, like claiming Momonosuke's devil fruit to be a failure, or even his failures when it comes to gigantification and other experiments, might have made him realize from a young age that multitasking was the best route to go. He could put all his heart and soul and energy into a few big breakthroughs if he did it alone, or he could endlessly strive for greater heights with the hive mind Vegaclones. Sometimes the best answer is the most simple and straightforward, but regarding a character like this, I would rather enjoy a much more abstract and complex explanation for everything. I hope that we do get something like this for Vegapunk, revealing the truth of devil fruits as well, because Oda has been saving up these reveals for 20 plus years, and he's had all this time to come up with something grand. So I'm truly excited to see what these secrets could be. And the evidence for the Vegaclones being a secret to his success is not only in the proof of his own futuristic societies being 500 years advanced, there's also his cloning and genetic modification technology, his ridiculous amounts of inventions, and having a fail-safe way to make Vegapunk essentially unkillable. But let's look at the Punk Hazard events where we do get a small tiny glimpse at Vegapunk. Is it possible that during Punk Hazard, when we see Vegapunk warning Caesar about his failures, when Caesar accidentally imploded a disastrous explosion, somehow Vegapunk wasn't harmed? Now Caesar being a gas Lokia, you can make the argument for his survival, but look at this clip and tell me that you can picture some old nerdy science geek surviving an explosion like this. However, if Vegapunk had an endless supply of disposable vessels, he could go through life without ever worrying about the consequences of dying, and it would explain him surviving that day. Another thing that the theorist Parvision mentioned to me when I brought up this theory to him is Vegapunk being so calm with confrontation in the presence of stronger opponents. We know that admirals like Rainbow and Fujitora have already met Vegapunk, as well as the warlords like Kuma, and then Parvision takes this even a step further, saying how calm he would have to be in the presence of Caesar, who is someone whose abilities are broken in a sense that he could instantly kill you with poisonous air. Think about how Caesar defeated Luffy for the first time. Now, cyborg enhancements are definitely part of the equation with Vegapunk, but once again, 100% survival rate would be this alternative, and with years and years of this going on, it would reach a point where people don't even attempt to attack Vegapunk because there's no point in doing so. And when we're talking about science itself, it's always changing and adding new information, reforming old outdated ideas, and it's personally why I'm not a huge fan of people who stake all their trust in solely into science and scientific theories and scientists, because the true point of science at the end of the day is to keep evolving and keep changing and keep proving the past wrong, keep changing these ideas that are already accepted as factual. Vegapunk might have realized at a very young age that spending your entire life on a scientific project only for it to fail and then fail and then fail is kind of a life wasted. All those years of hard work going down the drain, and so it's possible that if Vegapunk somehow does manage to die at the very end of the series, that we see Vegapunk entrusting Frankie to carry on his legacy and work by the end of the series. And that would be a cool moment, cementing Luffy as the person with the next Vegapunk in his crew. This would also spark another valuable lesson that without death, there's no life, without life, there isn't death. You have to have the two together to really truly appreciate both. Now, I'll be frank, the reason why I truly don't like the idea of Vegapunk being from the future is simple. It's lame. Isn't it way cooler to have someone find his own success through creative means and scientific experimentation? This is a guy who is known for creating crazy ideas. I would love his creativity to be at the forefront of this, rather than simply being someone from the future who knows everything that's possible and how to do it. It kills so much of the hype from Vegapunk's genius and mystery, which is why I try not to take the 500 years in the future thing at face value and in the literal sense. Think of how hard Oda has built up this reveal for Dr. Vegapunk, so something as unimpressive as being from the future would be cool from a story and world building aspect, and I am a huge fan of time travel, but it would also hinder Vegapunk's character, who has been built up constantly as the face of science for a reason, and being saved as the best for last for a reason as well. The chip, as far as what connects all the brains into one another, could be a product that relates to the cyborg enhancements, and also with them working together and also on their own times, having the original Vegapunk hidden away as a CEO of everything. And so what can we really take away from all this? Well, remember to believe none of what you hear and only half of what you see. And if you ever start a business and are thinking of taking it to the next level, the next step is most likely outsourcing certain elements as quickly as possible and scaling up like Dr. Vegapunk with his hive mind Vegaclones. Think of Mr. Beast going from 1 channel to 2 to 5 to 20, whether it be you as an editor training and creating a team of hireable editors working under your influence, or a bodyguard elevating to the next level after years of experience creating multiple teams and trained guards for hire. I mean, even your neighborhood drug dealer took this same path unless he ended up locked up before leveling up, but I think you get the point. You can fundamentally do this with pretty much anything. If you enjoyed the video, YouTube says that you'll like this one even more. What if I told you that the Straw Hat was the symbol of destiny? More specifically, those who wear the Straw Hat proudly have the ability to change destiny. I believe there is proof that Riley had told us the importance of the Straw Hat. The giant Straw Hat in Mary Joy's, Luffy's hat being passed down like inherited will. It all makes way too much sense if you think about it. Make sure to stick around to the end of the video because this is an insane One Piece theory. Listen guys, this is going to be a long one. We are diving deep into One Piece speculation and theory crafting. So make sure to subscribe, go grab a snack, relax, do what you have to do, and without further ado, let's jump into the video. Fate and destiny are such controversial topics within the One Piece community. One argument that I constantly see is Luffy being destined to be the Pirate King is lame. It's a chosen one trope and nullifies the ambition and hard work put into the Straw Hats to achieve their dreams. On the other hand, many will say that destiny was always a part of One Piece whether you like it or not, since the very beginning, even the first chapter, and it's only now becoming more important to the story, just like many other things of One Piece. For example, now we have the checkered fate added to the Will of D clan, and arguably the most important foreshadowing to Luffy being destined was in chapter 96 when we see Luffy get his first bounty, and back in his hometown there is this reaction where the mayor says, is it his dream or his destiny, when referring to Luffy. Because of Wano and Oden's flashback, we now know even more about these prophesized figures like Joy Boy, Poseidon, Odin was able to understand the world and believed the prophecy that a future generation of young pirates would defeat Kaido. But when we talk about Poseidon, she is destined to control the Sea Kings. Luffy has also claimed multiple times throughout the series that he is lucky. He's so self-aware of this that he even laughs when he's about to be executed in Logtown. He survives, which has always been a question of fate or dragon saving him, as Luffy chalks it up to him being lucky once again. He's acknowledging that he is destined or lucky. Luffy must understand to achieve what he is after, he will need a little bit of luck or fate on his side. And I don't want to say this for a sure fact, it may be symbolism instead of literal, because in the manga we see the sword that's about to kill Luffy. And in this panel we see lightning and it's sparking out right between the sword and the straw hat. So I believe that the straw hat symbolizes destiny or fate. Does the straw hat have a mysterious supernatural ability that can change fate for the wearer? Well, I'm not too confident in the supernatural aspect, although I do think it could be possible since Luffy inheriting the will of the previous owners, and in Wano we have some hints of supernatural activity with the swords representing inherited will, their cursed blades. Now with Zoro we can see a possible idea of Odin's will being contained in Enma since it reacted to Hiyori playing her song, and we now know that the swords have wills when they choose the user, and with each one having a personality. But anyways guys, let's get back to Lawtown, this event where Luffy is about to be beheaded in the same place where Roger, the former pirate king and straw hat wearer, was born and killed. Smoker even gets goosebumps from this event because Luffy is smiling and laughing and he is about to die, reminding him of how Roger died in the same place. I also find it interesting how Smoker says that the last time he saw Dragon was at Lawtown during Roger's execution, so we have many parallels going on right here. As I said previously, the sparks light up when Luffy is about to die, and we see the straw hat right next to the sword, then a huge strike of lightning is shown. The little spark started at the sword, and you might say that's how lightning works, it goes from the ground up, but here it starts from the sword right as Luffy is about to die or by the straw hat. So I do think this could be symbolic, but what's more important is on the very next page, the first thing that we see is the straw hat once again. Oda focusing in on this hat to no end in this chapter as it slowly drifts down and plops onto the ground right where Luffy landed. Luffy picks up the hat, claims it was all luck, and Sanji asks Zoro if he believes in a higher power. This could be another reference and a hint, some kind of fate or supernatural moment. So this is why I say at the very least, the straw hat symbolizes fate and destiny, and more specifically, the changing of fate, as Luffy was meant to die, but fate had a different plan for him. He was just simply lucky according to him. And I know many people believe that Dragon saved Luffy, but this has never been confirmed. I do think that Dragon Theory has some credibility to it, but I do believe mine does as well. So now we have a gust of wind. It's way more likely that this is just Dragon and not the lightning, but you never know, right? Smoker even says, is this just a coincidence? It seems how some kind of force is willing this man's survival. So in my opinion, it would be amazing now if we have the combination of supernatural fate with a lightning mixed in with a Will of D member who was attempting to change fate, which is Dragon. So now these two elements combined, which allows Luffy to escape and begin his journey in the Grand Line. Dragon is also an important character to Lawtown since he was the second to last person shown during Roger's execution besides Ace's mom. He was even shown after Shanks. And to go on this idea about Dragon and Roger being connected, on chapter 100, one of the most important quotes in all of One Piece is shown. A quote from Gold D. Roger with the introduction of Monkey D. Dragon. These things cannot be stopped. Inherited will, people's dreams, the ebb and flow of the ages. As long as people seek the answer to freedom, these will never cease to be. First, Dragon is changing people's fate by freeing them from the tyrannical governments, the oppression in the world. Luffy is a character who is obsessed with freedom. He is a pirate, the main character, the main protagonist in a pirate adventure, and he even tells Riley the pirate king who he will become is the freest man on the sea. So essentially Luffy wants to be the freest man, the freest of the free. He also saves many kingdoms, gives freedom to characters like Nico Robin, Nami, who can now live out their dreams. Is it possible that Dragon inherited Goldie Roger's will? It's likely that Shanks did, but with this inherited will line being shown from Goldie Roger as we first see Dragon's face, I find it very interesting. Now let's move on to chapter 95. The doctor on Roger's ship, Crocus, says, could this be the ones you were waiting for? Your captain has a very mysterious aura about him. What do you think, Roger? This isn't the only time we hear about the man that Roger was waiting for. When Whitebeard dies, he tells Blackbeard, "Teach, you are not the man that Roger was waiting for." And he says, just as there are people who carried on Roger's will, there will be someone who carries on Ace's will. I believe Luffy is the man that will carry on both. The Straw Hat, in a way, is a representation of the wills being passed down, and Luffy doesn't even know it. Shanks told Whitebeard that he betted on the next generation, which is Luffy, and Shanks most likely inherited Goldie Roger's will. And then he gave him his hat, which was Roger's in the past. Luffy carries on Ace's will in many ways. One example being his ambition to take down Kaido, since Ace claimed he would. Luffy in this way will be fulfilling Ace's will and ambition. So this man carrying on the weight of all the past generations is Luffy. If you consider that Luffy can also hear the voice of all things, which is most likely connected to the Void Century, so Luffy might be able to hear these voices that are coming from the past generations. Luffy is destined for this whether you like it or not. In this statement about someone inheriting Ace's will and someone challenging the world while holding all the weight of the previous generations, Whitebeard also says you may eradicate their bloodline, but the flame never dies. With Whitebeard spinning some straight up heat right there, that is a Fire Fist Ace bar, and is it a coincidence that Luffy can now use Fire Fist Ace attacks with Red Rock inspired by Ace? Marco even says how Luffy will now carry out Ace's will immediately after he dies. Finally, Whitebeard tells Sengoku that the government are living in fear of the day that the flame engulfs the entire world in war. Speaking of Ace's metaphorical flame, can I just say that the writing in this is insane. Whitebeard says that the world will be turned upside down when that person finds the One Piece. So once again, Luffy is destined to find the One Piece. He will be the man bearing every previous generation's will. The will of D, the will of Joy Boy, the will of Roger and Shanks, and Ace's burning will that lives on forever. Roger said he would turn the world upside down when he first met Riley, and now we have Whitebeard saying that the man who finds the One Piece will turn the world upside down. It's a fair assumption to make that Luffy will find the One Piece. This war seems like another point of destiny. Maybe it's some kind of prophecy. The way Whitebeard speaks of it, it's almost as if he knows it's near. Why else would the government be so afraid of it? The Roger pirates found the One Piece, but they were not the ones who were meant to find it. Could the Will of D members be the clan that is said to have a will so powerful that they can change destiny itself? We have Rose, who was Ace's mom. She was able to do the impossible. Ace should have died. Yet she found a will. She willed herself to make sure that he was born, and then Garp became the grandfather or godfather-like figure of Ace, and Rose, who had a child with the former Straw Hat owner, the former Pirate King, was someone who had a will so powerful that she could alter the future and save Ace by allowing him to be born in the first place. Luffy is the character who seeks freedom. As long as people seek the answer to freedom, these things cannot be stopped. Fits the quote perfectly. Before we move on to my next point about fate and destiny, I have one question for everyone listening and watching. When Ace dies, he says, Luffy, listen closely and tell everyone what I'm about to tell you. And then he proceeds to whisper something in Luffy's ear. I don't think it's ever been revealed what Ace told Luffy, but if you do know, let me know, because from Luffy's reaction to his eyes going wide, and he seems like it must be something important from how Ace whispers it, and he's also probably just losing his mind because his brother is dying in his arms. You know, maybe that's why his eyes are going crazy, but it seems like what he said was important. So let me know in the comment section if you do know what he said. Now, before we get into the next big discussion of the importance of Destiny in One Piece, I would really appreciate it if you guys could just hit the like button and hit subscribe. Now back to the video. Luffy vs Katakuri is arguably the most important fight for Luffy, aside from his never-ending battle with Kaido, of course. This is a battle that introduces one of the most interesting concepts in all of One Piece, the ability to see into the future, advanced observation haki techniques. Is it a coincidence that Luffy learns and copies this ability from Katakuri, who also draws many parallels between the two during the fight? In a series where we now time travel, multiple prophecies, this ability is absolutely fitting for a character like Luffy, who is so tied to fate. The most important aspect of this fight, and a big point of it, is the idea that Luffy is now able to change the future. In other words, this fight directly proves that Luffy is able to change destiny or fate itself. Straw Hat Luffy, who can now see into the future, and not to mention, he has been proven to change it. And although both of these instances were small in scale, for example, being able to change something or see something a few seconds ahead, the implications in this are much grander than you may realize. There are many theories of Jayabaya or or Joy or Boil being the inspiration for Joy Boy. I think that's a great theory. I don't want to claim this idea. I know many people have spoke on it before, so I'll keep this brief. If you consider that he was a historical figure known for his prophecies, he was also known for being able to see into the past or far into the future. And now in One Piece, there is this idea that Sengoku brings up when referring to Odin, who predicted the future of Wano and knew the Void Century history. Sengoku says you can't predict the future if you don't know your history, and I will bring this up in the future, so remember this quote.
恐るべきは奴が動けばおのずと起こる奇跡。その最たるものが正義の門。
If we look at this idea of Joy Boy being inspired by Jayabaya, Joy Boy may have been a man who knew all the history of the past and the history of the future. That may have been why there are so many prophecies created by Joy Boy. Or maybe Joy Boy simply had a devil fruit that allowed him to see into the future. My favorite interpretation of this would be, what if Joy Boy was so powerful, a godlike figure, and Haki so perfected that he could literally see 800 years into the future with observation Haki? If Luffy can only look a few seconds ahead, how do we know what the limit is? Can you extend the limit through training? During his fight with Katakuri, Luffy remembered his training days with Riley. The Dark King essentially told him to learn these new Haki abilities, you need to have a life or death situation or be pushed at the absolute limit. This theme of fate is blown up, and it even ends with one of the most iconic lines where Katakuri tells Luffy, "You're looking too far into the future, Strawhat," referring to Luffy being a pirate king. It's also emphasizing the growing importance of Luffy being a chosen one, destined to become the pirate king. And while many would say that that is a problem, in One Piece, Oda has executed this perfectly in my opinion, with the evidence that Luffy is the one character who can change fate in small ways. Maybe this ability will grow more in the future, and maybe other D members can do it as well, who knows. But as of right now, Luffy is confirmed to be able to do this. Now I want to quickly speak about how Blackbeard may play into this. After all, I'm a huge Blackbeard fan. When Whitebeard says, "Teach, you are not the one Roger was waiting for," I think this is important because if Blackbeard is supposed to share somewhat of a checkered fate with Luffy, we have to understand the similarities and the differences. When it comes to fate, Luffy is a character who has accepted his destiny wholeheartedly. Luffy once accepted his death, but now he understands that he has to perform and change destiny to protect his friends. There's also destiny surrounding the Blackbeard pirates, but Blackbeard is also obsessed with creating his own destiny. Blackbeard doesn't care about being Joy Boy or the Chosen One or any of this, and that is because of his ambition. He understands that he has the power to do anything. Blackbeard even claims that the Yami Yami no Mi chose him. It was all a twist of fate, but in reality, he killed his own crew member, betraying the Whitebeard pirates by breaking their one and only rule. As you know, Blackbeard doesn't play by the rules. I believe Blackbeard's goal of becoming Pirate King is motivated by freedom as well. Luffy is an example of what freedom can mean by freeing those around him and adventuring across the world, defeating top dogs of the sea so they cannot stand in his way of freedom. But if Blackbeard was fully free, it would be pure anarchy, another glimpse into freedom, but the darkness that comes with true freedom would also be shown to the world. Other times that fate was brought up was when his crew was saying how Ace and Blackbeard's duel was a duel of fates, and in Impelled Down, Shiryu has been saying that he's waiting for someone like Blackbeard, someone destined for greatness. His implied fate had brought the two together, that Shiryu just so happened to be there to heal him from the poison. So this concept runs deep within the crew. He even allows those who survived from Impelled Down to join his crew as commanders. So in a way, they are all fated ones who are destined to survive. So we have two extremely lucky characters destined for greatness with Luffy and Blackbeard. They both understand that they can twist fate to their advantage in small ways, and they are both aware and conscious of their good fortune. But Luffy, you could say it's just because he's the main character, and that's true, right? But there are plenty of times where characters are interested in testing Luffy's fate, like when Mihawk at Marineford and Kaido and Wano. And with Blackbeard and Luffy both having dreams of becoming the Pirate King, I believe the Straw Hat is a symbol that shows Luffy will truly end up being the Pirate King. Luffy, who leaves a lot more up to fate, while Blackbeard seems to plan things out a lot more carefully. And I think this will be the final deciding factor, because Luffy will edge out slightly over Blackbeard since he understands fate is on his side a lot more than Blackbeard does. For example, Blackbeard waited and hid in the shadows of Whitebeard, as Shanks explains. He then plans out the entire Warlord and Impel Dance situation. While Luffy, he is constantly running at full speed without a question or without a doubt in his mind that he is going to make the right decision. In Enies Lobby, he flies in alone without his crew. He just goes in there. Wano, he disregards the plans that Law goes through to keep a low profile. Luffy in many ways understands that he is the main character. I believe that he is self-aware of him being the chosen one. The symbol of the Straw Hat is something that he created as his identity, and even though Shanks and Roger both had that hat, when you hear the Straw Hats, you think of Luffy and his crew. He is Straw Hat Luffy. It has become a part of his identity. And who is Luffy? Well, he is the man destined to become the Pirate King, the Straw Hat. Chosen by destiny to carry on the wheels of the previous generations, Luffy frees random villages like Nami's hometown, and Teach destroyed a random village in his battle with Ace. The similarities are just important as the differences between the two. Now we know the importance of themes of light and dark, but this leads many people to believe that the Straw Hat represents the sun, and I actually agree with this somewhat, but more specifically, this makes Luffy the destined sun. Straw Hats were created initially to simply block out the sun, so my idea is that Luffy giving the Straw Hat back to Shanks represents and will be symbolic of Luffy accepting his fate as the new sun god, since now the sun would be shining on him. And finally embracing the sun, now this is a duality between darkness and light. Overall though, I do love this idea that Luffy could represent the sun, especially with the ship being the sunny and him having the new fire abilities. But does this in a way contradict my theory that the Straw Hat represents fate, destiny, and the power to change it? And I would say no. If this world that the government is attempting to seize full power of is a dark era, you will see that Luffy's destiny is to do what no one else can do and bring a new era. A romance dawn. Luffy is destined to change fate, and that is why the Will of D is so important. The Celestial Dragons are responsible for how the world is today. And did you ever notice that Doflamingo is a superstitious man, and he fears the Will of D clan and even wears the sunglasses? He too was attempting to block out the sun. And Luffy is carrying this will of the past generations on his shoulders. As Whitebeard said, one man who finds the One Piece will do. That is why the Celestial Dragons are truly so afraid. Your average Marine is not afraid of someone finding the One Piece. It's the highest elites, the people at the top who are aware of the deed, like Sengoku and the Celestial Dragons, the Will of D, also known as the true enemies of the gods. I just find it absolutely hilarious that these D-clan members, they're like boogeyman to Celestial Dragons. I mean, you have a grown-ass man, Doflamingo, still afraid of them, which could explain why he wears his glasses all the time. I just think it's funny, man, like he's absolutely terrified of the horror stories of the D-clan. And we see his face when Law announces he was a Will of D member. I mean, he was just shooken up. And now I told you about Sengoku's quote earlier in the video where he mentions you must know the past to predict the future when he refers to Odin, a man who can predict the future specifically because of what he learned at Raftel. And I also find it just ironic that the fleet admiral is telling Law to live free. He straight up lied to Law about his knowledge of the D-clan. In his head, he thinks the D-clan always follows a checkered fate. And later down the line, Law says he finally wants to know what this checkered fate means. The checkered fate will fit nicely with this theory if it somehow symbolizes the D-clan members being pieces on a checkerboard with their destiny being laid out and fate guiding them. But I highly doubt this is the case. So what does this checkered fate really mean? Well, I'll tell you what I think it means, and I do think I have a great answer. Checkered is at the most simple terms, black and white square boards, and it's not as simple as that, right? They actually represent the opposite, ironically. What a checkered fate actually means is a fate that isn't so black and white. And now before you click off this video, I have to say this is just my opinion. I am not accusing Oda of being a Freemason, in a cult, or anything like that. But the checkered paths is one of the biggest symbols in Freemasonry. I'm not here to educate you on secret societies and all that, but we are here for One Piece, so go look into it after this video if you care. If not, okay, well, let me explain a bit more about this checkered fate. When people say it's not so black and white, they are simply saying it's not simply good and evil. There's nuances in the situation and context that needs to be addressed. But what happens when good is evil and evil is good? One and the same, or opposites attracting or becoming one and the same. You have two completely opposite meanings that are tied together. Look at the balance of yin and yang, black and white. The little white circles of the black teardrop and vice versa. You see, a fate is being brought up again with this D-clan, but this time a checkered fate, the enemies of the gods. But this time around, its checkered meaning is not so black and white. It's both black and white as a checkerboard. Well, you might be thinking, how could it be both? How could the D-clan's fate be both good and evil? Well, I'll tell you multiple ways it fits this narrative. Let's start out with Doflamingo's speech in Marineford. Pirates are evil, Marines are righteous. These labels have been passed around heavens know how many times. Kids who have never seen peace and kids that have never seen war have different values. Those who stand up at the top determine what's right and wrong as they see it. This place is a neutral ground. Justice will prevail, you say? Of course it will. Those who win the war become justice. So with the Celestial Dragons and the Marines, we have people who are known for slavery, other heinous acts as well, yet they are justified because they are the ruling class. They are governing the world. They even create laws where you cannot research history, the greatest sin. If these are the gods, then it's understandable that the D-Clan are the devil. So here you have a clash of good versus evil. From the Celestial Dragon's perspective, the D-Clan is truly evil. As you know, Doflamingo, he fears the D. And from our perspective of Celestial Dragons, they are evil. Once again though, it's not so black and white because it's a checkered fate. Of course, there are some Celestial Dragons who are not evil. And of course, there are some Will of D members who are not evil as well. But the Celestial Dragons are currently at the top and they have decided that the D-Clan is evil. Researching the Void Century is humanity's greatest sin, pirates are evil, and anyone who stands their way is going against God. Interesting though, because in One Piece, it is a story of overturning power. This is the Romance Dawn that Luffy will set into motion once the Celestial Dragons are defeated. If you think about the Marines, they are like pirates in so many ways. The real difference is who they work under. You even have the Yonko who have massive military power that can rival the Marines, even though they are attempting global domination. Whitebeard knew about the Will of D from Roger, yet he didn't care about the One Piece. He didn't want to find it. He wanted Ace, a Will of D member, to find it. It's because Whitebeard knows when Ace or Luffy, whoever finds it, whoever is destined to find the One Piece, it will turn the world on his head, just like Roger said, right? This is another example of foreshadowing that Luffy will be the one who brings the Romance Dawn to the world. Since I explained earlier, Luffy has inherited Roger's will.
Roger. 初めて会った時、俺に何て言ったか覚えてるか？
世界をひっくり返すだったが、
この出会いは運命だ。殿。
あの約束果たされたか。
But what happens when you actually do turn the world upside down like Roger wants? This, once again, is a transfer of power, changing everything that we know is right in the world, flipping it on its head. If the world sees everything one way, Roger planned to change the way of the world. I believe this was his biggest dream, so Luffy is the one who will carry it out. I'm absolutely sure of it. It's one thing to leave an impact like Roger did, but Luffy will be the one who defeats the Celestial Dragons, the highest people in the world, that will flip the world upside down, essentially flipping everything in the world. The good will become the evil will become the good, just like Doflamingo said, the checkered fate, leading into Romance Dawn. The rich will become the poor could become the rich. This is why the Celestial Dragons fear this so much. Well, people in the world who control information will become ignorant and lose this information, and vice versa. And just like Doflamingo said, those in power will be justice. Eventually down the line, the people at the top will manipulate history to their own liking or repeat history. And just like Sengoku said, you have to know your history to predict the future. Everything will be the opposite. Eventually these pirates will form their own government and control the world, and eventually there will be corruption. This idea that history will repeat itself is a very present theme in One Piece. When Riley said, maybe you'll come to a different conclusion than us, he may have meant instead of flipping the world upside down and having this cycle continue, the Straw Hats may bring a new era never seen before. This equilibrium instead, a perfect balance of harmony, an end to the checkered fate in the D-Clan, an end to the Celestial Dragons altogether, the true Romance Dawn. Rayleigh and Roger may have found the One Piece and realized the prophesized Joy Boy and Poseidon will flip the world upside down. Since that was Roger's dream, it makes perfect sense. He said he wishes he could see Joy Boy's era because this is the most likely time when Joy Boy and the D-Clan ruled. It's the dream Roger envisioned since day one. Joy Boy's era is what it may have looked like if Roger truly did flip the world upside down, because Roger's dream wasn't to become the Pirate King as far as we know. It was to flip the world upside down. He even introduced himself with this, similar to how Luffy says, I'm the man who will become the Pirate King. Riley eventually bought into Roger's dream, similar to how Zoro has now dedicated his life to making sure that Luffy sees his dream out. So once again, we must ask, if Roger wanted to flip the world upside down, would this be flipping it back to the way it was before the Void Century? And that is why Roger said, I wish I could have seen your era, Joy Boy, because that is the era that he always envisioned. vision for the future. And in the process, the devils of the world will become the heroes and the gods. And we already seen this. We have Luffy, Zoro, and Usopp, who all have god or devil references. Depending on who you ask, you will get a different answer. Another possibility is that Luffy will be the one to bring the romance dawn, and this will bring true neutrality and perfect harmony, an equilibrium of sorts. And speaking of equilibrium, have you ever heard of something called an alchemical marriage? I personally believe that Oda has used this term alchemical marriage as the inspiration for the romance dawn. And when you learn what this alchemical marriage is, your jaw will drop. So alchemical marriage is essentially a phenomenon that comes from alchemy, and this is like magic or dark magic, whatever you want to call it. If you've ever heard of twin flames, it comes from this as well. So the end result and the whole point of an alchemical marriage is to become a god or an enlightened one, or sometimes people would seek this for immortality. And what I've heard is that there are some steps into becoming a god, like removing things that stand in the way of your happiness, letting go of control, allowing fate to guide you, resurrection of the soul, and most importantly, since I brought up this alchemic marriage, one crucial step in doing this is the marriage and unification of the sun and the moon. Now listen guys, I do not mess with this alchemy stuff. I don't like it, I'm not into this. Their beliefs are really twisted and really different. But you heard me right guys, the marriage and unification of the sun and the moon. So what is this? Well, apparently it's one of the most famous symbols in all of alchemy. Now this is not only fitting of the checkered theme with the sun and the moon being opposites, but together created a god or enlightened being. We have the sun and the moon, which could also represent in many ways masculine and feminine, night and day, dark and light, two sides of the same coin or the checkered fate. So think about the term romance dawn, and now do you see why I believe this has something to do with alchemical marriage? Romance could be present as marriage, the dawn, and the sun and the moon, or the night and day. Now if we want to go even further, I think you can make an argument that E will be a woman, and this could fit perfectly into this checkered fate theme of Joy Boy, a youthful boy who brings joy and happiness, and then E may be an immortal woman who brings darkness. And now I have an entire other video planned on this idea, but I just thought it could fit nicely here, especially since many people seem to believe that Eam is an immortal woman. So I know it's been a little bit of a tangent here, but let's get back on track with the checkered fates. Blackbeard's battle with Ace was considered to be a duel of fates like I mentioned earlier. Two Will D members battling, light and dark, black and white, the checkered fate. Luffy versus Blackbeard will be the rematch of the checkered fate that the D clan followed. Blackbeard may be attempting to change fate by becoming the pirate king since it's actually Luffy's destiny. So again, this idea that fate is at play, especially with the D clan. Many fans also seem to believe that the will of D stands for devil, and I think that makes a lot of sense. If they're the natural enemies of the gods and then they follow a checkered path, the devil really does fit this narrative. I've always personally believed that it actually means destiny, but there are a lot of things that the will of D can mean. Luffy's crew is full of devil related characters like Nico Robin, who has a new devil form and was called a devil of a heart since the beginning. Zoro is a self-proclaimed god of hell and referred to as a demon since the beginning of the story as well, as Luffy was a sun god or a fire god, God Usopp, and then we have Jinbei with a sun god connections as well. So a group of gods and devils. I mean, Zoro even defeated a god when he defeated a Lunarian. When Luffy defeats Kaido, that's defeating a god, as I've explained multiple times. There's also Doflamingo and Neru and punching Charlos as well. There are many times Luffy goes against these characters who are deemed gods. So I think this could play into the checkered fate for sure, but like I said, D could also mean plenty of other things: the will of destiny, the will of the devil, the will of dawn, the will of the dead, the will of dreams, and plenty other D related words. So now let's get into the moment you've all been waiting for. Let me show you why I even decided to make this video in the first place. We have to talk about Riley and his importance to Roger and Luffy. First off, Riley smiles when Luffy says he wants to be the freest man on the sea. That's what the Pirate King is. And remember, Luffy says that he will come back to defeat Big Mom. He has to, because he has to defeat everyone that is standing in his way to become the Pirate King. They also hint at Luffy defeating everyone in the world. What happens when all the Yonko and Admirals are defeated? Now we have to defeat the Celestial Dragon. Doflamingo also foreshadows people switching sides, especially now that there's a great battle for power. Aokiji has allegedly joined Blackbeard. Law has joined Luffy. Kaido has teamed up with Big Mom. And the Great War that Whitebeard spoke of is close to manifesting. It's inevitable because it's a part of destiny. If Sengoku thinks that Luffy is so dangerous because he makes miracles happen, he's a miracle man. So if the Marines and the world government have done everything in their power to make sure that when this war comes, they will remain at the top, their biggest fear is someone like Luffy who can make miracles happen against all odds. And having fate on his side, that makes him even more dangerous. And there are those who are preparing for the war like Dragon, Blackbeard, Shanks, the Marines, and Doflamingo and Kaido who are preparing for a world war. But why does Riley up to, the Dark King Riley? Will he join his side or watch everything play out? I believe ever since he saw the One Piece with Roger, he has known what the future holds. He is expecting certain events to take place. In chapter 603, which might be the most important chapter to this entire video, we see a mini flashback of Roger. This is the first time that we ever found out that Roger had the Straw Hat. And in the anime, you have that moment, that classic moment in the opening where Roger gives it to Shanks and then Shanks gives it to Luffy. We reveal that Roger has the Straw Hat, but we also have Roger bringing up Fate. So now you can see when it clicked in my head when I reread this. This is a flashback to when Riley and Roger first met, and Roger specifically says this is a meeting of fate. Let's turn the world upside down. So now I'm thinking, okay, is it really a coincidence in the exact same panel that Roger having the straw has revealed, we see him bringing up fate and what could possibly be the checker fate by flipping the world upside down. I'm thinking, okay, Luffy's going to carry out this exact will. It gets even better because Riley is remembering as Luffy leaves to Fishman Island. And now pay even closer attention to this. Riley says maybe there's no such thing as coincidence in this world. Maybe everything that happens is inevitable. Destiny just goes on his plotted way. And yet Luffy has grown into a man even more worthy of the hat. It may not be a bad thing to live a little longer. Dark King Riley is telling us the man who went to Raftail knows the truth. The man who traveled with Roger says there is no coincidence in this world. Maybe everything that happens is inevitable. He is talking about destiny while bringing up the Straw Hat, while thinking of Roger, while thinking about the fate. And just like Roger brought up fate when his Straw Hat was revealed, now Riley at this moment is thinking about destiny and fate and how you can't change what will happen. And then after this, it's even more important and more mind-blowing to me that Oda added this in, because from there Riley is saying although destiny is solidified, he believes everything is set in stone, no coincidences. Fate is inevitable. Despite all of that, Luffy has grown into a man even more worthy of that hat. Even more worthy of the hat than Goldie Roger. So instead, this is important for 3 reasons. First of all, Luffy is more worthy of the hat than Roger, and Riley is the only one who could really determine that. He spent 2 years with Luffy, and he was the right-hand man to Goldie Roger. And not to mention, Riley is implying that the Straw Hat represents the ability to change out what is carved out as destiny. And keep in mind that Riley knows about the prophecies that will happen as well. Riley essentially knows the future, and the reason why he says it might not be a bad thing to live a little longer is because he believes Luffy will change the future and change destiny. In other words, what's the point of living if you already know how it ends? If it's tragic or an ending that he does not want to happen, he might not want to be around for when it does happen, as it's a disappointment to him. And what does he want? At the end of the day, the Roger Pirates wanted to flip the world upside down, right? Luffy, his very existence gives him hope that this destined outcome will be changed. Imagine if Luffy finds out about what the future holds when he gets to Raftail. How would he respond? Just think about what Luffy would do. I can't accept this without trying to change it. Luffy will do everything in his power to change future for the better. He already knows he can do it from this fight with Katakuri, so he will have an unwavering will and ambition to do so. When someone tells Luffy he can't do something, he doesn't care. He still tries and does everything he can in his power to attempt it. Spending 2 years with Luffy, training him in Conqueror's Haki, training him in Observation Haki, Luffy reminds Riley of Roger. This has been clear. Many people have seen Luffy and thought of Goldie Roger, Kureha, Crocus, plenty of others as well. And then we have the Straw Hat and this concept of fate that surrounds Luffy and Roger. Luffy is an insane individual, but Roger is arguably even more insane than Luffy. Imagine walking up to someone and the first thing you say is, "This has to be destiny that we met. Join me as we turn the world upside down together." What kind of introduction is that? I mean, how do you go up to someone and talk to them like that? And at the same time, he has this psycho Will of D's smile that he's so famous for. So I truly believe the hat represents the inherited will being passed down, the ambition to turn the world upside down. It represents destiny and those few individuals who can change destiny. This is what the Will of D have all been leading for, from Rose changing a predetermined destiny, to Blackbeard changing a predetermined destiny, to Luffy multiple times. And the amazing thing about this is that it wouldn't be a coincidence. It would be destiny speaking to the world that Luffy is the one who would change the world. Roger wasn't known for the Straw Hat. Luffy is. So you may be thinking, what about Eamon, the giant Straw Hat in the freezer, and Mary Joyce? Could this hat be the relic, the sacred treasure? And it's like I always said, in One Piece, if there's something frozen, if there's a freezer, if there's Ringo where you have these bodies underground and being frozen and preserved, in Mary Joyce, there has to be a body. So could Joy Boy or Roger's corpse be trapped inside Mary Joyce? After all, this freezer was very similar to Gecko Mariah's, who had an ancient giant oars in it. He may fear the Straw Hat because of its potential potential or symbolic importance that the user of the Straw Hat will be able to change the future. So what I'm assuming here is that the future is not very exciting and hopeful for the Will of D members. If Luffy is now giving hope to Riley that he could change it and carry out Roger's will, this might imply that the government have done everything in their power to be chosen as the destined ones to continue with their corruption, celestial dragons at the top. But in reality, the true chosen ones of destiny are the Will of D members for this era. The first step to change in the future is to know what's in store. So will Luffy flip the world completely upside down, or will he bring this perfect harmony? You let me know in the comments. And finally, I want to discuss Monkey D. Garp. I believe Garp may have attempted to change Luffy's destiny. He was upset that Luffy looked up to Shanks of all people. I think Garp wanted to change his dream and destiny to become a Marine. Same thing with Ace. Obviously, he failed because Luffy never listened to him. So I wonder if Garp believes in this predetermined future. You know, we have Garp, Luffy, and Dragon who do not with the Celestial Dragons. And Luffy has been clearly foreshadowed to become the Pirate King hundreds of times. Shanks believed in Luffy. He even said he will be a great pirate one day. And coming from Shanks, that is quite a statement. He even entrusted Luffy to come and find him. The Red Hair Pirates are a powerful crew. That is some serious expectations for Shanks to have for Luffy. It could be possible that Roger told Garp about the Will of D and all the secrets of the world when he was going to be executed, and this changes perspective on the worldview. Sengoku was pretty much successful in changing Corazon from pirate to government agent. Garp may have thought he could do the same thing as well with his grandchildren. At the end of the day though, Garp is a very interesting character, a Will of D member in the Marines. He threatened to kill Akainu, but you know what Dragon said? The enemy is not the government, it's the Celestial Dragon. So Garp might have that same mentality as well. And when he did threaten to kill Akainu, it was understandable. He just got done killing Ace. And it also seems like he is keeping in touch with Dragon as well, the world's biggest criminal, since he tells Luffy that Dragon saw him in Logtown. And what is the world's biggest crime? Discovering the Poneglyphs, discovering the ancient weapons, discovering the truth of the Void Century. I believe the Dragon did find out what happened. And if I'm right about Dragon being another one who was inheriting Roger's will, then this could be why the government is so afraid of Dragon and Luffy. Garp's connection to Aokiji, Sengoku, and Kobe, these should not be overlooked. Anyways guys, thanks for sticking around to the end of the video. What do you think about the Straw Hat? What does it represent? The sun? Does it represent destiny? I believe that it represents fate and the ability to change it. Will Luffy turn the world upside down and complete Roger's will? Do you disagree with me on this checkered fate theory? I quickly want to shout out a bunch of important people. First, of course, Wizard of Wars. There's no way I could have gotten this far if it wasn't for him teaming up with me as a business partner and as a great friend. This guy is the greatest One Piece theorist in the game, hands down. This year we've come so far and spent hours on hours discussing YouTube videos, ideas, learning the ins and outs of thumbnails, and making good videos overall. And the journey's just been wild so far. Thank you to my editors and my artists. It's been a tremendous help, and shout out to Grace specifically, as she's been there since very early on. It's always fun coming up with the ideas for the thumbnails and seeing her go to work, bringing our ideas to life. Thanks to everyone from my One Piece University podcast, Zane, Crow, JJ, and Prince. It's always a great time chopping it up and talking about One Piece. I met all these guys very early on in my YouTube journey in a One Piece group chat, and it's crazy to see how far that has gone. Shout out to guys like Dak Sake, who's been a real one. At one point he edited my videos, but now his channel is now blown up, but also a genuine help whenever we need something. It's great to have someone on the YouTube side of things. And there's a bunch of other creators as well, like Threevo, who I did my first collab with when I was only at around 1,000 subs, and thanks to all the other YouTubers who I've collabed with as well. Anime Uproar, Parvision, King of Lightning, Grand Line Review, and the list just goes on and on. Big thanks to everyone who's always sending me One Piece theories or just information to collab on as well. And seriously, the biggest thanks goes out to our community, because every time you share our name, every time you like the video or leave a comment, it really does make our channel grow that much more. I try to read as many comments as I've even gotten so many ideas for videos or just little additions to theories from your amazing comments, so seriously, thank you. I'm grateful for all the love that you've shown over the past year. Wizard of Wars is doing a face reveal at 100,000 subscribers, so you know what to do. Let's grow this channel even more this year, and I can't wait to show you what huge projects we have in store. We've been working on some crazy videos, some of the longest videos we've ever produced, and they're all coming out this year. And if you're somehow still hungry for even more theories after this video, click on this Shanks Mega Theory to find out why I believe Rocksteady Zebek is Shanks' father, what happened at God Valley, and why there were celestial dragons and slaves at the incident.